This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The White Knight by Desmond Doane, narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Prologue. September 2003, West Ramsey Asylum, years before the fall of Graveyard Classified. At 1:15 in the morning, I feel something slide its finger across the back of my neck. It's light, like a dandelion seed caught in a puff of wind, tracing over my skin, ever so soft, but it's there. I swipe at the trespasser, exploring an inch or two below my collar, finding nothing. I turn and look for the source, seeing only blackness, hearing the rustle of my partner's clothing. Inside this room, where it's alleged that a former mental patient died after swallowing a bucket of nails, the darkened hour is cloaked in the deepest shadows. The stench of rotting wood and damp, rusty metal pollutes my nostrils. Our flashlight batteries were drained of energy hours ago, the first time our ghostly companion tried to manifest. Mike Long and I have yet to learn that we need to always bring backups. Mike says, "Did you feel that?" "Yeah, it got you too?" "I am freaking the hell out, man. Can we go now, please?" "You want to leave? Are you kidding me?" "Catching an apparition once does not make us paranormal investigators, Chief. We're two dudes with a camera and a bit of luck. Do you even have any idea what you're doing? Because I sure as hell don't. What if we get possessed? I can't go home with devil horns or some shit." "You worried about Tony?" The decaying floorboards creak at the far side of the room. Neither one of us moved, so we didn't cause it. The flooring groans again, and this time it's accompanied by what sounds like the clunk-thunk of a cowboy boot. This is our 11th investigation, and I thought we were having fun with it. I'm charged by the adrenaline rush. Clearly, Mike isn't. "Damn right I'm worried," he says. "I've only taken her on like 3 dates. You think she wants me passing a ghost onto her like some demonic STD? I scoff and blindly focus on the sound's origin. I think it was the northeastern corner, but I'm not entirely sure. The sound plays funny in this room. Dull, hollow echoes, and it's so pitch black it's like we've been buried alive. That imagery in my mind tightens my lungs, and I take a deep breath. There's no demon here. You know that. They said, "I don't care what they said," Mike whines. "We're out of our league." Speaking of leagues, you'd step up to the majors with me if we got the call, wouldn't you? The call? I don't even know what that means. You've seen the insane amount of hits we've been getting. One of our friends watched our original video capture about 3 months ago, the one with the full-body apparition, and was so amazed that he said we'd be famous if we posted it online. It took a few weeks, but he was right. We're internet famous, at least. So far, a few 100,000 people have watched the evidence we've captured, and some nights I sit in front of my laptop refreshing the screen simply to watch the view count go higher. It's incredible that people are so into this stuff. Mike says, "Are you still posting those?" Why wouldn't I? People love them. Shit, man, I keep getting messages from total strangers asking when we're going to post the next one. Huh. No kidding. Mike thought we'd get a couple of views from friends and then disappear into the grave of long, dead videos. The same videos where a baby's trick isn't that impressive and cats that aren't cute enough go to die a digital death. Really, man, we might have something here. Meaning? I wish he could see my teasing smirk in the dark. I bend down in front of his night vision camera, the last piece of equipment with working batteries, and wink. I hope you're cool with it. Whenever you're tired of hoarding information, I'll be here trying to paranormally investigate, Mike yelps, and in the total darkness, I can hear his hands flailing at his face and neck. "Whoever's doing that," he says, "stop it." We're still pretty new to all of this, but from the research I've done, a lot of the respected paranormal investigators say that passing through spiritual energy can feel like walking into a spider's web. I remind Mike of this and tell him to relax, that maybe it's just trying to communicate. Mike shudders and says, "God, that's creepy." He tries to ask something else about my news, but gets interrupted. Behind us, a doorknob jiggles and screeches as if something is trying to sneak out of the empty closet. "Who's there?" I shout. "Who's in here with us?" Mike asks. It's a natural reaction. We both know that we're alone, or at least unaccompanied by people who are alive, because outside a chain-link fence that's 12 feet high, topped with razor wire, borders this abandoned asylum, and we have a handful of volunteer guards patrolling the exterior in return for a pizza and a six-pack. When the State Board of Regulations shut the asylum down back when Jimmy Carter was in office, the fence was left intact to keep out the homeless and other trespassers. A friend of mine, Jack Dunn, bought the place not too long after the events of September 11, 2001, about a year and a half ago. Really, he got it for pennies on the dollar because the former owners panicked that the states were going to be overrun by terrorists, so they sold everything they had and moved to the Caribbean. Jake bought it because he thought it would be a good place to hide out once Osama bin Laden got prepared to invade the outskirts of Portland, Oregon, here in the Pacific Northwest. Don't laugh. There are some incredible craft breweries back in the city. It would be a great place to set up your terrorist HQ. The fence didn't keep out the homeless or the hooligans, but Mike and I know we're in the clear tonight because Jake is outside with two of his buddies patrolling the perimeter, ensuring we get a clean investigation. After we showed him the tape of the apparition we caught, he begged us to come investigate his property. All he needed to say was, "There's some freaky stuff going on, Ford. I guarantee you'll catch something. You keep that shit up, you two are going to be on TV." This ultimately was what led me to post the video online where we captured a full-bodied apparition of a woman in a white nightgown, pleading for help. Plain as day, you can see her cautiously approach us and hold out her hands for a total of 5 seconds before her transparent body vanishes. Mike and I wait in silence for a few moments, scanning the room, giving our visitor a chance to communicate again. Mike finally breaks the quiet and says, "The silence commands you to speak, Fort Atticus Ford. Out with the news." "Yes, Your Majesty." I can't see it coming, but I feel a light punch on the shoulder. 2 days ago, I got this cryptic email from a woman named Carla. She said she'd seen our videos and wanted to talk to me. I figured she was just a reporter, maybe looking for a local story, you know. Anyway, she sets up a phone meeting, and we talked earlier today. Turns out, and you're not going to believe this, but she's a producer with the Paranormal Channel. "What? Seriously?" Mike's voice breaks in the middle of seriously, which makes him sound like he hit puberty yesterday. The closet's doorknob rattles violently, so aggressively, in fact, that it falls off and slams against the floor, sending us both retreating by a few feet. The room goes quiet. It feels like the skin-prickling energy, the buzz, has dissipated. It's almost normal in here now. Just two guys hanging out in the dark. No otherworldly company. Did it burn itself out? I've noticed this behavior before. Spirit, demon, supernatural entity, it doesn't matter what it is. It takes energy to manifest, and whomever was with us just now has used all that he had, and has left us behind for the time being, slipping back into his hazy limbo, caught in the netherworld until something comes along with enough juice to recharge him. Seems like this guy hasn't quite figured out yet that he can use the energy in our bodies after the batteries have been depleted. Which is entirely possible given that he was in an institution. He might not have the mental acuity to process the possibilities available to him. Mike says, "You feel it? The emptiness? That thing's gone, yeah?" "For now. And don't call him a thing. He had a body, same as we do. Except for the fact that I've never eaten a bucket of nails like it was a 3-piece from KFC. You know what I mean. Again, we go silent for a moment, waiting, watching, confirming that our ghostly pal had indeed gone back to the other side. We're in the clear, and Mike says, "So you're not full of shit? She's really from the Paranormal Channel? I thought all they showed was a bunch of crap about aliens and Sasquatch." "True, but they're branching out. She was telling me that they had this idea for a show that would be an hour-long collection of home videos. You know, evidence submitted by their viewers." "I'd watch that. And they want to use ours?" "More than that, amigo. They want to use us." "Like for an interview or what?" "Way, way more. Check this out. The producer's name is Carla Hancock. I looked her up on the internet thinking somebody was screwing with me. Anyway, she's legit and has a list of credits a mile long. Totally, absolutely, completely loved the evidence we captured. Said it was some of the best she'd ever seen. And get this, She said the video was fantastic, but what she dug more than anything was how we interacted, talking about how we had great chemistry, good banter.
And she got all of that from a 2-minute video?
I asked the same thing. Actually, the smell is really getting to me in here. Let's go take a breather. Entering the empty hall, we step out into the somewhat fresher air of the dilapidated asylum, where there's more ambient light provided by the moon. Our feet crunch on broken glass, shattered tile, and the remnants of fallen sheetrock. Out the broken window and a couple of stories below in the courtyard, I can see Jake sweeping a flashlight across his path. I tell Mike, Carla said she used to be in casting before she moved over to TPC and always had an excellent eye for a real connection between people. Sounds like she saw something in us that caught her attention. Whatever, long story short, she loved the clip and she wants us to dig up the scariest place we can find for an investigation.
Like your bedroom?
Hardy har har, but no. We come up with the scariest place we can find, and she'll bring a film crew up here for a test run. She's got some room in her budget to film a cheap pilot, and from what she says, she wants to blow it on us. Reality shows have low production costs, so it's perfect.
Wow.
It's not an excited sound. Mike crosses his arms, turns his eyes toward the moon. The way the window frames his silhouette, he looks like a single-pane drawing from a comic book.
I don't know, man. That's a big commitment, but...
I knew he would be hesitant, timid even, because Mike is a creature of habit. He likes things to stay the way they are. The right shoe always goes on first, that kind of thing. You don't have to answer now. Just take some time to think.
No, I'm in.
I pause, staring at him to make sure he's not screwing with me. Really? Just like that?
Yeah, at least the pilot. I've never been on TV before, so sure.
Awesome. I thought I'd have to beg you for weeks, dude. What made you... I pause mid-sentence, knowing exactly what the reason is. Tony, huh?
I got zero game with her. Maybe being a TV star will help.
I can't help chuckling. So you'll practically catapult yourself out of your comfort zone for a woman you've known for 2 weeks, but not me?
She's prettier, and a knockout 10 to my 5.
Fair enough. I clap him on the back, squeeze his shoulder. This could lead to something big, Mikey Mike. I'm getting good vibes already. I feel a knock against my thigh, glancing down in time to see a rock skittering across the cracked tiles. Something threw it at me, definitely. The hair on my arms prickles and stands at attention like trees in a haunted forest. A disembodied voice, deep and distant, says, "You will fall." Over a decade later, I have no doubt that something was trying to warn us, even back then. But how could we have known? Blind sight becomes hindsight. 1. Fort Atticus Ford. It's early in the morning, too early for normal, sane humans, when there's just enough light to see the world emerging. Born from night once again, rubbing the sleep from its eyes. I'm sitting out on the balcony of my rented condo here in Newport, Oregon. It's a coastal town roughly 2.5 hours southwest from my home in Portland. And the cool thing is, it's far enough away that I actually feel like I'm on vacation, yet close enough that I don't have to spend all day traveling to get somewhere. It's a distantly removed staycation, even though that term makes me gag a little. I like it here on the coast. It's where I come to pretend like I have a normal life that doesn't involve ghosts, demonic entities, lawsuits, cranky detectives, lawyers who may as well be demons, and responsibility. Here, the misty, rainy grays of the day feel like a comforting blanket to me. It's good napping weather. It smells like salt air and moss. Life feels slower, more measured. Other than sex and pizza, there's nothing better than wrapping a thick, fluffy blanket around your shoulders, plopping down into a cozy chair on a deck overlooking the mighty Pacific, and enjoying a lukewarm cup of coffee while the waves roll in. But I don't get to do that right now because I just finished reading an email from Jessie, my assistant in dry, sunny Albuquerque, with a subject line that reads in all caps, "OMG, Ford, coolest news ever." Except it's not. Not to me, anyway. The email, which contains the details of a press release from some company called Spirit World Productions, Inc., sits open on my screen. Apparently, I've agreed to participate in the filming of a controversial documentary, without signing anything official and especially without giving them my permission. If I could, I'd burn holes through the press release with giant, fiery bolts of white-hot flame from my eyeballs. Instead, I slam my laptop closed, stand up, and twist sideways like a discus-slinging Olympian, ready to hurl the damn thing off the balcony and down the cliff, all the way to the soaking wet sand below. Better judgment prevails because I have important stuff on here, and my therapist has suggested in the past that destroying inanimate objects is one of the least productive ways to manage difficult emotions. The biggest problem is, I don't know who to blame first. Should I blame myself for even hinting to my friend and former co-lead investigator Mike Long that I may even be slightly interested in doing a documentary about the case of little Chelsea Hopper when we were together last, after the Craghorn case in Hampton Roads? I said maybe. I absolutely did not agree to it. Not yet. Not in full. Or should I blame Mike himself because as sure as the sky is blue, he has to be the one who passed word along that I was interested? I just don't know. I can't believe that Mike would do that to me. He knew I needed to think about it. He understood that I was on the fence, that my feelings about Chelsea, her family, and the former Graveyard Classified producer Carla Hancock, who is mostly to blame for ruining the show's future, were difficult ones to reconcile. That whole situation is heavy, shadowy, and pregnant with nasty possibilities. We're talking like a moss green, covered in warts imp baby of nastiness. After Chelsea Hopper, who was 5 years old at the time, was attacked by a demon on our show on live television, Halloween night 2012, my world crumbled like a pack of ramen noodles under the heel of God. Although forgiving Carla would be mentally healthy because there's already enough darkness swimming around in my head, I don't think I'll ever find the strength or desire to absolve her for forcing that situation onto such a sweet, smiling, innocent girl. Nor myself for allowing it to happen while chasing glory and fame. So yeah, I digress. You can see that, in my life, guilt and blame fly around like glowing tracer bullets over Nam. But I'll need to make a few phone calls to find out where I should adjust my crosshairs for this particular occasion. Can you force someone to redact a press release? Probably. Should be simple enough to issue a correction, right? But the damage will be done. Even hinting at something like this will cause a hurricane of excitement on social media, which normally would be a good thing, except for the subject matter. After that shit in Norfolk, I'm worried about Chelsea and what might be coming if that demon is to be believed. It's the kind of thing that should be handled in private. Then again, Mike needs this to help his life heal just as much as I do, though for extremely different reasons. I blurt out a handful of curses, stopping short of shaking my fist at the sky like a crotchety old man, and carefully sit my laptop down on the balcony's small glass table. Behind me, I hear the tick-tick-tick of dog claws on concrete and turn to see my beloved canine buddy. Yuli has the only face in the world that I'd like to see at the moment. I brought him with me on this short getaway because I can't burden Melanie from wardrobe. Sorry, just Melanie, with another dog-sitting weekend. I can only pull water from that well so many times before I feel like I'm taking advantage of her generosity. As my ex-wife, she's more charitable than social customs typically dictate. Besides, it's when I'm traveling all across the U.S. that I really need her help. I should probably save my favor cards for when my next case pops up and a befuddled detective needs some paranormal help with an ongoing investigation 1,000 miles from here. Although I'm sure, to Melanie, keeping an eye on Yuli is considered more of a treat than a chore. I mean, honestly, he's the bestest doggy in the whole wide world. Don't tell him, though. It might go to his head. This dog, man. One ear that's constantly flopped over, big brown eyes, white fur around his muzzle that looks like a goatee. The cutest, most mischievous doggy grin that you've ever seen. Who wouldn't want to hang out with this guy? I left him on the loveseat earlier, legs twitching and upper lip curled, perhaps chasing a bevy of annoying seagulls in his dreams, and now, as he pads out onto the balcony with me, he looks up with a groggy expression, head cocked as if he's asking, "It's so early. What in the hell are you doing out here, Ford?" I drop down to one knee and cup my hands around the back of his head, running my thumbs across the inside of his ears. He loves this trick, his eyelids drooping in bliss, and it's great to see that he's back to his old self after my third investigation at the Hampstead farmhouse. Papa Joe is a dark, malevolent spirit that rolls in like a thick blanket of black clouds around your heart, and I'll admit that it wasn't the best idea to have that grumpy old bastard serve as Yuli's introduction to the world of paranormal investigations. And then I had to leave him for a few days and fly east over to the Hampton Roads area in coastal Virginia. That investigation did not have the results I expected. Once again, a spirit will likely change the direction of my life. It's no secret that ghosts affect my life more than humans, and yet, no matter how much I've been exposed to it, the thought is still strange to me. Back in Virginia, after my little tantrum in the investigation room, where I practically said, "Screw you guys, I'm going home," and stormed off like a kid on a playground, Detective Thomas was kind enough to send a copy of my audio files back to me when curiosity took over. I spent days reviewing them, staying up all hours of the night, pausing and rewinding, fighting goosebumps, chugging coffee and energy drinks while I sent Mike random caffeine-infused emails until he finally called and told me to take a break. "Ford, dude, chill out," he told me last week. "It was the same demon from the Hopper House, I get it. You don't need to convince me. What you need to do is drop the energy drinks down a notch or two and get a nap in, okay? And take Melanie to dinner. Get your mind off this for a while." You know, it seemed like good advice at the time. At least the part about backing off the energy drinks and getting some rest. What Mike didn't know, and what I hadn't told him yet, is that Melanie was seeing this guy Jeff from the morning news program where she did hair, makeup, and wardrobe. I'd discovered that little tidbit of shitty information when I went to pick Yuli up after the Virginia trip. Sad thing is, I learned it after I had made a jackass of myself by asking if I could take her to dinner. Maybe I looked like a jackass. Take it for what you will. She could have thought it was an innocent gesture, a quick thanks for watching Yuli. Who knows? The only thing I can say for certain is that I felt my hopes fizzle out like a week-old soda in a can, and I left her place that night with my tail tucked between my legs. Yuli had a sympathetic tail tuck as well, or it could have been that he was just sad to leave Melanie. Whatever. Doo-doo happens. I mention all that to say this. The trip over here to the Oregon coast was meant to get my mind off Melanie and how I screwed up our marriage. It was meant to give me some mental distance from Chelsea Hopper, her tormentor, and the mental hang-ups I have about doing a feature-length documentary on her story. Carla wants it for her career. Mike needs the money to heal his life and his marriage, as I've mentioned. What about me? That's easy. Redemption. Has been and always will be until I get some closure for myself, and for that sweetheart little girl. This trip is supposed to be relaxing. Instead, all it's done is give me more time to think about the crap I should be ignoring for a couple of weeks. My jaws hurt from clenching them so much. I need to be working. I need to be investigating. I need to find something to occupy my mind. That's exactly why I checked my email earlier. I couldn't sleep, so I left Yuli snoozing while I got up and came out to the balcony. I opened my email in hopes that Jessie had sent me a note with details about a job, any welcome distraction to get my focus elsewhere. Maybe there would be a request from that cop down in Baton Rouge. We left that case open a couple of months, and he was supposed to get in touch with me again if he wanted more help. And then, blammo. OMG, Ford, coolest news ever. The thought of it whips up another tornado of anger and nausea in my stomach. Damn it. I stand up, grunting as my knees crackle like bubble wrap. I'm getting older, and the sad thing is I'm probably on the back nine already, on the way down the slide, ready to become one of those who talk to me from the afterlife. The words of my therapist, and Melanie too, before we were divorced, crawl into my head.
You can't keep doing this to yourself. You know how you are. Bad news or moments of indecision, too much going on in your mind, they're not excuses to start feeling sorry for yourself. Listen to me, okay? It's life. It doesn't mean the universe hates Ford Atticus Ford.
Yeah, I get it, but damn if that fist-sized snowball doesn't turn into a massive boulder screaming down a hillside once it gets rolling. I lean on the balcony railing and feel flecks of rain pitter-pattering across my cheeks and forehead. Muley whimpers and grumbles when a seagull screeches by, sailing on the drizzle-soaked breeze. I have to find some work. I need to put my mind back in its happy place, and that means I need to go talk to some dead people. I'll sit back on the press release news. There's nothing I can do about it this very second anyway, and I expect my phone will be ringing and Mike will be on the caller ID before long. He'll either be apologizing or asking for forgiveness, or both, and there's no way I'm prepared to have a civil discussion with him. Right now, at this very moment, as I stand here in my pajama bottoms and a USC sweatshirt, the only question that remains is this: who should a guy talk to if he wants to dig up some trouble with the local ghosts? I've had cases handed to me for so long that I've forgotten what it's like to go out and search for them. I'm tired, though. I hear the siren call of my bed, but I know if I go snuggle in, I won't sleep. I'll just think everything I'm not doing at the moment to make the world a better place, one that's safer from the powerful right-handers who bear the torches for Satan himself. Yeah. Coffee first, then trouble. 2. Ford Atticus Ford. Her high heels are a shade of red that exists in nature, but only on the breast of some exotic bird in a South American jungle. That's the first thing I notice. First, the color of her pumps, and second, I'm wondering why someone is so dressed up at 7:30 in the morning, standing in line at a petite bakery that would fit inside my master bedroom closet back home. I'm not disrespecting Le Breadcrumb. They work magic with an oven and some dough, but damn, they are tiny. And the smell in here? If God has air freshener in heaven, I bet it's the same. Her appearance boggles the mind on a typical drizzly day here in Nye Beach. Sure, it's a bit artsy and more trend-ish than the rest of Newport, but this ain't Fifth Avenue. I'll admit, the pumps are sexy, and they seamlessly lead to a pronounced set of well-toned and well-tanned calves. I stop at the hem of her little black dress, which tightly comes to a screeching halt just above her knees, and not because I can't look any farther up, but because she catches me. I'm human. I'm male. Sue me. Besides, it's not often that you see such classy attire before the sun is barely up. One of these things is not like the other, right? I smile over the rim of my coffee, a bit sheepishly, because, yeah, I just got caught being a man. There's a distant sense of familiarity about her, too, like it would be okay to look because I know her. I'm sure I don't. 99%. I've been here a few days now. Have I maybe seen her at a restaurant? In the wine aisle at the grocery store up the street? She's bottle blonde with a shade of red lipstick that matches the pumps. Black-rimmed glasses, the nerdy, sexy kind, accentuate her cheekbones. Nothing about the whole ensemble is an accident. It's by design, and I can only think of a handful of reasons why she's here, dressed like that. 1, she's an escort on her way home. That's not why I would recognize her, by the way. Or 2, this is the walk of shame. Maybe she spent the night with some rich dude who owns an obnoxiously gargantuan oceanfront house, someone she met at a bar or an office party. Or, and God forbid the cliché, she's the personal assistant who slept with the boss and she's regretting every second of the hangover, both the moral aspects and the alcohol-induced ones. But who am I to judge? The point is, she's out of place, dressed like that here in this bakery, this early in the morning, and I noticed. She noticed me noticing. And now we're doing the subtle glance dance. Mostly because I'm sitting here with a half-eaten scone and a horrible cup of coffee, waiting on her to recognize me. I'm not being an egotistical jerk. Honest to God, it comes with the job description of a former television host of one of the most popular paranormal reality shows that has ever graced the small screen. Or any show, for that matter. Graveyard Classified was a juggernaut. And then that thing with Chelsea Hopper happened. And then it wasn't a juggernaut anymore. I have no qualms whatsoever about owning up to the fact that I went from A-list celebrity extraordinaire to D-list subterranean basement dweller who only gets invited to the big parties when someone is feeling nostalgic. My ego, my pride, they earned that for me, and I'm man enough to accept it. However, that doesn't stop me from enjoying the occasional interaction with a superfan, especially when they look like the exotic species now paying for her cranberry muffin, who then daintily picks up her coffee mug, that's been filled too full, and shuffles toward me with a smile bearing the brightest, whitest teeth I've ever seen. Really, they're like an exploding star. I can tell that it's hard for her to shuffle in those heels, so I get up, extend a hand for assistance, and pull out a chair. Because, obviously, she's coming to sit with me. And then she walks right past and says hello to the elderly woman at my 6. Ouch. Burn. My cheeks are on fire. The knife wound in my dignity is cavernous, and I'm left standing here with my coffee unfinished, my scone half-eaten, wiping my sweaty palms on my jeans, wondering if I should pretend like I was simply getting up to leave. That's the best exit strategy, the safest way to save myself from the moment. I can see Yuli outside, squinting against the drizzle blowing in his face as he sits patiently waiting for me to bring him one of the baked doggy treats that Le Breadcrumb is known for. Well, at least in the canine world, population Yuli. A hasty exit is the only salvageable way out of this, and the wailing screech of metal chair legs on a smooth concrete floor announces my escape to the entire bakery. Behind me, I hear a radio-smooth voice saying,
"Oh, hey, don't go."
I turn around and she's, boom, right there. I'm sorry, what? She sets her muffin down on my table, spills some of the too full coffee, and tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The diamond stud in her earlobe is roughly the size of a hailstone in midsummer Kansas, and I assume there's a matching one on the other side. She apologizes again and tells me,
"That was mean. I was just screwing with you."
"You were? I don't know what to say to this. It's fairly standard for fans of the show to stumble, fumble, trip, fall, and stutter their way into a greeting, asking for a photo with me or an autograph, whether I'm in line at Target or waiting to speak to a detective at a police station. The general population isn't secure enough to mess with me out in public. That's reserved for Mike Long, Melanie, and other close friends, my guarded circle of people who know the real me. The guy in a t-shirt and flip-flops, not the former enfant terrible of paranormal investigations.
"The almighty Ford Atticus Ford," she says, narrowing her eyelids. "You were checking me out."
Wow, the bravado on this one. No. Up close, her perfume dances among the luscious scents of scones, muffins, donuts, and brewing coffee, penetrating the moment I'm fumbling through. She smells like a candy store that also doubles as a florist. If it were possible, it's a scent I would love to taste.
"It's okay," she says. "I don't mind. Happens a bit in my line of work. Yours too, I would imagine."
Line of work? Her jaw drops in mock offense.
"You don't recognize me, do you?"
I squint at her, feigning recognition. Vaguely.
"Don't lie."
I'm not,
Whatevs, buddy. We've known each other for a long time, even though we've never officially met. I'm Lauren Coburn. Nice to finally meet you in person.
Oh my God. Lauren Coburn. I can't believe I didn't figure it out. Especially since she fucking eviscerated me on the Weekend Report, that entertainment show where they make fun of all the dumb things said on reality television each week. I used to love it and watched every chance I got, which usually meant a marathon morning in front of the TV on the rare day that we weren't traveling or filming. I haven't watched it since Graveyard got pulled, and not since she repeatedly flashed that single picture of me taken by Carla Hancock, where I'm looking over my shoulder, grinning nervously. A grin that was taken out of context by every media rep that showed it. It didn't help that you can also see Chelsea Hopper holding my hand, terrified and crying. Irony aside, that photo will fucking haunt me for the rest of my days. Those 30 seconds of the weekend report are burned into my memory. That image of me on the screen, appearing and then fading to black over and over with the overlaid soundtrack of a heartbeat thumping in rhythm. It stings. I can recite her words verbatim.
"Normally this show is all about the comedy," said her voiceover. "But today we're sad to announce the death knell for the almighty Ford Atticus Ford. You know him, you used to love him, though I wouldn't blame you for bringing out the pitchforks now. Little Chelsea Hopper attacked by a demon, and no, I'm not talking about that thing in the attic. Just look at him, the anger in his eyes, the vengeance that he seeks. For what? Why? What kind of monster could do such a thing to an innocent girl? I can tell you this, it takes the frozen heart of someone who's already dead inside to do that to a child. That horrible, rotting, pus-filled shell of a human being should have committed harakiri in Times Square before this ever became a possibility. So let me ask you this, has Ford Atticus Ford become the monster that he supposedly claims to hunt each week on Graveyard Classified? And if that's the case, does the real question become, should Ford have turned the cameraman on himself a long time ago? We've got the disturbing footage right after the break. You might want to put the kids to bed for this one, folks.
And why exactly didn't I recognize her if such an astronomically atrocious attack on my character is still zipping around my synapses? It's because, like Mike, she's dropped some weight, gotten a tan, gone through a complete makeover, and has pretty much transformed herself into a different human entirely. It's because she's smiling at me. It's because she's being nice to me. That is why I didn't recognize her. While Mike went through his transition, I'm assuming, in order to shed a layer that reminded him of anything having to do with me, it's likely that Lauren Coburn's producers had not so subtly suggested that she straighten herself out. I've been off the internet and away from social media for close to 2 years now, but I have been in line at a grocery store, and I've seen the tabloids. I specifically remember seeing her on the cover of Hollywood Watch List, wearing a gray one-piece swimsuit on a tropical beach somewhere, with some awful headline about how an elephant had escaped from the San Diego Zoo. I'll admit that I felt a wee bit of vindication. Okay, a whole lot of it. But that's just wrong, man. Okay, yeah, I chuckled. Poor thing. Poor her, poor me, whatever. Lauren holds her hand out to shake, and I let her get to where I can sense she's getting ready to pull it back. I do this on purpose, and then I grab it during the retreat, squeeze a little harder than you should with a lady. I make a theatrical show of wiping my hand on my shirt. Not down around my waist or indiscreetly on my side, no, nothing like that, but rather in full view across my chest. Petty? Yes. Childish? Yes. Do I care? Nah. The only thing I have to say to that is sometimes it's okay to indulge those tendencies. Staying young at heart doesn't always mean eating an ice cream cone or watching cartoons. Sometimes you have to let go of that inner animal, the one that's been molded and scarred by society, and relish in being the simplest of things, a whiny, foot-stomping brat. I tilt my head back a bit, which accentuates my flared nostrils and raised eyebrows. An angry, snorting bull I am, before I flop down into my chair, arms crossed, lips smashed together in an obvious edge-of-a-tantrum pouting position. Lauren appears amused and gestures to the seat opposite of me.
"May I sit?"
Be my guest, Coburn. I look away. Outside, Yulee remains tethered to the front porch's support beam, only now he's moved down to the microscopic strip of grass between the sidewalk and the street, where he investigates the rear of a friendly poodle being ushered along by an elderly couple. 2 minutes ago, I was daydreaming about doing the same thing to the woman sitting across from me until I found out who she was. What a world. I have absolutely no idea what to expect from this, and around someone like Lauren Coburn, anything I say can and will be used against me in the court of public opinion, so I reserve my right to remain silent. I want her to speak first. That way, I'll know how to proceed. Either Lauren has the same plan or she doesn't know what to expect either, because we sit in extended funeral parlor silence while she sips at her mug and pinches nibble-sized morsels off the bulbous muffin cap. In my peripheral vision, I catch the bakery clerk trying to sneak a picture of us with her iPhone. She forgets to turn off the flash, which gives her away immediately, and she apologizes with an embarrassed wave before scuttling behind the metal racks filled with the various loaves of bread that will be gone by 10 a.m. Lauren loses the battle of wills when she finally says,
I heard you might be filming a new documentary.
Damn it, word spreads fast. 3. Mike Long.
Daylight breaks on the horizon. The sun peeks up over the dividing line where green meets blue, and this coffee tastes like complete shit. Why, oh why, do I let Tony buy this stuff? Perhaps it's because she has my testicles poised above the coffee bean grinder and I have no true say in the matter. The beach house? Jesus, I don't know why we kept it. The cost definitely outweighs the benefits. Nah, that's bullshit. I can't even convince myself of that lie. This place is amazing. And that view? Would you just look at that view? Pinks, oranges, and yellows quiver along the underbellies of those fluffy, puffy clouds. Hot damn. Heaven on earth right here in North Carolina. It's warm out already. A nice breeze pushes the seagrass along in rivulets. Out there, maybe a couple of miles, a tanker is sailing northward, probably heading up into the Chesapeake Bay. It's a good life here. It really is. Or would be. Could be. Could be better if only Ford would stop waffling and say yes to the documentary. It's not a big deal. Chelsea's parents have already okayed it. They're exploiting their daughter more than we will. Let them have the guilty conscience. Ford, buddy, come on. We're trying to help her. And help ourselves, of course, for reasons so different you could drive a semi through the gap. I need the money. You need people to love you again. Well, I mean, like big-time love you. Not just the folks you meet at a deli or walking down the street. I know you need to sit on the couches of late-night shows and get invited to Eastwood's ranch. Not me. All I need is for Dayton and Ashley to look up to me again, and for Tony to chill the hell out. I'm trying, okay? Please just get off my ass. I can't make people take my ideas for a new series. I can't make people who sign the checks sign the fucking checks. Don't you get it? This is out of my control. I have no say in this whatsoever. None, and that's exactly why I had to go crawling back to Ford and beg him to do this. He's the talent. He's the show. He's Batman. I'm Robin. The almighty Ford Atticus Ford was the show. He was Graveyard Confidential all by himself. He was the gas, the engine, and the body of the Corvette. I was the can of soda in the cup holder. Maybe I had my own little cult following, but the spot cam girls were never going out of their way to send me naked pictures of themselves, no matter how much Ford tried to placate me. For God's sake, this coffee tastes like it's been filtered through desiccated dog turds. Desiccated. Word of the day right there. If Ford will just do the documentary, 2 weeks of shooting, we kick this demon's ass, and then we go home. Little bit of promo around Christmas during the release, sit through a few press junkets, and we're golden. I cash in on a few mil, and then I can disappear again. Maybe the kids will like me. Maybe Tony will stop looking at me the way she does. She doesn't even try to hide the disappointment anymore. Not even after I dropped the pounds. It was never about the fat, was it, Tony? Always the money. I dropped 73 pounds for you. The biceps, the pecs, the six-pack, the tan. I thought that's what you wanted, but no. The money. The stupid money. I wish I'd never said yes to Ford back at that asylum. You will fall. So many years later, and that continues to pop up in the back of my mind now and again. How did it know? Or did it? Could it have been talking about me tripping down the stairs later that night? And yet, here we are, Tony. Answer me this, sweetheart. When did dollar signs replace the love and affection? Was it after season 2, when the sponsorships really started rolling in? The shoes, the fast food joints, the online investment websites. Nobody at TPC headquarters had ever seen anything like it. Such amazing offers right up front for 2 goobers with a camera and some bad jokes. All we had to do was shill a product and the bank accounts would runneth over like that Jesus Cup thing. Those were the days, weren't they, Ford? Looks like the tide is heading out. Should I go to the gym today or take it easy? It's what, leg day? Don't be a cliche, Mike. Everybody loves skipping leg day. Up and at 'em, old boy. Get moving. To-do list. To do. Hit the gym, check in with Ford, then call Carla. Status update on the documentary. I should... Mike? Lost in the randomness of my own runaway thought train, I hadn't heard the patio door open, and Tony's voice scares the bejesus out of me. I jump, spin around to face her, and feel the lukewarm coffee splash on my toes. Oh, hey, you're up early. You didn't answer the phone. Hair mussed and sleepy-eyed, she still looks phenomenal in one of my t-shirts and nothing else. Obviously, I don't mind that she's never broken the habit of sleeping in the nude. Man's a man, am I right? And will only throw on a t-shirt to come downstairs if she thinks the kids might be awake. They're old enough to throw out a few jabs of gross mom and dad make her put some clothes on, but I chuckle and ignore them. It's one of the only awesome things left over from the good times. The other is her meatloaf. She mumbles something about the person on the phone. Who? I don't know who it is. Just come get the fucking thing. She beckons me over using the cordless house phone as a lure and doesn't step out onto the deck. What happened to us? Rhetorical question. She barely acknowledges me when I take it, and then I listen to her bare feet pad across the kitchen floor, around the corner, and her angry stomps fade away the further she gets up the stairs. No matter what's going on between us, that bare bottom remains a symbol of perfection, and I could chew it like bubble gum. Is that weird? Probably. Chances are high she doesn't love me anymore, but I'm still attracted to her. Blood through the veins and all. Hello, Mike speaking. I have no clue who this could be at 6:30 in the morning. Mr. Long? Yeah? Mike Long from Graveyard Classified? Yes, who is this? You don't know me, but... The voice is female. Little rougher, could have some age on it, like she's seen things. I'm thinking she could be in her mid-30s. Mystery lady says, God, I'm really sorry to bother you so early, but I haven't slept in days. And this is going to sound like I'm some crazy stalker, but you have your name listed in the phone book, and I was hoping you might be able to help. I told Tony to take our name out of the public phone book years ago. Years. She never would. For a while, she was caught up in her own peripheral fame, and having our name in the phone book meant that she could take calls and entertain reporters, sometimes even segueing that whole thing into articles about herself and the interior decorating business she used to own. She even got a few modeling gigs out of it. By the time the phone stopped ringing entirely, I had forgotten that we were publicly listed. And since Tony controls all the household bills and whatnot, I'm guessing she left it out there with wistful hopes on her mind. When you're in the twilight of fading fame, there's nothing worse than a silent phone. The woman apologizes again and sounds like she's going to hang up. It's okay, I tell her. I was already up, sunrise on the deck, bad coffee. I almost whisper those last 2 words. Tony is back in bed in the master bedroom directly above me where the humongous, large-paned windows overlook the Atlantic. But I'm worried she'll hear me criticizing her shopping choices. Yeah, it's that bad. I'd rather avoid the argument. Can I help you with something, miss? I leave the question dangling at the end of that sentence, prompting her to finally reveal a name. I'm Dakota Bailey. She reveals it in such a way that indicates I should know who she is simply by her name, but I should keep it a secret that Dakota Bailey is on the other end of the line. Are you kidding me? Oh, shit. No way. The Dakota Bailey? Seriously, Dakota Bailey? On my phone? For God's sake, Mike, reel it in. It's not like it's the president. Yeah, she says. That would be me. Dakota Bailey. The Dakota Bailey won the reality cooking competition Yes Chef 3 seasons in a row before she retired and went out on top. She's a miracle worker with a blank slate and a silver countertop covered with random ingredients. Give her 3 onions, a bowl of wild rice, some shrimp, sun-dried tomatoes, and a bucket of strawberry yogurt, and she'll whip up a dish that will blow the ever-loving socks off any celebrity judge sitting on the panel. Chicken cutlets, peanut butter, and a basket full of chocolate-covered walnuts, along with white cheddar and raisins. Strap on your seatbelts for the rocket ride of deliciousness. It was all mouth-watering from my side of the television. I never got to sit on the celebrity judge panel, though I tried my damnedest to get Carla to pull some strings back when Graveyard was the #1 show on Thursday nights. Never happened. My star wasn't bright enough. Ford could have gone if he had wanted to, but he wasn't a fan of the show. Sacrilege, I say. Dakota Bailey retired from Yes Chef about 5 years ago, and I lost my chance. Last I'd heard, she had taken her winnings and started some ridiculously upscale restaurant in New York City, and the reservation list was literally 2 years out. I adored her when she was on the show. It wasn't the same without her, so I stopped watching a couple years back, and she sort of fell out of my memory. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet here she is now on the other end of the phone. Dakota freaking Bailey. Now I know what people feel like when they see Ford walking down the street. Total fanboy moment right here. I take a breath, or, 6 deep ones to calm myself down. This takes so long that I hear Dakota say, "Mr. Long, are you there?" Yeah, I am. Sorry about that. It's just that you're Dakota Bailey. And you're Mike Long. I am indeed. Just Mike. You were my favorite part of Graveyard. I'm sure Ford's a great guy off camera, but, you always had the cool gadgets. That's nice to hear, even if it's a little white lie. I'll take it. Thanks, I appreciate it. This feels a bit like we're both stroking each other's ego at some schmaltzy cocktail party until I remember that she sort of called me in a panic at 6:30 in the morning. So, you needed some help with things or whatever? I'm aware of how fumbling and awkward I sound, but the words are tripping out of my mouth because I'm talking to Dakota freaking Bailey. Are you still investigating? Her tone is full of hope. Off and on, yeah. I do some local things around Kitty Hawk for charity organizations. Events like that once in a while. And believe it or not, last month I actually helped Ford with a pretty insane investigation up in Virginia Beach. I'm trying to get him to do... I have to interrupt myself right there. Unofficially, I'm rambling like a fool. Officially, I'm bound by a non-disclosure agreement and don't have the privileges to talk about the documentary until Carla and her team send out the press release. I'm told that's any day now. And by any day, it means whenever one of us is able to coerce my former partner into signing the contract. Ford and I haven't spoken in a couple of days, not since I told him to chill the hell out and go take a break, but as of yesterday, Carla insisted that he had his fingers wrapped around the pen and was hovering over the dotted line. I'm trying to get him to come help me down here once in a while, but you know Ford, always the busy man in the room. That's nice, Dakota says. Her end of the line goes silent, and I patiently wait on her to continue. Otherwise, I might begin blabbing about how amazing she was in her 3rd season and how she managed to pull off that incredible win over the guy with the dreadlocks. I can't remember his name. Nobody remembers 2nd place. Dakota's raspberry steak parfait must have been out of this world on that final episode. Her voice is hushed when she speaks again. Sorry, thought I heard something. The words quiver across her lips. Are you okay? No, God, no, not at all. Her breathing intensifies. It sounds like she's speed walking. Give me a sec. Moving to another room. Hey, everything all right? Do I need to call the cops? Please don't. I can't. This can't get out to the media. No reporters, no Twitter, nothing, okay? Please?
Absolutely, of course. Anything for you, Dakota Bailey. Wow.
Not a word?
On my honor.
I'm just down the beach from you, about half a mile.
Really? This is a mind-blowing fact which sends me instantly daydreaming about walking down Beachfront Avenue, carrying a bottle of my best red wine and spending the evening with her while she cooks Tony, the kids, and me some of the most delectable food we've ever tasted. Then I allow myself to be evil for a second and wonder if it's necessary for my family to be there too. Dakota Bailey and I alone in a kitchen. Dakota says,
Okay, I think I'm good. I don't know how familiar you are with all the neighbors.
Not much, at least not that far down.
I bought this house about a month ago. White with dark blue shutters. You know the one?
Didn't the guy who owned it sell all of his internet companies and buy his own island? Crazy money. You like it there? I realize this is sort of a bullshit throwaway small talk question because something has to be wrong since she's calling me before the sun is fully over the horizon.
This place is haunted, Mr. Long.
Her voice is muffled, like she's holding her hand over her mouth, trying to say something without being heard. If it really is haunted, keeping her voice low won't matter.
I've hardly slept in 3 days, but I refuse to give this place up. It's a long story. Is there any chance you could come check things out for me? Or, if you can, maybe get rid of whatever is here? I don't know if you can actually do anything about it. I swear on my mother's grave there is something evil in this house, and I can pay you whatever you want. Oh, God, no! There it is! Get away from me! Don't touch me, Mike, can you come now, please?
Click. I had already decided that I would be helping Dakota freaking Bailey, no question about it. But after hearing that, and before I have time to grab any of my paranormal investigation equipment, I'm down the wooden stairs and sprinting south along the sand, cordless phone still clenched in my fist. The sound of true terror in a person's voice is unmistakable. 4. Ford Atticus Ford. The hell are you doing here, Coburn? Are you following me? Her thrust, my parry. It's the only defense I could come up with because I'm for damn sure not ready to say a single word about that documentary, much less to this woman with a mouth like a bullhorn on steroids.
Sheesh, enough with the hostility. 1, that was a long time ago. 2, you earned it. And 3, you admitted that you deserved it. I'm not going to backtrack on something you've already publicly apologized for. Just accept it and move on.
No. Yeah, I'm pouting. So what? She takes a sip of her coffee. Her exquisitely manicured nails match the color of her pumps.
Grow up, Ford, and no, I'm not following you. If I were, you wouldn't know it.
Bullshit. Lauren leans back in her chair, one arm propped on the backrest, nonchalant, confident in her smugness.
The press release hit early this morning, and I shit you not, absolute truth, one of my producers sent me a text right before I walked through the door. And woo-hoo, wonder of all wonders, wouldn't you know it, here you are. The stars aligned. Like, literally.
Look at that self-righteous smile. She's proud of her pun. To be perfectly frank, it was a good one, and I'd congratulate her if I didn't want to take the remainder of my scone and smash it all over her face. So you just happened to be here, in Nye Beach of all places, dressed like you're ready to walk down the red carpet? Lauren lifts one shoulder in a pronounced meh gesture.
Local morning show wanted to do a profile on me. Been up since 4:30, and let me tell you something, it's not easy to look like this before the sun is up.
She's not forgiven, by any means. But now I'm slightly intrigued. You came here? What was it? Like one of the public broadcast things filmed on a cheap set? Couple of thrift store love seats and a coffee table?
That's the one.
She crosses her arms, leans up on her elbows.
Only it's a legit station and not Wayne and Garth's basement.
Interesting.
How's that?
I thought that would be beneath you at this point.
I grew up around here, just over the hill and past that little Irish pub.
I thought you spawned somewhere."
Funny.
But it wasn't. Her smirks emotes sticks and stones, dickhead. The pause in the conversation gets 9 months pregnant, and I have no idea where to go from here. So I occupy my hands and mouth with my coffee mug. I check on Yulie to see that he's curled up on the porch, shivering a little. I feel bad for the guy. It's chilly out there. It's chilly in here, too, but for different reasons.
So,
Lauren finally says, drumming those pristine nails on the tabletop. So, I nod in that uncomfortable way that indicates I have reached the limit of things I can or want to say to this woman. She's right, you know. I did publicly apologize, profusely and profoundly, for what happened on that Halloween night over 2 years ago. Like I said, I earned the public's scrutiny, and I'm trying my hardest to get some payback for Chelsea and for my reputation. And yet, that doesn't mean I have to become instant chums with someone who openly called for me to commit harakiri in the middle of Times Square. Her words exactly. She was brutal. And now she thinks I'm simply going to pretend that the water under the bridge isn't highly flammable gasoline? As if. Or maybe not. Hell if I know. Do I have the energy to fight her? My therapist would tell me it's healthy, this forgiveness thing, and that I should sit down with a pen and a sheet of paper and write a lengthy letter to Miss Lauren Coburn. I should tell her that I've forgiven her, that I understand why she did it. She had ratings to worry about. She had a team of writers feeding her lines, and I should let her know that I understand how influential a motivated producer can be, because I had gone through that myself with Carla Hancock. This scampers around in my mind while she takes another dainty bite of her muffin top, which is likely in direct violation of her personal trainer's orders to prevent a different type of muffin top, and I assume that she's desperately trying to savor this dietary break.
"You want an apology, Ford? I'll give you an apology," she says. "I'm sorry. There. But we both know what this business is like. Obligations. Ratings."
You gutted me, I tell her. You were like Quentin Tarantino with your wordy violence. Here's you, and here's me. I accompany the last 5 words with a pantomimed stabbing motion, then imitate a glorified blood splatter.
"Don't be such a drama queen. It's beneath you."
I thought we had a thing.
"Meaning?"
We'd joked around on Twitter. You had reposted some of my crap on Facebook to your fan page. Then I pretend like I'm jabbing a knife into my heart, and then I fake a quick death by slumping over in my chair.
"Are we playing charades? 2 words. Sounds like giant pansy."
I'm just saying you could have dialed it back a little.
"Oh, please. It's all part of the game."
I guess I thought we were buds. Same team, fame team, you know?
In this business, we're all playing solitaire. You know that. Regardless, she says, pinching off one last nibble of the cranberry muffin before she slides it across the table. Roughly 1/10 of it is gone. That's dedication. I'll give her that much. She continues. "I really am sorry. To a point. We all play solitaire and we all dig our own graves in this business. I know you got caught up in the moment, and shit happens."
Yeah. I have no argument. I pick up the remnants of her muffin and take a bite. It's a hell of a lot better than the dry hardtack of a scone I'd been trying to suffer through. I tell her. That still doesn't change the fact that I'm not saying a word about the documentary. If you'll pardon the pun, the graveyard is classified.
"Wah, wah, wah," she says, imitating the bad joke horn from ancient cartoons. "Very funny."
I'm serious, Coburn. Not a word. I don't know why, but I feel like giving her something. A little tidbit, just enough to sweeten the tea, because maybe, just maybe, if I ever get back in the spotlight, she'll remember I was nice to her once. I wiped the muffin crumbs from my hands. How about this? I'll give you a little nugget, which is 100% off the record. Got me? Lauren locks her lips with an invisible key. The only thing I'll say is that whoever put out that press release is screwed because I haven't even agreed to the documentary yet. No fancy pens, no dotted lines, not even verbally. I'm trying to decide how I want to approach it.
Holy shit, are you for real? They released the news without formalizing it first? Are they mental?
Still off the record, okay? She nods. Wild guess says that Carla Hancock realizes that I wouldn't mind getting back on camera, and this is her way of, dangling the carrot. Something I can't resist. Baiting me.
I assume you're going to do something about it.
That's the thing, I don't know. Ask for a retraction? File a lawsuit? Should I go ahead with the filming and earn a few million? It's all up in the air, and I'm not even sure I want to do it. Anyway, I've said enough. There's your nugget. She may be the host of a reality television review show, but before that she was a stand-up comedian, and before that she was a reporter for a mid-sized station down in L.A. Those old journalistic tendencies are crawling out from where she buried them long ago. I can see the curiosity and the excitement in the way she subconsciously licks those fabulous red lips and lowers her voice.
Do you think Mike Long did it? Last time I checked up on him, he was offering to sell whatever soul he had left to the highest bidder. Lots of rumors about his financial situation going around. Maybe he gave the okay to leak it since he'd stand to gain the most.
No comment. I pick up the remains of her cranberry muffin and take a large bite as if having a full mouth will block any future words.
It wouldn't surprise me if Carla did it. Some scummy shit like that has her name written all over it.
I push my coffee away and pick up my worn paperback copy of a Carter Kane novel that I've read at least 7 times. No comment.
Come on, Ford. Give me a little. Friend to friend.
If I had any liquid in my mouth, I'm sure I would have comically spewed it all over her face because it's such a ridiculous suggestion. Friend to friend. You're kidding me, right?
At least tell me something juicy.
I gave you a nugget, and that's it, Coburn. No more, no way.
Something behind the scenes. Something that our readers can really chew on. I mean, come on, this is gold. I can get you exposure. We can blow this up, the whole thing. I can help you go public with the fact that they're trying to railroad you into this. It'll be huge.
I stand up from the small table and wince when the metal chair legs screech across the slick concrete flooring. Can't a guy make a dramatic exit without the embarrassing side effects? I tell Lauren, nope, not a chance.
Please?
I'm not going to just hand you higher ratings. Apology accepted, yeah, but that doesn't wash away all your sins, and I'll be damned if I do you any favors. Get off my case, get away from me, and take those god-awful heels back to L.A. They don't go with that dress. You look like a hooker that's trying too hard. Cheap shot? Yep. Damn straight. Felt good, too. But really, they don't go with the dress. That's no joke. The color scheme is way off. I think that's the end of it. Turn out the lights, party's over, nail in the coffin, put the baby to bed, use whatever axiom you can come up with to say that I just ended the conversation on a walk-off homer in the bottom of the 9th. I couldn't be any more wrong. I only make it about 20 yards down the sidewalk with Yulee trotting happily beside me while he licks the remainder of his dog treat from his chops before I hear the distinct click-clack of platform pumps on a sidewalk.
Ford,
Lauren calls after me. Fed up, rolling my eyes, I turn just in time to see her twist an ankle on the curb and go down in a mass of blonde locks, exotic bird colors, and a couple of well-placed expletives. She whimpers a bit, grits her teeth, and puts a hand around her ankle as she rolls up to her butt. Legs splayed out, she doesn't appear to care that she's showing off panties that, you guessed it, match the heels, the fingernail polish, and the lipstick. Talk about coordination. Jesus, I can barely find matching socks each day. I retrace my steps and reach down to help her up. Yulee, friend to everyone, gives a few sloppy licks to her shin. I tug on his leash when that pink, slobbery tongue goes for her face. She's laughing, but clearly in pain, and takes the hand I offer. She curses again on the way up. The platform pumps come off and she limps over to the nearest street-side trash can and slings them in.
"You were right," she says. "I hated those damn things, but my stylist says I'm a summer."
A what?
Never mind.
The coastal rain has picked up, increasing steadily from a petite shower to plump drops, and Lauren isn't wearing a jacket. Plus, she's now standing in a puddle. Mentioning the color of her toenail polish might be overkill. Needless to say, it matches. "Here," I say, wriggling out of my windbreaker. "Take this."
"I'm fine."
"Take it." Lauren sighs and drapes it across her shoulders without putting her arms through. Her left ankle is already swelling, and I'm sure the blues and purples aren't far behind. "You need to get that looked at."
"Later."
"Suit yourself. Keep the jacket if you want." That's my singular moment of playing nice because I can't be absolutely certain that she didn't construct the damsel in distress moment to manipulate me. Talk about dedication to the craft. She's hardcore, sacrificing an ankle like that. I back away, and before I can leave her standing, she reaches out with a hand and steps closer.
"Wait. Talk to me."
"Forget it."
"The show went over the top. I know we did. Let me make it up to you."
"No, Coburn. Go back to L.A. I'm on the move again, Yulee trotting beside me, oblivious to the drama and happily wagging his tail.
"We can make a deal, okay? Give me inside access while you're filming. Give me the first look and we'll push the hell out of the documentary for you. Nothing but good things. Millions of fans, Ford. You'll have people camping out for tickets."
Conversation over. Don't you get it? I spin to face her violently enough that it spooks Yulee, and he takes a couple of hesitant steps to the side. "I have nothing else to say to you, and I've already told you too much. You said it yourself. I know how this game works, and I can't trust a damn word that comes out of your mouth. You want a quote? You want something you can take back to your producers, huh? Then listen to me now. I screwed up. I know I did, and I regret it every single waking moment of my life. I eat, sleep, and dream about screwing up with Chelsea Hopper in front of millions of people. Yes, I earned that shame. Yes, I earned that punishment. But let me tell you this, goddammit, that thing that attacked her, that demon, it doesn't deserve to win. It's not going to win. Everything I have done over the past 2 years since that night has been to make my soul right with the world. Yeah, I could use a little redemption. Maybe that's selfish. Maybe part of that is about me, but I have to do that to get through the rest of the days I have left. So I don't care what you think. I don't care what your producers think. I don't care what the rest of the world thinks. If I do decide to do that documentary, if I do decide to get back into the spotlight and take that demon down, it won't be because Mike Long or Carla Hancock or you or anyone else talked me into it. It'll be because Chelsea deserves some peace. And just like I earned my shame, I'm going to earn my redemption. It'll be because I worked hard and absolutely not because of exploiting that little girl's story again to get it. I march away, leaving Lauren Coburn behind in the downpour, regretting everything I just said. Sure as shit, the only thing she'll take out of that entire tirade is me saying, "I deserve it." That'll be the lead story. That'll be the quote across the top of every tabloid tomorrow morning. I don't turn around. Yulee does. He whimpers like he knows something. 5. Mike Long.
I find Dakota Bailey standing at the bottom of her beachside steps, feet buried in the sand, arms crossed and shaking as she stares up at the large white mansion in front of her. A home. A prison. Ford was always distrustful of houses, haunted or not, until he'd gotten to know the rhythm of one. It used to bug the shit out of me, like how back during the glory years of Graveyard Classified, he'd insist on arriving at our next shoot at least 3 or 4 days ahead of time so that he could familiarize himself with the place we were investigating.
Sort of like how you gingerly dip a foot in water, no matter what the temperature, until you get used to it. He never seemed to care that I had a growing family to consider, and all those extra days on the road had deepened the divide between my wife, my children, and me. Safety first, he'd say. It's for your own good, dude. We don't trust a place until we do, remember? Ford, Atticus Ford. Always right, always wrong. I wonder what he would do if he were here right now. Probably try to hit on Dakota. I can't say I'd blame him. Disregarding the situation, somewhere down inside my mind where instinct, hormones, and the desire to procreate with the best of the species intersect, my lizard brain takes over while I take her in. Briefly, I'm overwhelmed by the sheer celebrityness of her, and then I glance down at her toned and tanned legs in a pair of salmon-pink yoga shorts, tracing my eyes up to a matching sports bra. She looks exactly like she did on the show. Long, lean, beautiful, and ready to run a marathon, which is exactly how she stays so thin, even after working in a kitchen and being around all that delicious food day after day. I remember that from the show specifically. She's a runner, Boston and New York marathons each year. They did a profile piece during her second season showing how she had qualified for the main Ironman triathlon in Hawaii. Amazing. There's her kind of in shape, and then my kind, which is why I huff and puff up beside her. I dropped the extra pounds. I've defined a muscle or 12, but my cardio sucks. She's so focused on the menacing house that she doesn't hear or see me coming, and then emits a shrill yelp when I say, "Dakota?"
"Oh shit, you scared me," she says, putting a hand up to her forehead.
She keeps it there, forming a shield over her eyes as she turns toward the rising sun. The smile is forced. I can tell that easily because her bottom lip subtly vibrates.
"You got here fast?"
I salute her and hold on to my bravado and pride for about 3 seconds before I double over, trying to deeply inhale my way back to a natural breathing pattern. You okay? On the phone, it sounded like..."
"For now, at least."
She puts a hand on my back, pats me.
"Hey, raise up straight. You'll never get a good breath like that. Take it in deep, from here,"
she says, poking at the center of my abdomen. I obey the orders, remembering that it'll open up my lungs if I put my hands behind my head. The cordless phone that I managed to haul with me goes into a thigh pocket of my cargo shorts, and I stand there, grimacing. "You saw something in there?" Dakota squints up at the house, hands on her hips. Her hair is back in a ponytail, minus a few loose strands that flail in the breeze like the beach grass beside us. A seagull squawks, swoops over the roof, and is gone. Low waves crash once, twice, 3 times, and then slide back into the ocean before she finally speaks.
"I'm almost scared to even talk about it, Mr. Long."
"Just Mike?" I want her to have that level of familiarity with me. I want to be just Mike to Dakota freaking Bailey.
"Yeah,"
she says, as if it's not really registering.
"Mike."
My name sounds fantastic coming out of her mouth, like honey on a... Dude, stop. She's scared. She's vulnerable. She called you for help. Go away, lizard brain. Business. Professional. Dakota Bailey needs you. Right? It feels good to be needed, if only from a distance by someone who is officially a stranger. I haven't felt that in so long. Tony needs me to hang a heavy picture frame or to change the oil on her car, or to take the kids to school when she has a spa appointment early in the morning. Those are chores, not needs, mind you. It's different. Feeling like a horny old man, even though we're not too far apart in age, I take one last look for a mental snapshot, then tuck my bestial instincts back down into the recesses of my mind. Time for business. Yards away up those rickety wooden steps, then through the double doors bordered by 2 massive bay windows. There's trouble. What kind and how strong remains to be seen. "What's up there?" I ask. Full-bodied apparition, black, swirling mass. When she opens her eyes wide in agreement, nodding, I notice that they're the color of a robin's egg. They glow like a neon sign. They're mesmerizing.
"That's it," she says, voice cracking. "How did you know?"
Standard stuff for someone who sounded as scared as you did. And you were trying to communicate with it, so yeah, I figured it had to be something loosely tangible. She holds her hands up.
"Remember how that kid from the Peanuts always had a black cloud hanging over his head? No, wait, even better. On that show Lost, they had that black swirling mass that tore things up in the jungle. It reminds me of that thing, only smaller, like a baby-sized version of that thing."
Does it feel threatening?
"Like it'll hurt me?"
Yeah.
"It hasn't yet. Whatever it is, it's terrifying."
I'm sure it is. She holds her question in for a beat, then asks me,
"You've seen things like that before, right?"
It's saturated with hope. A plea. All the time. I could count off 15 of them right now. I try to slip into professional mode the way Ford used to do during client interviews. He was always so smooth about that aspect. He'll claim he's not that much of a people person when the cameras aren't tuned on him, but I think that's just an excuse to be an asshole whenever he feels like it. He'd schmooze the clients for the camera while I dutifully stood there taking notes and nodding my head. Later, while Ford would be off somewhere making a van rock with Melanie, back before they were married for a short while, or when he was with another crew member while he was still married to her, I would be busting my ass to get the equipment set up along with the rest of the crew. That was good for me. All the hands-on jobs. They kept me focused and into it. I ripped through a round of questions for Dakota, trying my best to remember what Ford would ask during each episode. You would think that stuff would be carved into my memory like Moses with a sharp chisel. Instead, for a couple of years, I blocked out a lot of those memories on purpose. Less anger that way. Rather than dwelling on how Ford and Carla ruined everything for the rest of us, I focused on going to the gym where I lifted heavy things and put them down again and again. The repetition, the effort, they were my therapy. Dakota tells me that she bought the house and moved down here for a while because she had been through an atrocious breakup that cast a fat black cloud over every aspect of her life. She lost interest in everything. In addition to the breakup, the hustle of New York City and the crazy, suffocating energy of her crowded, humming restaurant had become overwhelming. Any time she had tried to get creative with new dishes, they sucked donkey balls. Her words, exactly, and for months they were uninspired and lackluster. A handful of bad reviews had hurt the restaurant's numbers and her pride. She needed out for a while, at least until the city concrete no longer felt like quicksand.
"I didn't quit," she says. "But I handed my spatula over to my sous chef, told her the ship was hers and that I'd be back one of these days. I thought my investors would flip their minds."
Did they? I ask.
"Nope. With the slop I've been serving for 6 months, I think they were relieved. I had to get away, so I bought this place and ran. The whole thing was sort of like my eat, pray, love moment. I needed a break from life, and I needed to rediscover myself."
You just didn't expect to do it with an angry ghost around.
"Not in the slightest. Don't real estate agents have to disclose stuff like that?"
If they aren't required to, then they damn well should be, huh?
Would have saved me some sleep, that's for sure.
It's nice to see her smile while she examines her toes and wiggles them in the sand. There's no polish on them, and in fact, her feet look fairly rough, bruised with broken blisters. I guess marathons will do that to an otherwise perfect example of lean perfection. Mike, stop. Professional courtesy, please. After another short round of data-gathering questions, like when she first saw it, had it ever taken on a human form, had there been any sort of poltergeist activity, or was it just the black mass, and blah, blah. I also ask her why she hasn't left yet, then take a tangential turn before I give her a chance to answer. That was always one of the top questions from our graveyard audience. People wanted to know why on God's green earth some of our clients, the people on the show, why they would continue to stay in a place that was so unbelievably terrifying. Simple answer, though. Not enough money to move, no family nearby. Maybe they can't transfer jobs or just had other obligations, you see. The easiest response is that they didn't have a choice. You do. You've got the money, the freedom. So why stay? Dakota points at her house and says,
Because I wanted to beat it.
Like how? By yourself?
I know it sounds ridiculous and dangerous, but I didn't want to run from anything else. I was sick of myself. I was sick of losing at life. I was a winner for so long, and then I just wasn't anymore. That's a hard pill to swallow.
She looks away, flips a broken seashell over using her big toe.
Sorry, you don't need to hear all that.
Oh, but I want to. She continues.
Honestly, when I left New York, I felt like a coward, like I'd deserted all the people who were counting on me in so many different ways. Does that make sense?
Of course.
And then everybody says to pick your battles, and after all the shit that I had been through, I picked the wrong damn one, you know? What in the hell was I thinking? Fight a ghost? Are you kidding me?
I think you did the right thing. You may not have beaten it or even had the proper tools to beat it, but you tried. At least you weren't completely living in fear like so many others I've seen.
Not exactly. I tried to fight it. I yelled for it to get out of my house. I burned incense. I had a Lutheran pastor come by and say some prayers. I carried a cross around with me. All that stuff, but I was still scared out of my mind. At first, it only showed up every 3 or 4 days, just enough to make me think it was gone. Finally, peace and quiet. Hallelujah! Sure enough, I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see it floating over my head like it was watching me. Do you know how creepy that is?
Another day on the job, ma'am. She scoffs at herself.
Dumb question.
I'll forgive you this time. She smiles through her embarrassment and says,
You know what I did? I bought the boxed set of your show, all 10 seasons, thinking I might get some pointers.
I can't resist smirking. I know how goddamn scary Graveyard could be. Even having lived it, there have been times when I'll catch myself watching an old rerun late at night on the Paranormal Channel. I'll say this for Carla Hancock and her team. They were a talented group of people, capable of making something as innocuous as a haunted ice cream parlor seem like it's an open gate to hell. I asked Dakota, and how'd that work out for you?
Don't laugh. I was trying to learn.
Did you?
I made it through the whole set. On the finale of whatever season it was, you guys were down in that abandoned subway tunnel. So freaky. I don't know how you did that.
Practice.
I did pick up a couple of tips, and watching your show scared me so much, I'm sure all that negative energy made it stronger. Gave it some juice, something. After that, it got worse. Started showing up every day, keeping me awake at all hours. Totally miserable. I hit my breaking point and finally called you.
You did the right thing. We'll figure it out. Dakota says,
I really don't want to go back inside.
I take another look up at her oceanfront mansion. It looks friendly. It looks like someone's dream home. The graying, sagging wooden stairs could use some work, but the rest looks like it's worth the many millions she paid for it. The only problem is there's an uninvited guest. A dead one. 6. Ford Atticus Ford. What a day already. The press release. Lauren Coburn. And it's not even 8 o'clock. I absolutely can't concentrate on anything else. Before I left for the bakery this morning, my sole intention was to find some work and get my mind off Chelsea, the demon, and that ridiculous documentary. All I wanted to do was grab a stupid scone, come back here, and then gorge myself on it while sifting through my messages, hoping Jesse had missed something important. He gets lazy sometimes, and I've seen an email or two slip by that should have been answered, but he works for sweatshop wages simply for the privilege of saying he's employed by Ford Atticus Ford, and I'm cool with that. Scone, email, work. That was the plan. Then she showed up and ruined everything. I have to go for a run. Next to delicious baked goods, that's the best therapy. After all, according to Yulie, I am he who takes me for a run sometimes. So, with my trainers on, shorts, a sweatshirt with a pouch on the front, and absent my favorite windbreaker because I gave the damn thing to Lauren, I trot down the rented condo stairs and into the rain. Yulee, thoroughly thrilled that we're once again outside, recognizes where we're going. As soon as we round the corner, he's barreling down the sidewalk and gallops out onto the sand, tongue wagging and grinning in doggy bliss. I do the same, stopping short of letting my tongue hang out. I don't run as often as I used to. Still, this is a happy place that I can always come back to. Usually. It's peaceful, putting one foot in front of the other, until I settle into a steady rhythm and the morning's events creep into my daydreams. In order to push them away, I pick up the pace and run harder, focusing harder on proper breathing, and it's enough to push the bullshit to the back of my mind. Yulee tags along with an effortless trot, and thankfully the weather is bad enough that we have the beach entirely to ourselves. I don't have to worry about snapping his leash onto his collar if another dog or beachgoer comes along. We're nuts to be out here anyway, and I'm sure that tourists and homeowners on the eastern cliff above us are wondering who the idiot might be that's down there running in this nonsense. The almighty Ford Atticus Ford, that's who. The big dummy. Those people in my imagination, they're right. This is ridiculous. I'm only a couple of miles in before I pull the mental plug. Yulee, let's go, bud. I whistle sharply to get his attention, rescuing some poor sand crab from Yulee's snout. Without delay, he sprints after me, and after a couple of loping gallops, he's out front, leading the charge. I don't feel like going back to the condo just yet. A 15-minute run, if that, wasn't enough to burn through my agitated energy, and I'm certainly not looking forward to making any profanity-laden phone calls. Matter of fact, I've yet to figure out why Mike hasn't called to talk to me about it. I imagine Carla's sitting in her Malibu home sipping a Mai Tai and congratulating herself. She doesn't have my new number anyway. Regardless, I would have expected somebody to call, somebody other than Lauren Coburn, to ring me up and ask me what the hell was going on. I climb the hill, stepping over the street runoff that's rushing past like the mighty Mississippi, while Yulee stops to take a drink. I try to remind him that it's gross water, full of oil, seagull shit, and God knows what else, but it falls on deaf doggy ears. He regularly licks his own butt, so whatever. You're not kissing me with that mouth later, I can tell you that much. He ignores me. Figures. I spend the next 2 hours along all the little shops and cafes, drinking too much free coffee because people recognize me and want to give me something in return for gracing their place of business. It's times like this that I enjoy the fame that hasn't quite faded yet, but it's hell on the bladder and the nervous system. I'm shaking like a chihuahua on a methamphetamine IV drip. I have to find a bathroom, so I duck into this fantastic little bookstore on Grover Street. I did an impromptu autograph session here once for the owners, Bob and Betty, and we always catch up whenever I'm in town. However, I see no sign of them today. The shop is manned by their son, Dave, I think his name is, and no matter how many times he's seen me here, he flips out like I'm Tom Cruise walking in the door. "Dude," he says, stretching the word out from miles. Dave is a middle-aged hippie who would better serve humanity by staying on a perpetual tour with the Grateful Dead or Fish. Yet here he is, holding a stack of books in one arm and tucking his smoldering joint behind his ear with the other. Smoke wafts up, and I hold my breath, waiting for that shaggy, curly hair to burst into flames. Holding down the fort, Dave? "Ford Atticus Ford, my man. First Lauren Coburn and now you. What a day, what a day. Celebrity Central up in this place." Shit. Lauren Coburn was here? I fire off a quick prayer that she'd just picked up some books for the road. "Yeah, man. Beautiful lady, inside and out. You know her? She said she was in town for a few days, needed something to read to her blind grandmother." Damn. I know of her, but way out of my league. How's she doing? I play it off like I'm being cordial. However, on the inside, I'm holding on to hope that Newport is big enough for me to avoid her. Dave says, "Had a purple grapefruit around that left ankle, swollen like you wouldn't believe." Oh, I'm pretty sure I would.
She moped around here for about 15 minutes, bought a couple of books, and left.
That's it?
You know what's funny? She saw that autographed picture with you and my folks, asked how well I knew you, and of course, us being buds, I told her all about how you came by whenever you're in town. Never seen such a smile when I told her you usually stay up the hill.
Fuck. I pick up a couple of books because, hey, support your local bookstore. And then I risk running into Lauren again by strolling over for an early lunch at Wanda's beachside pub. The best bangers and mash I've ever tasted, and I hang around the bar for a little while, shooting the breeze with a few old-timers who have no idea who I am. It's refreshing to have a normal conversation about the weather, baseball, the magnificent set of, well, I'm sure they meant the bartender has a great personality, too. Amazingly enough, she's never seen Graveyard either because ghosts are too scary, and I don't offer any further detail about the show's history. Nor mine. Yuli is a hit out on the covered porch, smiling, accepting French fry bribes for affection while he waits on me. This is why I come here. Normal food, normal life, normal beer, the sanctity of the ocean, the hum of the waves pounding the shoreline. For another hour, I don't have a dark cloud loaded with bullshit hanging over my head. The beer makes me sleepy, so I pay, bid adios amigos to my compatriots, and head into the downpour, trudging up the hill toward my condo. Yuli scampers along beside me, happy as can be. I'm stopped a couple of times for autographs along the way, which was a ray of sunshine for my ego, and then once we're inside, Yuli gets us scrubbed down with a dry towel before he trots off to look for more food. He's a wood chipper when he's hungry. I take the longest warm shower that any human has ever taken, and after that I fall face first onto the bed. I slip into dreamland before I have a chance to roll over. I'm not sure how long I'm out, a few hours maybe, because when I finally open my eyes, the rainy day has grown darker with dusk's intrusion. I sit up and rub the naptime grogginess from my eyes, uncertain if I actually heard a knock on the door or if I was dreaming about it. An insistent fist pounds away.
Ford!
Ugh. Not a dream. Yuli barks twice, sharply, then goes silent. I hear,
Ford!
Again, followed by,
I know you're in there.
No way I'm mistaking her voice. That didn't take long at all. I grunt and push myself up from the bed, realizing I passed out naked when a short breeze from the window catches me in the right spot, and then rummage around in my suitcase for a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Her fist rattles the door again. I shout, I'm coming, Coburn, chill the hell out. Here we go. How do I get rid of her this time? I probably should have tracked down Carla Hancock, told her to go to hell, and then I'd have something to give Lauren so she'll get off my ass.
Hurry, please.
Whoa, that sounded a little panicked. With Yuli trotting along in strict formation at my side, ears perked up and curious, we head down the hallway. I know it's Lauren, but I take a peek through the eye hole anyway. It's her, and she's brought company that I wouldn't have expected. Her companion is a hunched-over cotton-top. I mean, what appears to be a sweetheart grandma type who might have seen the last battles of the war between the states. Now she's playing the sympathy angle? Hey, here's my dear old gran. She loved your show, you know, back when she could see. And she'd love nothing more than for you to go back and help that little girl one more time. Please, oh please, Ford, do it before she dies. Nice try. Let's get this over with, huh, boy? Yuli looks up at me with miles of doggy smiles. I slam the deadbolt to the right and yank the door open. What, Coburn? The sudden noise and my shout spooks dear old Gran, and she whimpers, cowers, and reaches for Lauren. It's then I remember that Dave said the grandmother was blind, and I feel like an ass for spooking her. It's a miracle the ticker didn't crash right there. Oh, man, sorry, I didn't mean. As I'm reaching for her, trying to offer a soothing touch, I notice Lauren's red, watery eyes and the rivulets of smeared mascara on her cheeks. What's wrong? You okay?
You need to let us in.
Okay. Why exactly would I do that? Yulie takes care of dear old Gran for me, nuzzling her hand. She coos and allows him to lick her palm.
This is my grandmother, Ellen.
I exchange hellos with her, shaking a hand that's either wet from dog slobber or old lady sweat, probably the former, and stupidly wave at her sunglass-covered eyes. Idiot. Lauren is dressed like a normal human now. She's totally out of her exotic bird getup and now wears skin-tight jeans, sneakers, and a University of Oregon sweatshirt. It's a thick, warm hoodie like mine. Her hair is flat and swept around to the front of one shoulder. Taken down a notch and removed from her on-air persona, she's more beautiful like this, in a natural way, and I catch myself staring for a second. However, the fact doesn't prevent me from reminding myself that pretty things can also be poisonous. She says,
We didn't know where else to go.
For what? Lauren looks over her shoulder, examining the parking lot, trailing her eyes up the gravel road that divides a row of houses and the condo. I look too and see nothing.
Can we just come inside? Would that be okay?
I hesitate, assessing the situation, trying to decide how far she's going to go with this ruse. If it's even a ploy. She's clearly spooked about something. She can't stop fidgeting and checking the parking lot. Was someone following you? It occurs to me that Lauren is also a celebrity, one whose star has yet to fade, and it's entirely possible that she ran into some crazed superfan. Differences aside, I feel for her because I had to deal with a few stalkers myself back in the day, and I know how unsettling it can be. Should we call the police?
I'm not sure how they can help with what we saw.
What you saw? Lauren steps forward and places a cold hand on my bare arm.
I know you hate my guts, but you're the first person I thought about. I'm positive they didn't follow us.
They? They who, Lauren?
This is going to sound insane. They were children. Well, boys. One was in his teens and the other was maybe 11.
So? Just punks or what?
Their eyes were totally black, like bottomless holes. You need to let us in.
Jesus, get in here, now, I say, practically dragging them both into the condo. I quickly shut the door and double-check to make sure it's locked. Then I triple-check just to be sure. Black-eyed children. Maybe I should check the lock again, just to be sure. 7. Mike Long. Tony is awake, but half asleep when we get back to my house. Thankfully, she's wearing some shorts and a t-shirt, which is the best thing for everyone involved since I brought a guest along. It doesn't register with Tony at all, and this is pre-coffee, mind you, that Dakota freaking Bailey is in our house. When Dakota and I first walk in the oceanside door from the deck, I can immediately sense the vitriol in Tony's eyes. First, I get a strange phone call from a woman before the sun comes up. Second, I leave for over 30 minutes, and then I come back home with a tall, lean, athletic, blonde woman who is wearing nothing more than those salmon-pink yoga shorts and a midriff-revealing sports bra. Believe me, I know what it looks like. "Hi, hon," I say, approaching with all the tentativeness of a lion tamer holding a rare, bloody steak in front of a ferocious, human-eating feline. "Got some company." Tony's eyes shoot laser beams through my skull. I'm sure she's imagining my head exploding in a fiery ball of flames, and then she turns the lasers on Dakota and splits her in half, glaring at her all the way up from those bruised and battered feet to the nearly neon blue eyes.
"Hello,"
Tony says, her tone not quite suggesting she's ready to pull a knife out of the drawer, but way down in the recesses of her instinctual reaction, she's thinking about it. It's easy to pick up on such things when you've been with the same person for so long. Truth be told, I'm not sure why she's so jealous. For a couple of years now, she's been ready to toss me out like a stale cheese puff in hopes that a screeching seagull would carry me away. And then there was the questionable time with the contractor. And then there was the additionally questionable time with the satellite television repairman. And then there was that time... Whatever. Do as I say, not as I do, right? Dakota, barefoot and lithe with hardened muscles and a deep tan from exercising outdoors when she's not hovering over a grill, moves with poetic grace as she pads across the floor, hand extended outward, all smiles and sparkles as she introduces herself.
"Hi, Tony. I'm Dakota. I really love your home. It's so beautiful."
Tony squints for a moment, and I'm thinking she can see through the facade I've created to keep the fireworks to a minimum. As we were walking along the beach, I informed Dakota that showing up with a strange woman, not to mention an attractive, barely dressed strange woman, would not sit well with my controlling, condescending wife, and that she should diffuse the impending explosion right away by complimenting her on the glorious, fabulous, wondrous interior decorating design. I'm worried that Tony will know, and that she'll also think I'm guilty of something, and that we're only a couple of seconds away from a detonation roughly the size of Krakatoa's eruption. The resulting aftermath of Tony's anger could send enough ash and dirt into the atmosphere to create a miniature ice age. Instead, her squint softens into a wide-eyed moment of realization. She sets her coffee mug down on the countertop, brown liquid sloshing everywhere, and her hands fly up to cover her excited, squealing gasp.
"Dakota Bailey," she screeches. "Oh my God, what are you doing here? I mean, like, here, in our house."
Dakota looks at me with a mixture of what just happened and this is a good thing, right? Perhaps one could say that I painted too dark a picture of my wife and the rocky road our marriage has been on. I'll admit to giving Dakota overly exaggerated descriptions of fire-breathing dragons and snake-haired Medusa. Dakota says,
"I'm sorry to come by so early, but I needed Mike's help, and oh my God, I love you."
Tony bounces on the balls of her bare feet and claps like a teenage girl. You'd think it's 1960 and the Beatles have landed in America for the first time. She looks at me, then back at Dakota in disbelief.
"Mikey, sweetheart, you should have told me you were bringing her by. I would have straightened up a bit."
The house is immaculate. This is just a little warning shot to say, you'll get an earful later when the famous guest that I love so much is gone. I used to be semi-famous. I've seen wives give their husbands the same look before when a crew member invited me over for dinner without checking in first. Unless Ford was along too, then I'd have to set myself on fire to have anyone notice. Not that I cared, really. I was happy to let him take over the room. I didn't, and still don't, need to have my ego stroked like the almighty Ford Atticus Ford. Usually. Once in a while, it would be nice to be the brightest bulb in the room. Tony quickly gets back to ignoring me and then speeds through the official pleasantries of Celebrity Entertaining 101, like drink requests, apologizing for only having ground coffee that came from a chain grocery store instead of some upper-end, high-class local market who only sells individually hand-picked beans from the indigenous peoples of some tribe in South America. She offers fruits, then pastries, then scolds herself after taking another glance at Dakota's athletic body, saying,
"What's wrong with me? Protein bar? How about a protein bar? Mikey, sweetheart, go get the box of peanut butter ones out in the garage."
Who slipped in here and injected my wife with super hostess stimulants? Plus, she hasn't called me Mikey in years. Cut the act, Tony. Mikey, sweetheart, is on to your shenanigans. By the time I get back from the garage, Tony and Dakota are sitting around the kitchen island, drinking steaming coffee out of those blue mugs with the white handles that I hate, and chatting about life as a reality television star. Actually, Tony peppers Dakota with questions, and she answers politely when she can, and then defers when there are things she can't talk about due to confidentiality agreements. Tony knows exactly what she means, though, because I've been through the same thing, explaining to her how Ford and I weren't really allowed to talk about any of the behind-the-scenes stuff, like coaching some of the clients who were more terrified of the cameras than they were of the spirits invading their homes. If Ford and I ever let it slip that Carla Hancock fabricated storylines to give certain filming locations more oomph, she would sue us until she had taken everything, all the way down to the metal in our fillings. More than likely, TPC's big swinging dick lawyers would argue for the death penalty. Forget I said anything about that part. Don't get me wrong, every bit of the investigations were real.
Every EVP, disembodied voice, heat signature, floating black mass, or apparition that we captured was 100% honest-to-God legitimate. I made sure of that, and so did Ford. We didn't agree on a lot in the last couple of seasons of Graveyard, but the legitimacy of our evidence is one thing we never budged on. That was out of respect for ourselves and respect for the other side. I excuse myself while the two of them chat, and Dakota gives me a glance that says, "Don't leave me here," as I exit the kitchen. Out in the garage, I head to the workshop where I keep all of my equipment, wondering what I should take to Dakota's to conduct a proper investigation. It smells like a group of sweaty socks got together, ran off a cliff like lemmings, and died in here. And that's probably because it also doubles as my workout room when I don't feel like going out into the world to hit the gym. Lately, that's more often than not. The weight bench, stair climber, elliptical, and treadmill sit off to the right, stationed in front of a flat-screen television mounted on the wall. That equipment over there has done more good than thousands of dollars of therapy. I discovered not too long after the incident with Chelsea, the show's cancellation, and the subsequent fallout with Ford, that pushing myself to the point of exhaustion was a happy place for me. Still is. On the left side sit 3 extra-large Pelican cases, relics from the early days of the show when the filming budget didn't have room to supply us with quality equipment. Ford and I brought all 3 of these together, along with the ancient digital voice recorders and camcorders that sit on the shelves or hang from pegs. Most guys have hammers, saws, wrenches, and other tools hanging from a pegboard in their garages. Mine holds an SB-11 spirit box, thermal imaging cameras, EMF pumps, laser light shadow detectors, and a whole host of experimental equipment that never worked during testing or simply didn't have a necessary function that we thought applied to an investigation. Like this thing right here, this little black box with 4 red lights that supposedly detects when a spirit farts. My hand to God, that's what it was designed to do. True story, Ford and I went by the inventor's place while we were on location outside of Dallas. The guy's name was Teddy Carmichael, wiry white hair that swayed in the breeze like seaweed underwater, and he owned a couple of rental properties down the block, one of which was haunted by a spirit with extreme, flatulence. You can't make this up. We took off down the street with this guy, Ford and I chuckling behind his back, unable to comprehend what we were actually about to do, right? 15 minutes into this little mini investigation, the lights on Carmichael's black box start blinking left to right the way that talking car used to do with Hasselhoff. And wouldn't you know it, we listened to the digital voice recording. Sure enough, right when we marked the time where the lights fired up, it had recorded the loudest fart EVP that none of us heard with our own ears. I remember looking at Ford, trying to contain my laughter, and then I couldn't. We guffawed like teenage boys infatuated with lowbrow humor like dicks, butts, boobs, and poop. Carmichael hadn't seen the humor in it, obviously, but he insisted we take the device anyway, telling us that he hoped to see it on the show one day. Never happened. As I stand here looking at the thing, what we labeled the CF-1000, with the CF short for Carmichael farts, I'm struck by a suffocating sense of remorse and regret. All I ever wanted by doing the show was to impress Tony. That's it. I balked after the first season, didn't want to sign again. Felt like one was enough. There are only so many ways you can walk into a dark house and ask if anybody is there. Ford convinced me to stay on, again and again. Eventually, all the long hours and long nights away, all the interviews and conventions, all the autographs and selfie poses, they became a part of me. It was me. And then Ford fucked up. And then I lost the thing that had made me me. Rather, it was ripped from my hands. As I stand here looking at my collection of equipment, some bought with my own money, some bought using money from the deep coffers of the Paranormal Channel that they never made us return, maybe it's not regret and remorse I'm feeling. Maybe it's longing. A couple of weeks ago, working the Craghorn case with Ford, man, that was what it's supposed to feel like. Energy, anticipation, fear, wonder, excitement. Just like the memories I was fond of when Graveyard Classified was an infant, rather than a lumbering juggernaut concerned with sweeps week and landing monster sponsorships. Ah, the glory days. I finally realized that I want to do the documentary for the experience, too, not just for the cash that might keep my disappointed family happy. I also understand how odd it must be for Ford that I'm the one trying to talk him into coming back for another round. Should I call him? My watch says it's not much past 7 a.m. He's still snoozing for sure. I'm tempted to call and get his ass up anyway. I want to share this moment with him. I want to tell him that I'm about to go on another legitimate investigation, and that it'd be great to have him along if he was here. I've been drinking the venom called blame for 2 years. It's time to let go. Besides, this is my chance to prove to the universe that Mikey, sweetheart, has the juice to face demons on his own. I figure that's probably both literal and figurative, depending on what's haunting Dakota's house.
8. Ford Atticus Ford. Dear old Ellen, sits in the recliner. The sliding door is open and she seems to be fine listening to the roar of the wind, the hammer of rain, and the wailing ocean. She rocks peacefully while my overly affectionate pooch slurps her like he's trying to get to the gooey center. How many licks will it take, Yulie? Meanwhile, Lauren Coburn, former arch-nemesis turned quivering mess, tells me to stop once I've poured her about 4 fingers worth of expensive scotch. In the tiniest way, I feel like I'm wasting it on her. However, it may be worth it because I've heard stories about the black-eyed children from all over the world. This is the first time I've actually had a chance to speak with someone who has seen them in the flesh. Lauren lifts the tumbler of scotch, no rocks, and drains it, which she then follows with 2 beckoning fingers. I'd like to tell her that she just guzzled about $15. Instead, I pour her another, and she downs that one like she's drinking a fraternity kid under the table. She wipes her mouth with a sleeve.
That should do it.
You sure?
Explain what in the hell I saw, and I'll let you know.
I'm not in the mood for scotch, so I pop open a beer for myself and stare at her, still wondering if she's coming at me from another subversive angle, trying to get the scoop on this documentary. What the hell? Black-eyed children are interesting enough that I'll bite. I ask, you want the long version or the short one?
Long, because unless you kick us out, I'm not going back there for a while. Maybe never. And what am I going to do about her?
I look back at Ellen. Yulie has his head in her lap. Hard to say. Lauren leans across the counter, takes the scotch, and pours herself another round.
Story time, Ford.
I gulp down about half of my IPA, and this is what I tell her. Nobody really knows what the black-eyed children are, other than what details you get from urban myths. However, like Sasquatch, the Loch Ness Monster, the Mothman, or the Chupacabra, name your weird entity of choice, there have been too many sightings for them to be a fluke or simply nothing but a legend made up by your neighbor with a good imagination. From the UK to China to Ethiopia to some town populated by 300 citizens in middle of nowhere, New Mexico, these things have come up in reports all over the world. Are they aliens? Are they supernatural beings? It's anybody's guess. The way the stories go, you'll get a knock on your front door or see these kids outside of a window, or maybe run into them in a deserted parking lot in the middle of the night. You've heard that old adage about how eyes are the windows to the soul? Well then, if that's the case, these things are absolutely soulless because they have the deepest, darkest black eyes, hollow and void of anything good. Witnesses have reported that the black-eyed children range in age from 8 to 16 years old. They're dressed in black pants, a white shirt, and a black tie, or, on rarer occasions, hoodies and jeans. It varies, but I've seen reports of both. Actually, I tell Lauren, you're pretty much wearing what they wear, jeans and a hoodie.
Are you trying to freak me out even more?
I wink at her, slightly enjoying an obnoxious bit of payback from her stunt earlier. I take a swig of beer and continue where I left off. Black-eyed children speak in pointed, quick sentences with a flat, monotone voice, usually asking if you have any food or if they can come inside. No matter what, do not let them inside. That's the first and only rule that will keep you alive. Lauren interrupts me to say,
That's exactly what he said.
tell me you didn't let it in.
No, God, no.
I continue. No paranormal researcher has ever been close enough to study them, nor has anyone ever caught evidence of these kids on camera. They exist, but I've yet to see proof, which is so baffling to me. It's almost like they know how to avoid security cameras, things like that. Not a single person has ever gone on record about what happens if you let them inside, and it's my educated guess that they don't live to tell the tale. The best hypothesis I've heard, and the one that makes the most sense to me in all my years covering the paranormal, is that they're definitely something alien that's chosen a host. Maybe they want some information, or maybe they want to do some anal probing. No idea. See, the alien host possibility seems to be the most plausible, at least to me, because how many children vanish each year, never to be seen again? And if anyone actually has recognized one from the back of a milk carton, they haven't come forward to announce it. On the other hand, they could be powerful demonic entities, like the right-hander we fought in Norfolk, who have discovered a way to walk the earth looking for more souls to devour. Disguised as children. Creepy. Makes my skin crawl thinking about it. Regardless of what they are, if it's some form of possession, whether it be alien or demonic, the thing doing the possessing has yet to realize that people are generally freaked the hell out by black, soulless eyeballs. Am I right or am I right? That's about as smart as a serial killer showing up on your front porch wearing a t-shirt that has "I'm here to eat your liver" in big, bold letters emblazoned across the chest. So, that could be why there are no reports of someone letting them inside. Nobody is that dumb. But I doubt it. I don't have that much faith in humanity. Oh, hi, honey. Are you really hungry? Have some lemonade. Maybe it'll put some color in your eyes again, you poor thing. Would not surprise me in the slightest. Out of all the paranormal entities I've encountered over the years, the black-eyed children probably scare me the most. It's the fear of the unknown, because there's simply so little information about them. Loch Ness Monster? Easy. Giant lizard-like dinosaur. Sasquatch? Missing link. Huge, hairy ape dude. Aliens? Little green men in spaceships. The Mothman, an extremely convenient, monstrous bird. Well, close enough. But black-eyed children? I'm clueless, and there's just something about evil-looking children that makes me want to hide in the corner and suck my thumb. I think it's the idea of corrupted innocence, black blood pumping behind an angelic smile, and those soulless eyes. Jesus help me. My hand goes up to my crucifix necklace, and I close my fingers around it. That's insane, Lauren says. God, I need another drink for this conversation. Have at it. I watch her pour more scotch. Her hands have finally stopped shaking. Easy, though. I don't do well with puke. Don't worry. This is like a normal breakfast. I'll leave that one alone. I remember the mornings before we would film. No matter how many locations or episodes, I would get the shakes. It was natural, and besides, I always figured that if I ever didn't get nervous, there was something wrong. Being on in front of the camera takes a lot of work and mental acuity, nerves of steel, especially when you have an audience as large as the one for Graveyard. Lauren, too. I know millions of people watch Weekend Report. Your turn, I tell her. What happened? Everything you said, just like that. Details, Coburn. Do I have to? I cross my arms and nod. Lauren's eyes go blank as she looks past me, absently shaking her head. She's staring at a memory in her mind. I went back to Grandma's house. What's that, honey? Grandma Ellen is leaning up in her chair, sunglass-covered eyes turned in our direction. Nothing, Grandma. Just talking to Ford. Okay, let me know if you're hungry. I have cereal. Lauren grins at me and mouths, sorry about that. And with another glance into the living room, she adds in a whisper, blind and almost deaf, poor thing. I don't know how she manages. The kids, Coburn. Right. Okay. After you so gallantly left me there with a broken ankle, she says around a smile, I went by the bookstore and then back to Grandma's to ice it. She points north. She lives up the hill that way, about half a mile. Great little house right along the street. Still got a view, even with all these condos and hotels going up.
She raised my dad there. So yeah, I'm in the kitchen, putting ice in a big plastic bag, and something catches my eye out the window. The kitchen is around back, and from over the sink you can see into the yard. It's pretty small, but it's fenced in, so it kind of spooked me because I'm freaked out that something got inside the gate. It was big, and I'm standing there thinking that maybe a dog got into the yard somehow, then wondering how in the hell that could happen because there's no... I'm rambling, sorry.
You're fine, keep going. She clears her throat and leans in.
I went over to the sink and looked, right? Gone. Nothing. Empty yard, which spooked me even worse because I know I saw something. Here I am with a sprained ankle, a 90-year-old blind grandmother, and we're about to get robbed. That's what I'm thinking. Then I thought maybe somebody had seen the local show this morning, and he's out there stalking me. I'm panicking, trying to find anything I can use as a weapon, just in case, and the first thing I can think of is the broom. I look around and it's propped up right beside the back door. I scramble over to grab it, and oh my God, Ford, I literally pissed myself. Literally. Pee came out. It really did, because when I reached for the broom, he popped right up in the window, right there in the middle of the door.
No shit.
Yeah, like he was waiting on me. I screamed like a goddamn maniac. There was pee running down my leg. I tripped over the broom. If it hadn't been so freaking scary, it would have been comical. Then I realized it was a kid, just like you said, but those eyes, those horrible black little eyes.
Wow, you actually saw one.
From what you described, yeah.
Look at the chill bumps on my arm. I've seen some crazy-ass shit in my time. I'm one of the most well-known paranormal investigators in the world, and yet my goosebumps have goosebumps. I might need another beer for this.
It didn't register at first that it was something paranormal. Grandma's blind, so that was the first place my mind went, and I thought he might be some neighborhood kid, like a little blind buddy.
Makes sense.
Then again, I'd never seen or heard about anybody being blind quite like that. I'm standing there with pee on the side of my leg, pee on the floor, and there's this kid staring at me. I opened the door and asked him what his name was. He goes, "You need to let me inside." We go back and forth a couple of times like this. "What's your name? Let me in. No, not until you tell me who you are," and stuff like that. I ask if he's here to see Grandma Ellen, 'cause that's what all the neighborhood kids call her, and he stares at me, and I swear it felt like he was freezing my soul. He finally smiles and says, "I'm hungry. I need to come in so you can feed me."
Matches everything I've heard. What did you do?
I'd had enough of the little fucker's shit, so I slammed the door in his face.
Good for you.
Even then, I hadn't registered that it was paranormal or that I should be afraid. I mean, yeah, he was kind of scary looking, and maybe he's autistic too, doesn't have social skills. Something like that. It's not until another one. Shit, man, I can still feel how many backflips my stomach did when I saw the second one come around the corner.
Same thing? Like twins?
No, totally different. This one was older, around 15, 16 maybe. Definitely bigger, dressed the way you described.
What did you do when the second one showed up?
Locked the door and told them to go away. What else could I do?
Did the bigger one say anything?
Same flat tone as the other one, right off the bat. He looked at me, no, more like through me, and he said, "Let us in. We're hungry. You need to let us in. We have to come inside. Let us in." The longer I stood there, the more insistent he got, but he never got louder or angrier. Just like, "Let us in. We're hungry. Let us in. Let us in. Let us in." I screamed for them to leave or I'd call the cops. Then Grandma starts yelling from the other room, asking what was going on. Was I okay?
Then what? Lauren stares into her scotch glass, swirls the liquid around, watches it spin in circles. Lauren? She wipes a tear from her cheek and looks up at me.
Promise you won't make us leave?
I guess, yeah.
Promise?
Fine, I promise. You can stay.
No matter what I tell you?
Yes, really. If you're worried about earlier, I was already in a shitty mood and I overreacted. My fault. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. I place my hand on the counter, palm down, and swipe it in a wide arc. Slate clean. You're still an asshole for gutting me 2 years ago, but we'll forget that for now.
I'll make that up to you. That's my promise. But about the kids, I kinda lied a little.
She tentatively nibbles her bottom lip and waits on my reaction. You have to be kidding me. I fell for this? Really? Exactly what I expected. She made up some crazy bullshit story to get close to me again. Yet another attempt to squeeze blood from a rock. She's not getting anything from me. I'm going to string her along, though, because I haven't come up with the perfect comeback yet, and whatever it is, whatever the words are that finally come out, I want them to absolutely destroy her.
It wasn't much of a lie, more like an omission of certain details.
If you're making all of this up just to ask about the documentary, so help me God.
I'm not, Ford. Just listen.
To what? More of your bullshit?
I'm trying to tell you the truth, all of it. You were the first person I thought of because they specifically mentioned you by name.
Nuh-uh. Shut up. Wasn't expecting that.
Hand to God, the little one said, "Tell Ford we're waiting for him."
9. Mike Long.
Back in the kitchen, Tony and Dakota are whispering and giggling over something like a couple of teen girls at a pajama party. I haven't seen Tony smile like this in months, if not a year or more. Maybe since before Graveyard was canceled. Dakota's laughter is throaty and full of life, like she has nothing against the world. That's what real happiness sounds like, not the forced chuckles I push out once in a while. "What's so funny?" I ask as I lay a small pelican case on the black marbled island where they're sitting on handcrafted stools that cost more than the annual GDP of Cambodia. Way back when, in the days of sponsorships and big contracts, I didn't blink when Tony begged for them, saying they'd really bring the kitchen together. Now they're a symbol of an excessive past that I both wish I had again and thoroughly hate at the same time. It's a weird sensation. My wife and my celebrity crush go silent and try to contain themselves, sharing in their secret humor, and I have to admit, I feel a bit betrayed by Dakota. Not a bit. A lot. I thought I gave her an appropriate description of the cold shell my wife had become. Why is she actually enjoying Tony's company? Boggles the mind. Tony snorts first, followed by Dakota, and then they both explode in cackles. I feign my best dismissive, "Oh, you too," and occupy myself by rechecking every item of equipment I have in my case. For an initial investigation, I only bring the essentials, like an EMF detector, a digital video camera, and a couple of DVRs, digital voice recorders, in hopes of catching some EVPs, or electronic voice phenomenon. It's obvious that I'm annoyed once I slam the lid closed. Dakota lifts both eyebrows and Tony lowers hers. Tony asks, "What's gotten into you?" "Nothing," I say. "Frustrated. Haven't brought any of this stuff out in so long, most of the batteries are dead." "There's some in the garage next to that giant box of toilet paper. You know that." I disappear for a few minutes and hang out, waiting, pretending like I'm taking the time to find all the right batteries while I take a breather. Okay, fine, fair enough. They hit it off. No big deal. Breathe, Mikey, sweetheart. That charm is why you fell in love with Tony in the first place. You know she's magnetic when she wants to be. Pockets full of batteries with my cargo shorts hanging low on my hips from the weight, I head back into the kitchen one last time. Dakota is at the door, one foot on the deck like she's ready to leave, and Tony stands beside her, arms crossed and flashing that 1,000,000-watt sparkle of a smile. I ask Dakota, "You're not coming, are you?" "I can't let you go back there alone." "What? Of course you can. I did this for a living, remember?" Obviously, I want her to come back with me, but we can't let Tony know that, now can we? Tony says, "Why don't you stay, Dakota? I'll show you around." She pats me on the bottom. I definitely haven't felt that in 2 years. Then she ruins it by saying, "I'll tell you more secrets about chubby Mikey before he turned into a meathead." So that's what they were laughing about. Thanks, Tony. Dakota grins. "But look at him now, huh? Lucky you." Now I'm uncomfortable. And shy. And probably blushing. When I get back, I'm sure Tony will come at me with her jealousy guns blazing after a comment like that.
She surprises me with another gentle touch as she affectionately replies,
"Yeah, he's not so bad."
I risk a kiss on her cheek and she doesn't pull away. Could our relationship be salvageable after all? Dakota backs onto the deck and says,
"Ready?"
"You're definitely coming?"
"It's not like you're going to stop me."
"Can't argue with that. Off we go."
"Don't bring anything home, and be careful,"
Tony says, shutting the door behind us, and for a moment, I think she actually means it, which leaves me wondering if bringing Dakota around sparked Tony's territorial claim. Could that have been enough to rekindle something? Dakota and I are silent as we walk along the beach. She looks determined, striding with her spine straight and shoulders back. Ford always loved that episode in the ghost town where we marched down the dirt road, Main Street, dressed like gunfighters preparing to assault the OK Corral. Admittedly, that's one of my favorite episodes, too. That was one of the times when the spirits were truly malevolent, and it legitimately felt like we were the vanguard marching headfirst into a battle of good versus evil. Have I mentioned I miss that shit? Dakota gives a quick glance back at my house and says,
"All right, I think we're far enough away."
"For what?"
"For me to tell you I was totally faking."
"You were?"
"The laughing? At you? It wasn't bad, actually. She was just poking fun about how you used to be a little overweight, and I think the word she used was fluffy."
"Clouds are fluffy. I was fat, I admit."
"She really does seem proud of you. It's just a shame that you're unhappy."
I'm looking at Dakota when she says this, and I don't know why, but I can sense there's something else hidden in her tone, the way it drifts off, the way she looks out at the ocean pensively, like there's more she wants to tell me. I leave it alone. That's a discussion for another day. Besides, talking about my wife's erratic emotions is not something I'd care to partake in right before I investigate Dakota freaking Bailey's multi-million-dollar beach home. We have a ways to go yet, so we chat about some of the episodes of Graveyard that she'd seen, and I ask about all the incredible meals she fixed on Yes Chef and if she prepares those anymore. It's a gentle, easy conversation. It's fun and we don't have to try. This is what it should be like. I remember how it used to be that way with Tony so many years in the past. Good times gone.
"Back again,"
Dakota says once we reach her steps. They're faded and gray and splintery and will likely get smashed and sucked into the ocean if the big one ever comes. Meteorologists keep talking about how global warming is getting worse and hurricanes are getting stronger. I say let them come to wash all this excess away, my house included, so we can start again with reasonable lives. I follow Dakota up, trying to pretend I'm not some tongue-wagging cartoon wolf as I check out her calves and that ridiculously incredible bottom. I believe in God, and I believe that He created yoga shorts for lonely men in bad relationships who still need proof that the downstairs equipment is alive. Horrible. Just horrible, Mike. Control yourself. Human nature, bud, whispers the devil on my shoulder. I turn my attention to the massive mansion at the top of the steps. Bay windows line the ocean-facing side, perfect for that morning experience of watching the sunrise. There's another deck up on the second level, and I can see the tops of chairs pushed up against the wall. To the left of that is another box-like structure of rooms, and then up and to the left of that another smaller box. Imagine a set of stairs going down from left to right. That's what the house is shaped like. An odd conglomeration of designs, like the architect wanted to experiment while high on some designer drugs. Yet she mentioned earlier that she paid about $4.5 million. If I recall correctly, the prize money Dakota won from Yes Chef only amounted to about $3 million. Then there were some sponsorships, which I'm no stranger to, but they wouldn't pay enough for this place. Her restaurant must be killing it up there in the Big Apple. How she affords it is none of my business. I bought our beachfront home when the Graveyard contracts were renewed after the 5th season. Back then, Casa de Long was worth around $2.5, and I paid for it with a single check. Now I cringe whenever Tony brings home 2-ply toilet paper because I feel like we're on the precipice of pinching that final penny. Tony knows this and doesn't seem to care. My saving grace will be convincing Ford to do the documentary, after which I'll be able to breathe without feeling like I'm 1,000 feet under the ocean surface. Breaching the top of the beach stairs, we stroll across a small expanse of sand and seagrass before we reach the ground-level deck. It's painted a greenish-gray color and sits completely empty except for 2 large pots. They're filled but flowerless, and the dirt looks so old and void of moisture that it couldn't grow a cactus. Dakota notices me taking in the barren wasteland of a deck and says,
"I'll get some stuff out here soon. I haven't been here long enough to really decorate yet."
"Lots of potential," is my pathetic, small-talk reply. She points overhead and says,
"I'd been here for about a week before the ghost thing showed up for the first time. I mostly hung out on the upper deck where I didn't have to."
She stops mid-sentence and unsuccessfully tries to hide an embarrassed smile with her hand.
"This is silly. I don't even know why I'm telling you this stuff. Maybe it matters. I don't know."
"Like what?"
"Since it... what's the word? Oh, manifested. Since it manifested the first time, I've had this sort of gut feeling that it was, I don't know, into me, if that makes any kind of sense whatsoever."
Gut reactions are usually right, and a lot of entities have sexual motivations, believe it or not.
"Really?"
"Yep. And I don't mean to get too personal, and I'm not accusing you of anything, not in the slightest, but do you think you might have done anything to provoke it?"
"Not intentionally, no. The thing is, the hell with it. This is what I was going to say earlier. My ex hated tan lines, like he was a freak about it. Some habits stay habits, and besides, I'm at the beach. That deck is sort of private, and most of the neighbors are hardly ever here. Why wouldn't I lay out with all this sun?"
"Right," I say, and I won't deny where my mind goes with the mental imagery. "Mike, chill." "Okay, fine. I will say this, however. That little devil on my shoulder is furiously working on stronger forearms because he hasn't felt an actual wiggle downstairs in a long, long time."
"I stopped for a couple of reasons. The ghost is one."
Dakota scoffs and puts her hands on her hips.
"I feel so ridiculous admitting this stuff, but the neighbor's kid, the one over there in the gray house?"
"Yeah?" I look to where she's pointing at an equally impressive mansion. It's a lighter slate color with white trim, black shutters, and a balcony that wraps around the entire second floor.
"I'm fairly certain it was the same day the black mist showed up, but I caught the creepy little shit with a video camera, standing right up there, up on top of the house where they have the sun deck."
"No way. You tell his folks?"
"Nah, no real harm,"
she says with a dismissive wave.
"My fault for being out there naked. Obviously he's going to look. Birds gotta fly."
"But he was recording you. Aren't you worried about it showing up on the internet?"
"I doubt he knows who I am. And even if he does, that's when you know you've made it, right? When strangers care about seeing you naked?"
I admire her levity. It's refreshing. Although that fact doesn't prevent me from feeling a twinge of overprotective jealousy and envisioning myself punching some teenage punk in the nose. She adds,
"All it took was me standing up and flipping him the bird. He ran like I'd pointed a gun at him."
Funny. Dakota takes another step closer to the house, but doesn't go any further, silently surveying the interior of her home through all the spotless windows. She's looking for the entity, and I am too. Rather than seeing a floating, swirling black mass, I spot a single couch in the living room to the right. A blanket is wadded up and hangs limply over the ocean-facing arm. I suspect she's been sleeping there because it's a faster escape. A television the size of a small drive-in theater screen is mounted on the wall, and a wilted fern rests underneath it. There's no artwork hanging. It's decorated less than a dentist's waiting room. Over in the kitchen, a lone coffee cup rests on the glass table, a petite four-top that she probably bought just to make the place feel like home. No pots and pans hang on hooks over the island counter, nor does anything like a toaster oven or microwave populate the rest of the long counters that angle around the far walls. The refrigerator seems to be about the size of the Titanic, and I'd bet $100 that it's empty, too, even for a world-class celebrity chef. I'm certain I'd win that bet because the trash can is overflowing with fast food bags. Burger joints, tacos, subs. When she said she needed a break from her old life, she was more serious than I thought. Dakota catches me looking at the artery-clogging remnants and says, sheepishly,
"That's our secret. And who would eat a 5-star meal here if I fixed it? Me and the ghost?"
Zipped lips. I take one final glance around. Seems safe. Then again, it's the quiet houses you have to worry about. Should we go in? Get started? She rubs her arms like she's cold, and I know it's not the temperature outside. Feels like we're in the high 70s already. Not even the breeze is chilly enough to cause goose flesh like that.
"I think maybe you should go in. Alone, I mean."
Positive? It's not every day you get to hunt a ghost with a world-famous paranormal investigator. Shifting her weight from foot to foot, daintily nibbling her bottom lip as she tries to make up her mind, Dakota eventually takes a single step closer to the gorgeous beachfront mansion that she so desperately wants to call home.
"Okay,"
she says, the single word shuddering itself into pieces.
I can do this."
We, I remind her, raising my voice like Ford used to do during so many investigations. He'd put on this locker room speech before filming every single time, and the crew loved it. So did I, honestly. It got everyone revved up and ready to rock. And I'd like to do the same for Dakota. Let's go in there and kick some ghostly ass. Let's go tell this piece of shit where he can shove it, and let's take your home back. Because you're Dakota freaking Bailey.
"Damn right,"
she squeaks, without a single bit of confidence. 10. Ford Atticus Ford. It's easy to be a good person. And it's also easy to be a bad person. Making the right decisions is the line that divides the two. And sometimes that line is blurry. The choice I have to make at the moment is whether to believe Lauren Coburn or call complete bullshit whilst throwing her and her dog slobber-covered Grandma Ellen out of my condo and into the ferocious rainstorm. Ellen, I'd probably be cool with her hanging around. She's nice, gentle, low maintenance, and has never completely gutted me on national television in front of millions of people. Am I a humongous jerkface for holding a grudge? Depends on your angle, I suppose. My therapist, bless his pointy little goatee, wire-rimmed glasses, and fatherly tone, always suggests that forgiveness will open my heart to the light of the world and fresh possibilities. I generally try to follow his advice. Then again, he doesn't really know what it's like to stand across the kitchen counter from a woman who slid a sharp blade across your reputation's throat. What she just now told me is so thoroughly unfathomable that my brain can't even comprehend the enormity of it. Tell Ford we're waiting for him. Seriously? For real? First, Hamster Hamstead's grandfather, Papa Joe, called me out by name in that abandoned farmhouse. Then the demon right-hander that had attacked poor Dave Craghorn, and we're fairly positive it was the same one from Chelsea Hopper's house. That bastard knew me, and knew my name as well. I mention this to people all the time. The police detectives I work with on a regular basis, the families I try to help. I try to make them understand that it's all connected. There's sort of a universal energy out there, and you can look to George Lucas and Star Wars for a fancy nickname for the thing that binds everyone together, living or dead, earthly or otherworldly. My theory is that information can travel across this plane of energy in the spiritual world, which is exactly how Papa Joe, grumpy old cuss that he is, was trying to warn me about what's coming, especially in relation to Chelsea Hopper and that all-too-powerful right-hander. But this? Black-eyed children, some of the least known and least researched paranormal entities, sending me a message by name? Well, color me stunned. It's terrifying, confusing, and bowel-loosening all at the same time. And I don't want to believe it. Because what's next? Will I get an email from Bigfoot?
"Ford, dude, let's grab beers this weekend. This amigo of mine, he lives up the hill and has some wicked cave brew going on. You need to try it, yo."
Except that I might actually enjoy having a couple of pints with Bigfoot rather than some cross-dimensional demonic entities out there trying to throw down. What I prefer to believe is that Lauren Coburn is lying out of that succulent mouth of hers, right between those pristinely bleached teeth. What I would also prefer to believe is that she did some research, probably remembering some interview I did 5 or 6 years ago where I mentioned how spooky the black-eyed children are, and now she's here to play against my fears, sidle up to me and pickpocket whatever info I have on Carla Hancock and Spirit World Productions. If that's the case, I might go caveman on her, grab a handful of hair and drag this screaming blonde pixie out of my condo where I'd deposit her in the deepest puddle in the parking lot. Ellen might get shown the door too. I'd be gentler, though, like maybe an angry piggyback ride. That would be so much easier than the difficult decision I'm about to make. I'm going to trust that Lauren is telling the truth for the time being. The black-eyed children have tossed out a vaguely concealed threat, and I'm not one to back down from paranormal fisticuffs. Lauren says,
"Ford,"
which shreds apart my mental seesaw and yanks me back into the kitchen. The beer bottle is cold in my hand, the tiles are cool under my feet, and when it comes to the woman occupying the stool across from me, it seems like my heart isn't as frozen as I thought it was. Open yourself to forgiveness, Ford. People make mistakes. The world isn't made up entirely of demons and belly crawlers. Lauren asks,
"You heard what I said, right? He mentioned you, by name."
Wouldn't be the first time. She flattens her lips together and considers my statement, then spins around on the stool to check on Grandma Ellen, who has dozed off with one of Yuli's floppy ears gently curled up in a bony hand. He appears to be enjoying the affection and unwilling to move and disturb her at the same time. Lauren hooks a thumb over her shoulder.
"I can't take her back there, not until it's safe."
Definitely not.
"Then what do we do?"
We?
"I can't call the police, especially not me. They'd think I'm crazy. Next thing you know, I'm on the news. All those LA frenemies of mine would see it. Goddamn story goes viral in a heartbeat, and boom, they yank me off Weekend Report."
Imagine the horror. She's quick, this one, picking up on my sarcasm right away. She reaches across the counter and touches my arm with a clammy palm.
"Sorry, you know what I mean."
Yep.
"Everybody in the business, we all have to tiptoe around everything we do now, and it just completely sucks."
Yep. Preaching to the choir, sister.
"Did you read about Kaylin Sims last week?"
I have no idea who that is.
"The cute redhead on Smile High Club."
That's a TV show?
"Where have you been? It's that Thursday night dramedy about the promiscuous flight attendants. Really? You haven't seen it? You are so missing out. It's—"
I hold up a hand to interrupt. What about her? Lauren wiggles her bottom on the stool and claps her hands in glee.
"It's so good. You have to watch it. Anyway, my point is, some Rozzy took a picture of her last week wearing this t-shirt. Only thing it said was, 'I drink orange juice,' underneath a cartoon orange wearing a yarmulke."
So?
"So? Ford, it's a fucking t-shirt that's actually kind of funny, and it only took about 6 hours for people online to go ballistic. The internet blew up about how Jewish people are still being persecuted and when will it ever end, the whole nine. She apologized, but it was too late. Rumor is they're reshooting the next episode of Smile High to kill off her character."
Seems a bit excessive for a t-shirt. Lauren throws her hands out wide.
"Thank you. That's what I've been saying too. It's not like she's got a 5-year-old girl attacked by a demon, right?"
Ouch.
"I'm just making a point. No harm intended."
You sure?
"I just meant it's not quite on the same level, and—"
I get it, Coburn.
"Give me a sec, will ya?"
Lauren stands up from the stool and wobbles a little. Looks like breakfast finally caught up to her. She plays it off like a pro, however, apologizes again, and excuses herself to go to the bathroom. Which leaves me standing here in the kitchen wondering what to do next. I don't have the slightest bit of paranormal investigation equipment with me. I'm supposed to be here relaxing, so yeah, I'm severely unprepared. Then again, these little black-eyed bastards are kind of front and center. I won't need much to have a face-to-face conversation. Any sort of camera would be nice for proof, and I figure my cell phone will have to do for that. I'm not about to run down to the nearest superstore and walk out of there with a few cameras and voice recorders. There's too much risk of being recognized and drawing attention to the fact that the almighty Ford Atticus Ford is up to something. Aside from a smartphone, what does one take into battle against a paranormal entity that appears to be flesh and blood, but may not actually be alive? I don't carry a gun. Never have. Even when my celebrity star was at its apex in the sky, I didn't carry any heavy-duty protection with me. I figured if a stalker or some overly excited fan got a little too rowdy, I'd trust my instincts and charm. What to do? What to do? This condo isn't mine, so I spend about 30 seconds rifling through cabinets and drawers, looking for something to use as a weapon besides a kitchen knife. How about a lighter and some cleaning spray? Or maybe I could throw a handful of flour in their eyes and then use some karate chop action. I find a half-full bottle of canola oil over the stove and get a slightly hilarious and cartoonish image of pouring it on Ellen's steps, then watching them hilariously slip and slide off the edges. I'm bordering on absurd now. What else is there? All this shit is scary as hell, but sometimes it's so unbelievable that all you can do is laugh at it and at yourself. Perhaps Ellen will have something useful at her house. I'm not above using a kitchen knife to protect us. I feel awkward about the possibility of stabbing a child, yet if there's a demented alien or upper-level demon possessing its host, one that has its sights set on dragging me down to hell, I might just have to find out if these things bleed. Lauren enters the kitchen from the hallway, looking fresher. She says,
"I'll have to leave a thank you note for the owners. I feel a little more like myself."
"How so?"
"Fully stocked drawers."
Finally, I see what she's talking about. She has on a touch of makeup now, and it suits her well. Much subtler and normal than the garish, exotic bird tones she was flaunting this morning. Little bit of lipstick, little bit of eyeliner. I'm not sure what the need is, because she's here, in jeans and a sweatshirt, and she doesn't know it yet, but she's about to go confront some terrifying paranormal entities. Hey, I said I'd forgive her. I just didn't say I'd be entirely nice about it. I'm not letting her hang out here while I go parley with the beasts myself. We drape a patchwork quilt over Ellen and leave her behind with Yulie. I like the idea of him staying behind to protect her rather than risk being exposed to the unknown potential. He's my little buddy, you know? I feel like I'm the overprotective parent doing my best to guard him from harm. Lauren isn't too thrilled to be going back. I understand why, obviously, and she relented once I told her that this could go a long way toward retribution in my eyes if she's sincerely apologetic about her actions 2 years ago. We rumble along in the Wrangler, its fat, knobby tires thrumming along on the blacktop, hissing over the layer of rain-covered streets. The waterfall downpour hammers the canvas soft top, and it sounds like we're sitting inside a snare drum. It smells musty in here due to all the small leaks in the canvas ragtop. Maybe I'm driving a jalopy into battle instead of a tank, but I wouldn't trade it for an armored car shaped like a crucifix. I focus on the road, trying to see past wipers that can't handle the deluge, while Lauren can't keep her hands still in nervous anticipation. She says,
"I think I'm going to be sick."
"From nerves or the scotch?"
"Both, probably."
"Don't hork in here, please. I'll pull over."
"What are we going to do, Ford?"
"You're asking if I have a plan?"
"Yeah, it's not like we can invite them in for tea."
I ease up to a stoplight. Ellen's house is 3 blocks away, and I'm more than a little freaked out. I have shit for plans and no qualms about delaying the inevitable. Sitting here for 30 seconds longer is not a problem. I'm also not going to tell Lauren. She needs to be reasonably calm in case the black eyes feed off of and get stronger with negative energy. We wait, is all I tell her. The downpour slams against the soft top overhead, the repetitive, slightly muted rat-a-tat-tat on canvas, heightening my anxiety.
"We wait? For what? For them to kill us?"
"No, to talk. To see what they want."
"It can't be good, can it?"
"You never know. Could be like a singing telegram."
"This is not the time."
"I'm serious. They're not going to hop up on the front porch and sing a jingle, but maybe they have a message for me." About 3 molecules in my brain actually think this might be a possibility, simply because Papa Joe had asked for me by name, then granted me a Class A EVP with some vague details about Chelsea Hopper.
You don't actually believe that, do you?
Lauren leans up against the window and stares out into the night. The light turns green and I allow the Wrangler to drift forward. I don't answer. Lauren says,
So this is how we die, huh? I was hoping to go out with a pool boy in my lap and a martini in my hand, but I guess you'll have to do.
11. Mike Long.
I'm going to change.
Dakota tells me as we tentatively step across the threshold and into the breezeway.
Funny how I don't mind running in this out in public. Now I just feel.
She shakes her hands like she can't find the right word. Exposed?
Exactly, especially with a ghost around.
I understand, and somehow I manage to hide my disappointment. If I haven't fully acknowledged it yet, this is the part where I finally grasp that it has been an excruciatingly long time since an attractive woman was nice to me. It's emotional as much as it's physical. Sure, fans of the show will say hi while I'm in line to buy a soda somewhere, but that's different. This is up close. Personal niceness. Dakota heads for the stairs and stops 3 steps up. She looks back at me and asks,
Coming?
Right behind you. I won't lie. In the porno movie in my head, the head that should be focusing on the impending ghost hunt instead, this is the way it would go down. The mustachioed, giant, sideburn-having investigator gets invited in, magic happens, and hallelujah! Mikey Sweetheart is singing like a choir of angels. Bow chicka bow bow. Just as quickly as the imagery flashes through my mind, I mentally flick myself in the testicles, which works somewhat. Horny old man. Good grief, dude. She's scared. She needs you. I have a job to do here for someone I admire who is terrified of the black, floating, unholy mass in her home, and here I am letting my imagination turn into an X-rated funhouse. Wow, I'm totally acting like Ford would. 2 days with him in Hampton Roads, and Captain Penis is saluting the first woman that smiles at me. Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. Grandma on the toilet. Roadkill. The smell of spoiled ham. Yuck. Okay, that did it. Back to business. We breach the landing and she stops at the second set of stairs leading to the master bedroom 1 floor up. She pauses, looks over her shoulder at me. I can tell she's worried about being alone. Need me to come up with you? I ask. Dakota raises an eyebrow in the opposite corner of her mouth. Is she flirting with me? And in the amount of time it takes me to realize how stupid that idea is, I get flooded with warm mortification. Oh, shit, no. Like, wait outside the door. You know, for the ghost and stuff. Hand goes to forehead and eyes go to the ground. Embarrassed.
Relax. I'm messing with you. Just gonna throw on some shorts and a t-shirt. Hopefully I don't get possessed in the 2 minutes that'll take. Wish me luck. I tell Dakota not to worry and jokingly suggest that her fearless protector will be right down here, adding that I'll do some recon work while she gets dressed. She steps back over to me. What kind of recon?
Just boring stuff. Baseline EMF reads, things like that.
I'd like to try that. Will you wait on me?
Sure, I reply, sounding unsure.
I'm serious,
she says.
After watching you and Ford, I always wanted to see it firsthand.
But that's the boring part, just staring at numbers.
No, it's fascinating, to me at least. It's like tracing the outline before you color in the picture, right?
I never thought about it that way. Okay, Picasso, I'll be here. She holds up a wait a sec finger.
2 minutes. Have a look around, but there's not much to see.
And then she's gone, climbing the stairs to the master bedroom. That box on top of a box on top of a box. I hear her footsteps overhead, and it reminds me of the 1,000 or so investigations that I did with Ford. I've lost count of how many times we heard footsteps on the floors above us, knowing full well that we were the only 2 living human beings present. I still get chills thinking about it. When Ford talked me into doing the show on that ancient night when we investigated that asylum back in, 2003? All I ever wanted was to impress Tony, the former college cheerleader that I had a massive crush on, and say to her, "Hey, look, I'm going to be on television." I figured we might have a good run at a single season. The producers would soon be on to our shenanigans and the fact that we had no clue what we were doing. By then, Tony would be so madly in love with me and so thoroughly impressed that her future hubby was on television that we'd stroll happily into the sunset. A second season came around, and a third. We got married in the middle of filming the fourth season. The Paranormal Channel put everything they could behind Graveyard, and the show scored well right away. Then we hit some magical tipping point before the start of the fifth season, and after that, all aboard the gravy train. Like I've told Ford 100,000 times, he was the face, the talent, and the reason we did so well in the first place. I started calling him the almighty Ford Atticus Ford way back when, and it's always been the truth. His on-screen presence turned us into worldwide megastars, and I can't say I didn't enjoy parts of it, like the money, mainly. But yeah, all I ever wanted was to impress a girl. And that girl is no longer impressed. I hear the toilet flush up in Dakota's bedroom and decide that I should be down at the far end of the hall, pretending like I had already given her some privacy. The bulk of the mansion is downstairs, but the second floor has a lot to offer, especially if you have plenty of overnight guests, or about 13 children. There are at least 5 spare bedrooms on either side of the hall, each as empty as the last, and plain white walls with a cream-colored carpet so plush you could sink into it and get lost. You'd need a machete to hack your way out. No pictures or decorations yet, which doesn't surprise me. The bedrooms on the eastern side of the hall would be preferable since they have a sweeping view of the Atlantic. A few miles out to sea, hovering over an oil tanker, I see a fat, dark storm cloud. If I were the dramatic sort, I'd pretend it's an omen. But I'm not, so it's a cloud, from which rain falls. I find her office, and it's nearly as empty as the rest of the house. There's a desk pushed up against the wall. On top of that sits nothing more than a closed laptop and a lamp. Some paranormal cases have a clear reason why the house is haunted. Say, for example, a curious teenager and her friends have a sleepover. Tina Teenager brings along a Ouija board for fun, and a group of giggling teen girls unwittingly and accidentally unlock a gateway to hell, thereby opening up all of that youthful energy for something to cross over to our side. Seen it a couple 100 times. Those are easy to figure out. Other times, someone has passed on, whether specifically in the home or not, and they have unfinished business. Messages to send, guilty consciences to allay, reassurances that they're fine if only the intended recipient could hear them. Often, if Ford and I were able to communicate with the spirit in an intelligent haunting like that, they would be satisfied and go into the light. Whether that light was cast down through the pearly gates or lit by the flames of hell was for them to find out. If it's intelligent, you can potentially communicate with it, human or demonic. If it's a residual haunt, it's nothing but leftover energy imprinted on the film of time, and you can't do anything about it. Ford used to describe it as a looping video, replaying throughout infinity. It's not going to hurt you, and those footsteps you hear at 3 a.m. every single night will be there long after you're gone. Based on what Dakota told me, the entity in her home isn't residual, so it'll be my job to uncover the reason it's here. Today, during the daylight, we can do some baseline checks and try to communicate with it via digital voice recorder. Later, I might run into town and see if I can dig up the history of the home, like whom the previous owners were before the billionaire, or if there have been any violent deaths on the property. Then the real investigation can begin with nightfall. Unless Dakota wants to participate, I'll probably send her to a hotel, but definitely not back to hang out with Tony. That's an invitation for trouble, and I'm all out of RSVP cards. Bad joke, dad joke. Dakota is whisper quiet as she enters the office, which is why I don't hear her come in at first. She says, "Hey," sharply, and I launch an inch off the ground, clutching the DVR in my hand like a sword. "God, Jesus, you scared me." My free hand goes up to my chest, pretending to check for a heartbeat. I grin at her around a raspy laugh. She pats me on the shoulder.
Nerves of steel on the famous ghost hunter, huh? Couldn't resist. You find anything yet?
Nah, I was just processing, getting a feel for the place. I'm definitely disappointed to see that she's dressed like a normal human being now, rather than an elite athlete, and yet she looks amazing in a simple white tank top and a pair of tan shorts that show off her quads. Looks like Dakota hasn't skipped leg day in a long time. Her hair is now pulled back in a ponytail, which is awesome because it shows off her fabulously long neck and sleek jawline. I process all of this in about a third of a second to keep from staring at her, and then proceed to ask her some more of Ford's, standard questions. Like, does she know of any deaths in the home? Was the former owner into Satanism? Is she into Satanism, or has she conducted any seances lately that might have involuntarily invited something into the home? The answer to all of these is no, of course, and I knew they would be. It's always a good idea to ask, just in case, because sometimes you can catch an untruthful person through their body language. Ford was better at this part than I ever was. Still, I learned enough by watching him to know that Dakota isn't lying. The only thing she says is,
"The guy who owned it before me, maybe he sold his soul to the devil to get that kind of money, right?"
I say, I wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised, though I stopped short of telling her that I would have sold mine to hang on to what I used to have. I don't, because that's not the impression I want to give Dakota. The money was good, but not everything. Then again, you get used to a certain lifestyle. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. I add, we talked about this a little earlier. Did your real estate agent mention anything at all about him or the history of the home?
Nope. Nothing other than the fact that he was selling this place and moving to his private island. Makes you wonder if he left because it's haunted.
We could always ask. Best to cover our bases.
True. I'll call my agent later. She might know something or know how I can get in touch with him. I think he's somewhere in the South Pacific, so he may not even have access to a phone.
I doubt he went dark. Billionaires like that, they can't stay unconnected. Dakota steps over the window and swipes a bit of dust off the windowsill, rolling it between her fingertips.
This place, all I wanted was an escape. I left one prison for another.
I move over beside her. Don't get discouraged. We haven't even started yet. I'll get it cleaned up, promise.
You know what's funny? I already feel safer. With you here, I mean.
I can feel the instinctual longing down there in my subconscious, wishing there was a deeper meaning to that statement. I know she's talking about the fact that she has an experienced paranormal investigator around. Dakota adds,
"It feels lighter in here now, like that thing isn't around."
I lean up against the window with my shoulder, turning to face her. Man, she looks amazing in the early morning light. Don't tempt fate. It's probably just taking time to recharge. Matter of fact, I should probably check these batteries. As if I had flashed a signal into the sky to call it to us. From down the hallway, the loud crash of a shattered mirror sends Dakota into my arms.
12. Ford Atticus Ford. Lauren and I decide to do some recon work around Ellen's property before we go inside, and when we cruise past the front, it occurs to me that I'm somewhat familiar with this old house. I've seen it a bunch of times on my way to and from the condo during my vacation trips of the past. I even remember Melanie pointing it out one time years ago when we were here on a mini vacation before we started filming whatever season that was. Like the ass I can be, I was already in the midst of numerous affairs by that point, and I specifically recall feeling like a huge douche pickle when she pointed out that Ellen's house would be a perfect little retirement home for us once the show had finished its run. I keep that bit of information from Lauren. Anything I say has the potential to be used against me. I do, however, tell her that I've seen her grandmother's house before and have always been envious of the view.
"Incredible, isn't it?"
Lauren says wistfully.
"I'd live on that front porch if she'd let me. Just give me a sleeping bag and a cardboard box."
Ellen's house sits up on a hill, and I examine it closely as we circle the block 3 times, looking for anything suspicious. Unless they're hanging out in the backyard, there's no sign of the beastly creatures waiting on us, giving me time to observe what's soon to be our fort for the night. It's dark
and pouring. Most of what I'm able to piece together comes from the wet view I have now, coupled with daylight memories. The exterior, when the sun is shining on it, is painted the color of a bluebird sky that you get on a cloudless summer day here on the coast. The shutters are white, and the awnings are white. In fact, it reminds me of a dress shirt I once owned, blue with a white collar and white cuffs. I left it in Hawaii about 7 years ago. Funny that should pop into my head now, because that was the first time I'd heard about the black-eyed children. It was a hotel maid who mentioned it. Sadly, we never had time to go investigate her home, and given the circumstances, I'm wishing we had, just so I could come into this with some experience. Ellen's home is craftsman style with a wraparound porch that skirts the south, west, and northern sides. In back, facing east, the yard is fenced in by tall, wide slats pressed so firmly together that you couldn't slip a sheet of paper between them. The home itself is fairly plain, and Lauren tells me that it's because Grandpa has moved on to the great beyond, and with Ellen's eyesight nearly gone, it's less trouble. I can specifically remember when there were gorgeous, lush flower beds along the foundation and huge, round pots standing along either side of the front steps, guarding the stairway like terracotta sentinels. Shame it's sort of going to waste, I say. It's a great place. Lauren tells me that her parents are living down in San Diego where it's warmer and they can be closer to their daughter. I ask forgiveness for prying, but I'm curious as to why they're not here where their ancient blind matriarch lives, who would appear to need more care than their wealthy television host of a daughter. She answers,
Mom and Grandma never got along, never ever, and with me living so far away, it was the perfect excuse for her to escape. My dad dug his heels in for about 7 or 8 seconds, but you see where that got him. Happy wife, happy life. They pay for a nurse to come by a few times a week, and don't tell my mother, but I spring for extra care when the nurse they hired isn't around.
You're such a heathen.
Hell in a handbasket.
We drive back around to the ocean-facing side of the house again, and Lauren tells me to slow down.
Park here,
she says, pointing to a spot in front of a compact sedan. I can tell by the corporate bumper sticker that it's her rental. Have any of the nurses ever seen these things here before? Lauren rolls down her window. Thankfully, the rain is shooting in from the west, so the drops fly right over the top of the Jeep, and the only thing that enters is the salty scent of the ocean. She tells me not that she knows of, and none of them have said anything to her parents either during their weekly reports. She leans out the window, and I can't tell what she's looking at. What are you doing, Coburn?
Trying to see between the slats.
It's pointless, I know, but I can't fault her for trying. You think they're still in back? My tone comes off as a bit too incredulous because she flicks her head around and narrows her eyes.
How should I know, Ford? Where do black-eyed children hang out? The YMCA?
Point taken, though I doubt even supernatural monsters would be out in this.
You're kidding, right? Something tells me they're not very discriminating when it comes to the weather.
Hey, who's the world-famous paranormal investigator here with all the first-hand knowledge?
If you say so.
A nearby streetlight flickers and goes dark, adding an extra layer of depth to the shadows. Was that chance or a deliberate act? I've been doing shit like this long enough to know that actual coincidences are rare. I ask Lauren if she's ready to go in, and she gnaws on the loose skin of a knuckle. A deep breath later, she finally says,
I can't. At least not until you check it out.
She hands me a single key with a rabbit's foot dangling from the ring.
Here, please.
You're gonna stay here? By yourself? Her voice quivers when she says,
Leave the keys in the ignition?
It's more of a question than an order. I relent. If she's not legitimately scared to death, somebody should give her an honorary award. And the Oscar for plucking Ford's heartstrings with the pouty-lipped sad face goes to Lauren Coburn!
I'd like to thank my agent, God, and Ford for being a sucker.
I zip up my jacket and flip up the collar. Last chance for the truth. If you're fucking with me about this.
I'm not, I swear.
Then I guess I'll turn on the porch light for the all clear, okay? She snatches my hand, squeezes it, and tells me to be careful. Funny. I think she actually means it, and it peels away a single layer of steel from around my heart. At first, I hustle up the walkway because of the weather, then change my tactical approach. I remember why I'm here and slow down, succumbing to the urge to crouch. I've been around enough detectives and patrolmen to pick up some habits, so I slip up to the front of the house, climb the stairs, and then back up against the wall. The front picture window, which will have an incredible view of the ocean from inside the living room, is unblocked by curtains or shades. I dip to my left to take a quick peek. It's dark in there, but I spot no movement. It's full of what you would expect for a house: a couch, a recliner, a fireplace, and a coffee table, and a variety of knickknacks sitting around on shelves and end tables. I spot a television that might have been brand new when Gerald Ford was in office. Other than the TV that should probably be haunting anyone here, the room is free of anything paranormal. To my right, the porch disappears around the northern side of the house. I sidestep over, and for the briefest of moments, while my back passes by the closed door, I feel my stomach clench, waiting on our demented friends to yank it open and grab me. It's not possible, obviously, because Lauren didn't invite them inside, and supposedly these things can't enter unless you tell them it's okay. Kinda like how a vampire needs to be given permission to enter, but the black-eyed children aren't quite so obvious about their paranormal ambitions. Still, you never know. Nothing shatters the picture window and grabs me as my exposed back crosses in front of it. I exhale, my gale-like relief getting lost in the wind. I pause at the corner, count to 5, then spin around to my stomach and flatten myself against the wall. I can feel the wind whipping raindrops underneath the porch roof and onto my jeans. Slowly, and goddamn, I didn't know it was possible to move so slowly. I'm slow like molasses fresh out of the freezer as I lean and ease one eye around the corner. Shit! I've never been afraid of spiders, but when the rain-drenched wind pushes that little bastard forward, slinging him at my face, almost landing on my eyeball, I yip like someone stepped on a Pomeranian, and then have to catch my balance before I tumble back into the railing. I mutter, "You little jerk," around a chuckle. Back in the Wrangler, Lauren calls out to me, asks if I'm okay and if I see our guests. I wave her off and tell her I'm fine, hiding the fact that I'm on edge, man. For real. Little white lies are preferable to big black ones. I just told Lauren a little white lie. Melanie got a lot of big black ones. There's no question about why she left me. Given Lauren's Hollywood cutthroat nature, I wonder how many lies she's told during her life and career. Living under the roof of subterfuge is probably so natural to her she expects it. She yells up to me.
"Think it's safe for me to come up?"
Her words are scattered through the cacophony of Mother Nature's wrath, yet I can make it out enough to suggest that she stay put. I tell her I'd like to check out the back first, and then I'll come get her. "Wait for the porch light. I mean it," I yell, and she waves as she cranks the window back up. The backyard fence adjoins the blue siding about halfway back. The tops of each slat are pointed, reminding me of a long, jagged saw blade. In the low ambient light, even with the street lamp still out, I can make out their rough-cut edges. They're high enough that I'd have to jump, grab the top, and pull myself up. So, being the soft-skinned pansy that I am and not too fond of splinters, I find a flimsy deck chair, one of those rickety plastic ones that cost about 4 cents to manufacture, and park it as close as I can get to the fence. It wiggles when I climb onto it. My heartbeat flitters like the wings of a butterfly in a wind tunnel. First, I'm worried this plastic piece of crap will collapse and I'll break an ankle. Second, what if I put my hands over the top and one of those damn things is over there waiting and tries to bite me? I don't fancy my fingers disappearing the way a drunken college kid plows through a whole bucket of buffalo chicken on 10-cent wing night. You've waited years to see these guys, Ford. Put up or shut up. They're only fingers. A blend of fear and morbid curiosity sends my tentative hands up, and then they retreat. Reach, retreat, reach, retreat. Do it, Ford. I grab the peaks of the fence, lightly, of course, to avoid the splinters, and pull my weight up on my tiptoes, poking my head over the top. It's empty, thank God, and I feel both silly and relieved at my hesitation. It's nothing more than an empty yard. a deep, lush green from the Oregon coast rainfall, and on the far side I spy the wide-open gate. Easy enough. No baddies. I dart around, emerge through the gate and up to Ellen's back door. Using the key that Lauren gave me, one that has been rubbed smooth by time and spare change in someone's pocket for decades, the tumblers eventually relent, with some wiggling and shimmying. The interior of the house smells and looks just how you'd expect a prehistoric cotton-tops house would. Kitchen grease, liniment oil, and probably mothballs if I'm correctly remembering the scent from Grandma Ford's home. The paint has faded on the walls, and some of the historic furniture would fetch quite a high appraisal value on antiques galore every Sunday morning. Paneled walls, sagging cushions, rabbit ears on top of the television. I feel like I've traveled back in time. Aside from a miniature grandfather clock that stands resolute on the mantel, ticking like a hammer against steel, it's silent in here. I give my eyes a few seconds to get adjusted to the even blacker shadows inside, and even though it's theoretically impossible for the demonic shitheads to be in here, I decide to clear the upstairs first, because if anything is down here, I want the advantage of higher ground. It makes sense in my head. I tiptoe up the creaking steps to the second floor, then sneak from room to room. The master bedroom, spare bedroom, and reading room are all clear of paranormal thingies that go boo in the night. Good, I think. Looks safe up here. Supposing the downstairs is okay, we can fortify the place a bit and wait on the punks to come back. Fortification would be incomplete without weapons, and I try to think about what I could use barring the materialization of a beginner-savvy firearm. I'm not a fan of guns, so I need something long, something that I can swing from a distance. I wonder if Grandpa Coburn might have been a golfer. The hallway closet is void of devices that would create bruises or fleshy holes, unless I beat the shit out of somebody with a rolled-up hand towel, and I'm about to give up looking when I find an item that's totally unrelated to causing pain. An old video recorder, VCR style, with those brick-sized tapes. Nice. I haven't seen one of these things in years. I can set this up and try to catch evidence. The batteries are dead, no surprise there, but eureka and hallelujah, I find the plug-in cord on the shelf, along with a box of unopened blank tapes sitting next to another one with hand-labeled videos. I twist them around into the available light and read the fat, blocky handwriting. Lauren cheerleading, May 1988. Mom-Dad fishing trip, June. Hands off, private. The last one gives me a chuckle, and I'm fairly certain what's on it. Sometimes skeletons in the closet are made up of adventurous couples. Oi. Thing is, if the recorder actually works, it occurs to me that if I tell Lauren about it, she'll try her damned best to use it on me. The almighty Ford Atticus Ford on a private home tape, on an actual paranormal investigation, with a princess of Hollywood. Imagine her ratings for Weekend Report. The desire to catch the black-eyed children on camera is overwhelming, so I'll have to keep it hidden from her as best I can. I find an outlet in the hall, plug in the recorder, slip a tape into the side carriage, and check out its operability. Damn if it ain't perfect. Sometimes you catch a break and the universe tips its hat at you. Go get 'em, cowboy, it says. I remember the large bookcase I saw in the living room and scamper downstairs where I do my best to use some hardback novels to conceal it on an upper shelf. I can barely see the lens, and an angled copy of Moby Dick hides the blinking red light. If we keep the lights low, it'll be perfect. I don't have a plan for getting the tape out of here in case we do manage to get them into the shot, but I'll deal with that when the time comes. I'm giddy about the possibilities, images of my former glory catapulting through my mind, when there's a knock on the front door. It spooks me, ruining my daydreams, and I murmur a handful of curse words when I see Lauren standing outside on the porch. Yanking the door open, I say, "You were supposed to wait for the light. That's the all clear, remember?" She's soaked and looking miserable. "You need to let me in." "Fine, whatever, get in here," I say, frustrated as I step to the side. "It's your place, do whatever you want." 13. Chelsea Hopper. Chelsea Hopper is 7 years old now and will be 8 in 2 more months. She often wakes from horrible nightmares where she is back in the old house, the one that other people call the Hopper House, the most haunted place in America. She dreams of claws and fangs and darkness and the scent of rotten eggs. She feels fear that loosens her bladder in her dreams, but not in her bed, thankfully. At least not yet. She's proud that she's never wet herself, unlike that boy Gordon in her class, the one who always smells like moldy dirt and cat litter. Often, when she wakes from these dreams, she rises from bed as she does now and patters down the hallway into the bathroom. The night light plugged into the wall helps assuage her fright, but it's never enough. She flips on the overhead lights, a gloriously bright row of 7 bulbs over the mirror. And in this mirror she stares at her reflection, first checking her eyes, then touching her cheeks, pushing the puffy skin around to make sure it's still soft and bendy. She pulls her lower lip down first, and then pushes the upper one toward the ceiling, checking her teeth. Next come her ears, then her fingers and toes, her nails. Finally, she pulls open the front of her pajamas and holds her breath as she looks down, breathing a sigh of relief that she hasn't grown a scaly, shriveled penis. Chelsea is relieved to see that she is not the boy demon she becomes in her dreams, that evil, vicious creature with grotesque, pebbly raised skin made of scales, eyes yellow and slit like the stray tomcat that sleeps underneath their back porch, fangs long and sharp which dig deeply into the flesh of Mr. Ford and Mr. Mike, pointed ears that lay back against her head, listening to their screams. This happens to her practically every night. It's terrifying, yet it has happened enough that it's almost normal. The dreams were never this bad before, not even when she lived in the Hopper House. These violent nightmares have been happening for months, even before her parents mentioned the movie that Mr. Ford and Mr. Mike might be making about her life. They had asked her if it was okay, if she minded. She had said she was scared and wasn't sure. They needed the money, they told her. They needed it, and it would be good for the family. They could pay for her school when she got older, and maybe now, too, if she wanted to go to a different place, maybe a less crowded one where not as many people knew her, where she could concentrate and not answer questions about ghosts and demons. "I have friends here," she had told them. "It's okay, Mama. And don't worry, Daddy. I'll try to do better in school. I promise. I'll do better in school, and I won't tell you about the dreams yet, because maybe they had forgotten how horrible it was in that house when she was so little. Would they make her go back in the house with Mr. Ford and Mr. Mike? Carla, that super nice lady from Hollywood, the one who had given her candy corn and chocolate on Halloween night the last time, had said that Chelsea wouldn't have to go back in the house. Never, ever, never again. Never, ever. Mama and Daddy had said okay. Carla and her people could make the movie, but only for lots of money and as long as Chelsea wasn't in danger. Chelsea almost told them about the dreams then. But if she did, if she told them how scary it was to become that demon and use her horrible fangs to bite the hearts of Mr. Mike and Mr. Ford every night, they would send her back to that awful man, Dr. Slade, who had breath like rotten fish and hands that were rough like sandpaper when he touched her skin. She kept her secrets to herself. And now she revisits the same place each night, that pitch-black hallway in her old home. She climbs from a deep, dark place, claw over claw, for what feels like 100 years until she breaks through the floor, smashing the wood and smelling the soot and ashes, feeling the flames licking at her heels. She gets to her knees and spreads her leathery black wings, then stands to her full height, towering over the 2 men she thought were her friends. Big, strong guys who were supposed to protect her from this thing that she has become. Satisfied that she's not a demon, a horrifying, disgusting boy demon, Chelsea drinks a glass of water from her cup decorated with pink cartoon puppies and steps back from the bathroom mirror. It's pure habit as she reaches for the light switch, then draws her hand away, just as she does every night. It's better to leave them on. Chelsea sneaks a furtive peek out the door, looking left and right. Spying nothing in the short hallway now illuminated by the bathroom, she turns left and darts toward her bedroom. She flies through the door, imagining she's like the older girls at her gymnastics class as she plants her feet and jumps, twisting, spinning in the air, landing on her soft, comforting mattress. The sheet and pink puppy comforter go up over her head for protection. She knows it won't do much good if the demon ever comes for her again. That's what the spell is for. Chelsea whispers, "The white night is bright with light and love. Put the pedal to the metal and swing your sword with grace at his face. Keep me safe in this place. The demon killer is my savior. May he protect me forever and ever. Thanks, Jesus." Her teachers, her parents friends, aunts and uncles, older cousins, all tell Chelsea how smart she is. Knowing this, she understands that her little incantation is silly, but so far it has worked, and she has not been attacked by a demon in real life, not like at the Hopper house, and only her dreams have been damaged. Those are bearable for now. As long as she can keep them to herself, she'll be okay, and she only has to do it until Mr. Ford and Mr. Mike kill the thing in her dreams. She just hopes she's not inside of it when it happens. She's not ready to die, but the thing in her dreams is strong and will hurt a lot of people if they don't do something. The movie with the demon killers and that nice lady Carla will make it all go away. September will be here soon. She can make it until then. Chelsea slides her hand underneath her pillow and tightens her grip around the handle of a knife. Her mother thinks it was lost in the trash. Chelsea tries to take it into her nightmares. One day it might work. 14. Mike Long. We both listen to the plinking, scattering sound of shattered glass bouncing off a countertop and the bathroom tile. I gotta say, Dakota feels good in my arms. Soft but solid. Strong. She says, "Fuck, what was that?" before pulling away. "Wait, come back." Mirror, down the hall. She starts for the office door and I grab her wrist, telling her to wait, to let me go check first. "You think it's the ghost?" "Probably," I say, the word sounding more like a question than I intend. After all, I'm supposed to be the one who knows what I'm doing. I insert my earbuds and press record on the GS5000, my bitchin' digital voice recorder that allows me to listen to what's being recorded in real time, while also being able to rewind and review captured evidence as it continues to record. I love this thing. Out of every piece of equipment I've ever used, even that damn spiritual fart detector, this is my favorite. Capturing video evidence and watching a spirit walk across an empty warehouse, asylum, or a football field, that's cool. That's chill-inducing. But to me, uncovering the real humanity comes from being able to hear what a spirit has to say. Their words make them authentic and give them an identity. Seeing a hazy shape on a screen, I don't see it as being much different than watching a television show with some sophisticated CGI. Hearing the emotion in their words, that's what does it for me. It's a different story hearing something demonic or listening to the vitriol of a malicious dead guy who's yet to let go of his murderous rage, and yet it makes them genuine, almost corporeal. The bad ones can be terrifying. Case in point, that right-hander that attacked Chelsea and Dave Craghorn. But it gives them a measure of tangibility. So yeah, this particular device is like my ghost-hunting security blanket. Tony once said, "If you love that thing so much, why don't you leave me and marry it?" I don't doubt there was some truth behind her joke, and believe me, the idea wasn't and isn't entirely out of the question. I'm not sure how the law regards marrying electronics. Procuring joint insurance would be a problem, I'm sure. I hold my finger up to my lips. Dakota nods through anxious breathing, blowing through pursed lips, fanning her cheeks, trying to calm herself. At first I hear nothing but the gentle hiss of silence through the miniature speakers in my ears.
The white earbud strings tickle my neck as I creep into the hall, straining to pick out any obvious noises that don't belong, that aren't innate to the home. I wish I'd had extra time in here to get more familiar with the place. And as much as I hate to admit it, Ford's annoying habit of spending a couple of days surveying a location before he would even consider investigating it would be helpful here. I'm not accustomed to the particulars of Dakota's home, like what sounds it makes when the lumber is settling, the creak of loose floorboards, or whether the grill over the air vent vibrates when the air conditioner kicks on. Knowing that stuff would be immensely valuable. Instead, I'm storming the castle with no plan and no idea where the archers are hiding along the Soldier's Walk. I glance behind me and hold up my palm, then point at my eyes and finally toward the hallway bathroom, silently signaling that Dakota needs to wait while I check it out. Thumbs up from her. The GS5000 is so sophisticated that it picks up on the squish of plush carpet under my bare feet as I slink down the hall. I hear nothing. I see nothing. I smell nothing. I don't feel anything unusual either, like a static charge in the air or random cold spot. Given that, I am scrotum-shrinkingly unprepared when the black, swirling mass explodes out of the bathroom. I scream, "Shit!" and duck from pure shock. I've faced worse, much, much worse, but it caught me by surprise. Behind me, back in the bedroom, Dakota shouts, "Mike?" My eyes stay locked on our intruder. It hovers there, 10 feet away from me, floating, swirling, the tendrils of blackness climbing on top of each other like snakes in a pit. I feel my neck muscles tightening. I sense that it's hostile and yet curious, like it's sizing up the new opponent. It nudges closer, ever so slightly, undulating, rippling, slowly moving from a malleable mass of blackness, smoke-like, into the shape of a man. Broad-shouldered, no arms or legs, but large and bulky. It's the size of an NFL linebacker and just as intimidating. I ask, "Who are you?" as I hold the GS5000 closer to it, adding, "I'm not afraid of you." Like this thing would actually give a shit. That's when I hear it. An EVP in my ears, not a disembodied voice that emits from nowhere within the room, and thank God, because I wouldn't want Dakota to hear this thing laugh. It's booming, throaty and vile, sending shivers down my arms. There's something wicked behind it, as if this bastard knows that I'm nothing in its presence. Maybe it's stronger than I thought. "What's your name?" I ask. Dakota, still in the bedroom, says, "Are you okay?" "Fine, stay there. Don't look," I tell her, which is the absolute worst thing to say to stubborn curiosity. A beat later, she gasps, curses, and then it sounds as if her voice is rising up from the floor, like she dropped into a carpeted foxhole. She calls out to me, "That's what I saw before, Mike. Get back here, hurry." "I'm good. We're good. Right, Mr. Ghost?" Mr. Ghost? The fuck? It growls at me, literally growls, like I've put my hand too close to its food dish, and I step back. My bladder feels bulging and warm. Growling, especially something so dark as if it's seared by hate and ashes, could easily be classified as demonic. I'm not buying it. Dakota hasn't mentioned any of the typical signs like claw marks showing up on her skin in threes, a mockery of the Holy Trinity, or any of the other indicators like childish voices and shredded Bibles. It doesn't feel demonic. My guess is that it's masquerading as something bigger and stronger, much the same as a human lifting its arms and shouting to appear more intimidating over a dangerous animal. Assuming it's posturing and weaker than it actually is, well, that's my first mistake. My second mistake is feeling like I need to be Billy Badass in front of Dakota and impress her with my ghost demolishing skills. Peacocking, so to speak. I don't have a crucifix with me, so what I do is I raise my forearms and lay one over the other in the shape of a cross. I shout, "Back, ye heathen devil!" and immediately feel like a gargantuan dork in a late-night B-movie. Ford was better at this part than I am. Viewers told us our banter made the show what it was, but he knew how to put on a performance, man. The thing is,
It's taken me over 2 years to forgive him for ruining Graveyard and screwing up Chelsea Hopper. What never wavered, though, was my belief that his presence made us what we were. It didn't surprise me in the slightest when I approached all those producers without him along. They acted more interested in the dog crap on the soles of their expensive loafers, especially if they knew I'd be prone to shouting stupid stuff like, "Back, ye heathen devil." It laughs at me again. Roars, really, at my childish attempt. I try a different tactic, attempting to channel the almighty Ford Atticus Ford at his best. I can remember his speech from an Irish rectory in Season 6, word for word, and begin to recite it. "Whether you are a child of God or a child of Satan, this home is not yours. Listen to me and understand me. You do not belong here. You will leave this place on my command, and you will never bother this woman again. Do you hear me? What is your name? Do you know that there is power in a name, you pitiful, pathetic weakling?" I raise my voice, one click of the dial below shouting, and continue. "What is your name, you bastard? My name is my name is Mike Long, and I command you to leave now in the name of God. Leave now and never return." The mist diminishes in size, losing its shape of a man, churning in a slow circle like black muck down a bathtub drain. Victory is on my lips, forming the word when I hear it speak one of the most chilling EVPs I've ever heard. "I know you want her. She's mine." The black cloud swishes around like Batman making a dramatic exit with his cape, and then poof, it evaporates. Gone as fast as it arrived. Son of a bitch. It takes me around 2.7 seconds to decide I don't need nor want Dakota to hear that EVP. This scenario is already too messed up for her, and I can't have my schoolboy/lonely middle-aged dude crush complicating the situation any further. I rewind roughly 20 seconds back on the GS5000 and then record the silence over top of the EVP. This pains me to do so because in over 12-plus years of being involved with the paranormal world, that was one of the cleanest EVPs with proof of an intelligent haunt that I've ever come across. During Graveyard's amazing run, Ford was often accused of reading too far into the language of EVPs, trying to fit meaning relatable to the situation into nonsensical ghost blathering. I never came right out and told him this. I agreed. That was his deal, more or less, and I never argued with him over creative control. It was what it was. Ford developed the story behind the investigations. I was there to be the tech guy and provide straight man humor to his over-the-topness. Frankly, I wish he were here now. My vibrating hands and shaky knees are proof that I'm out of practice when it comes to doing this alone. Chin up, chest out, Mikey sweetheart. You got this.
"Is it gone?"
Dakota's voice is 15 feet behind me and timid. I look back to see her peeking out of the office. For now, I think. She eases through the doorway, head, shoulders, and arms first in slow motion. She's so tall and lean and muscular that it reminds me of a video my daughter watched online where someone had filmed the birth of a baby foal. Yep, that'll do it. Nothing will put a damper on a horny crush faster than a loathsome spirit and the thought of horse vaginas. I tell her again that it's gone, for a while, and we should take this opportunity to get out of the house and let it recharge, adding, "There's no need in doing any baseline checks. I got a visual. You're not imagining things."
"You thought I was?"
Whoa, backtrack. No, not at all. I meant I'm positive you don't have anything else going on in here, like a fear cage where the EMF stuff is so strong it can give you hallucinations.
EMF stuff? Is that the technical term?
Official. Got it out of the guidebook. Dakota giggles, and it's a melody. I want to make her laugh for the rest of her life. And mine. She hugs herself and tentatively studies the hall and the nearby rooms. I reassure her. I don't think it'll bother us, at least not for now.
For now? Ugh. And did I hear you say you wanted that thing to recharge? What in God's name for?
I explained the whole principle of spiritual beings needing and expending energy to manifest or communicate with the living world.
And by taking the time to recharge, he's drawing on any available sources like the spare batteries in my pockets, your fear. I mean, seriously, right now you're probably a walking Tesla coil just shooting off lightning bolts of ghost juice.
And this is supposed to make me feel better?
Just the facts, ma'am.
Right.
We should go. Get you out of here and let it fill up on something else.
Tell me why. This recharge thing you're talking about.
Because it's easier to communicate once he builds up enough power to step over to this side again. When he does, he's at his most potent, but also his most vulnerable.
And that's what we want? Strong but vulnerable?
When you put it that way, it makes him sound like Ryan Gosling, but yeah, essentially. She nods, resigned, and looks away.
Now what?
Research. We need to find out who it is.
Was,
she reminds me.
15. Ford Atticus Ford. Lauren steps into Grandma Ellen's house and takes a look around like she's never seen the place before. Initially, this seems like an odd reaction. Then it occurs to me that she's probably freaked out and expecting her black-eyed buddies to pop up from behind the couch and yell, "Boo!" "It's okay," I tell her. "All clear. I checked." That's a small, possibly harmless fib, because I got so involved with setting up the antiquated video recorder, I didn't have a chance to thoroughly check the bathroom down the hall or the linen closet beside it. Or, both bedrooms. Besides, I'm still in the mindset that if she didn't invite them in, it's all good. That tingly sensation I get when something paranormal is present isn't firing off either. We're fine. I hope. At least until those things come back. And then what? Pray? Let them in? Let the host of Weekend Report interview them? No clue, but I'm going to trust my instincts when the time comes. Lauren stops in the middle of the living room floor. She's soaked. Her wet hoodie and jeans and limp bottle blonde hair all drip onto the throw rug that bears a picture of the local seascape. "You okay, Coburn? You seem off."
No, I'm good. Just feels strange being in here after them.
"Why were you out in the rain?"
Checking around the house. Helping.
"You didn't need to do that. I had it. And for someone who was so terrified, that's a damn ballsy move, so I should give her some credit. Thanks, though. Pretty brave." She nods and pulls her soaked hair back.
So, we're safe? You're positive?
I tell her I think so, and that we should be good until our visitors return.
How long?
Until they come back? Hell if I know. 10 minutes, an hour, never.
Good.
Why? Lauren ignores my question and snatches her sopping wet hoodie at the hem and then whips it up and off. Before I can grasp what she's doing, I see a perfectly taut tummy and full, round breasts that, upon a microscopic glimpse, appeared to be a little too perfectly round. My educated guess says that push-up bra isn't necessary. Typical male, yeah, but I'm also a gentleman. Sometimes. So I grunt, "Whoa," and turn away. How about a little warning?
Chill, Ford. It's not like you haven't seen breasts before, she chides, zipper hissing down, followed by mumbles and wiggling as she tries to peel off her painted-on jeans that must be astronomically harder to remove now that they're wet. Yeah, I've seen lady parts before, but does she have to strip down right here, though? I get my answer when she says, "The dryer is in the kitchen. Avert your eyes if you must, gallant Sir Ford." Curiosity trumps my gallantry, and I have to look. Because telling me to avert my eyes is like putting me in an empty room and telling me not to push the giant red "Do Not Push" button. While I used to hate her guts with the passion of a million stars-gone supernova, it's hard to ignore the fact that all the weight she's lost has really done wonders. She looks good. Capital G good. Although, as she's walking away, I note that her bra and thong don't match. I don't know why this amuses me. Maybe it's because I expected the ultra-pristine television persona to be as put together off-camera as she is on. In the dim light, the bra appears to be something of a cream shade, and the thong looks midnight blue. Could be purple. Could be black. But not that I care because her butt is amazing. I wonder how much she squats. Shit, I'm an asshole. Or am I human? Frustrated, I grind my teeth and look out the bay window.
White caps cover most of the angry ocean. It's mental behavior like this that sent my relationship with Melanie hurtling and flaming toward the ground like a meteorite. It landed hard. That's for damn sure. And it left a huge crater in my heart. Why do I do this? My therapist says I shouldn't punish myself for my intrinsic male tendencies. Everybody looks, he says, because it's biology. The difference is you gotta have the common friggin' courtesy to not act on your animalistic impulses. Your partner, the person you love for many reasons other than sex, deserves that respect. I'm working on it. Lauren's shenanigans, unintentional or not, and my reaction to them makes me think of Melanie. I feel regret bubbling and growing warm in my stomach like a simmering pot. One day, it'll boil over, and I'll either drink 1,000,000 gallons of beer to dull the memory or carry my heart up to her front door and beg forgiveness. Jeff from the control room be damned. I'm pretty motivated when I need to be. If she'll have me. I've learned that's another aspect of common courtesy in a relationship, respecting the needs of others. See? I might get a boner if the wind blows the right direction, but I'm trying to keep the train on the tracks. In the kitchen, the dryer door slams and I hear Lauren call out, "Coming through." I close my eyes, out of respect for Melanie, not Lauren, and I hear my counterpart scamper from the kitchen through the living room and down the hallway. A bedroom door screeches shut, and a moment later she emerges wearing, yet again, a new pair of form-fitting jeans and a hoodie. "How many sweatshirts did you bring?" I ask. "I pack comfy," Lauren answers, "and you've seen the weather here, haven't you? Pouring rain. Hoods, no-brainer." She pulls her hair back tight against her scalp, deftly twirls it into a bun and straps it down with a hairband. Then she rolls up her sleeves and snorts, a mama tiger prepped and ready for battle, ready to protect her territory. Speaking of battle, I ask, "Do you have anything here we can use as a weapon? Golf clubs, a baseball bat, anything you can swing?" "When was the last time you swung either of those?" "Last decade. But it's better than nothing." "Fair enough." Lauren twists at the waist, hands on her hips, chewing the side of her lip while she evaluates our options. "Not that I can think of. Grandma's blind. She doesn't need much." She holds up an index finger. "Oh, hang on a sec." Back down the hallway she goes, this time to a different bedroom, and returns carrying a small green lockbox roughly the size of a paperback copy of War and Peace. I remember seeing that book on the shelves earlier. Who has the time? Maybe that's why Ellen went blind. Trying to read that brick would do it, no offense to Tolstoy. "What's this?" "A .22 pistol. Belonged to my grandpa." Yeah, no." "What? Why?" she asks, incredulous. "Not my thing, guns." "You'll beat some paranormal creature thing over the head with a baseball bat, but you won't shoot it?" "Bats or clubs can't accidentally go off and shoot someone in the foot, or the face, or the head, or the chest, or the nose, or the knees, or the ears. I get it. But can't we—" "Not a chance. No." I take the lockbox from her, step over, and place it in the middle of the bookshelf. My eye goes up to the video camera. It's still well hidden, yet I catch the tiniest glimpse of the little red light blinking. I can't risk an attempt to hide it more, so I try out some misdirection. "It's a thing I have. With guns, I mean. You've kept up with what I'm doing now, right? The whole paranormal private investigator gig?" "Yeah, why?" "Just, wondering what you thought about it." "It might come as a shock that I don't think about you all the time." "Meaning?" "Meaning I don't have an opinion." "But what do you think?" "You're being weird, but fine." Looking past my shoulder, she longingly eyes the lockbox on the shelf, and I'm afraid she'll look up and see the camera. I nudge sideways and block her view as she says, "I've heard some stuff. Let me guess, you're greasing the gears for a shot at another show." The thought crossed my mind, but that's not entirely the reason, no. Just helping out, working on a little soul redemption. After Chelsea, I mean. It occurs to me that I've gotten exactly what I wished for earlier this morning. I haven't thought about Chelsea, the documentary, or Carla Hancock in hours. You can't miss Lauren's eye roll. It's the stuff of television legend and part of her signature persona on Weekend Report. I'm on the receiving end of it as she says,
Whatever.
"It's true."
Uh-huh. Anyway, what's it got to do with you and no guns?
Here's where the full misdirection lie comes in. One of the first official investigations I did was with this detective down in Nolans. I pronounce it Nolans to give it some authenticity. And this guy, he was caught up in such a horrible case with this family. The dad was a drunk, the mom was on drugs. You make your own luck, yeah, but these people had gotten the shaft over and over. Turns out, one of their neighbors had died of, well, supposedly of an overdose right there in their living room. Graybeal, the detective, wasn't convinced it was an accidental OD, so he brought me in to see if I could communicate with the dead neighbor's spirit. Long story short, the dad and mom both were so strung out when we got there for the investigation that they tried to attack us both. Graybeal ended up shooting the dad between the eyes right in front of me. Boom, bullet. Dead and done. Lauren cringes and sucks air in through her teeth.
Jesus, that's sad.
Yeah. In true Lauren Coburn fashion, the sympathy disappears and she's right back to the story.
How come I never heard about this, especially with you involved? Why wasn't that all over the national news?
Oh, shit. Good point. They swept it under the rug. Total cover-up. You get that kind of treatment when...
When you're you?
She can't hide her snide incredulity.
You're a piece of work.
Hey, I didn't ask for it. But yeah, since that day, I say, shaking my head with feigned remorse, I don't want to be near a gun. That image is burned in my brain. The blood, the way his head rocked back, gives me the shivers. You get that, right? Lauren lifts a shoulder, drops it with an exaggerated pout.
If you say so. No guns.
She points past me with her chin.
Just in case the combination is 12974, if you change your mind.
Got it.
And now you know when to send me something for my birthday. Don't forget it.
Note taken. Lauren steps over to the large bay window, surveys the outside, and says,
The anticipation is killing me.
I move over, floorboards creaking underneath my boots. Tell me about it.
I wish they'd get it over with. I hate waiting.
You'd never make it as a paranormal investigator, then. That's all we do. Hurry up and wait. A strong rush of wind whips below the awning and across the porch, bringing with it the sharp pitter-patter of rain against the glass. She uses her forefinger to trace the rivulets. They capture the distant light from the southern street lamp, the nearest one that's shining, and refract it with shimmering color.
You have a plan?
Her voice sounds empty and flat. I hate to say it, but no, I don't. I've never had the chance to see these guys up close. The only thing I can think of, we wait and see what happens. Maybe we invite them in, ask what they want me for. Don't look at me like that. I already know it sounds stupid.
Stupid? Those 6 letters don't do that idea justice.
With a situation like this, I gotta trust my instincts when it happens. Lauren watches the storm. She says,
I'm hungry. Can you find me some food?
I look sideways at her, eyebrow raised. Sure, I guess. You'll take first watch? Peculiar request from her. However, she's in a peculiar situation, thinking about her safety, her grandmother's safety, while relying on a guy who might seriously consider pushing her in front of a moving train. Not that I would, on a good day, but I'd say she had a legitimate reason to be acting weird. Anyway, off I go into the kitchen. The dryer is humming back in a little alcove, accentuated by the clink-chink of the metal button on Lauren's jeans tumbling inside. It smells like fabric softener in here, remnants of past laundry exploits released with the current heat. A street light to the east shines through the kitchen window, giving me enough ambient light to see and move around. The linoleum under my feet crackles in spots. No black-eyed children are sneaking up on us from this direction. Earlier, when I eased in through the back door, eyes alert, waiting on something to pounce, I hadn't noticed the half-eaten meals on the kitchen table. Sandwiches with small bites taken out of them sit next to glasses of dark, flat soda. The generic Cola 2-liter is off to the right, cap unscrewed. They left in a hurry, apparently, which leads me to a question I had forgotten to ask earlier. With the black-eyed children right at the back door and so close, how had Lauren gotten her nearly blind grandmother moving fast enough to make an easy escape? They left their uneaten meals behind, yeah, but had Lauren really stopped long enough to lock the front door behind them? Acting out of habit? Afraid the black-eyed children would try to get inside while they were gone? Sure, maybe. I need to ask her about that. First, food. In the refrigerator, I discover some leftover munchies, perfect items to whip together a makeshift picnic. A pack of sliced, dry salami, sliced Havarti cheese, and an open bottle of Chardonnay to go on a serving tray conveniently stationed nearby on the counter. Crackers from the cabinet, too, once I check the date and ensure they're not as old as Ellen. Wine glasses. Can't forget those. Napkins. Check. Salami, cheese, and wine. You'd think we should be smack in the middle of Napa Valley, not setting up perfect appetizers for a night of paranormal frivolity. I balance the tray on one hand, like back from my day's waiting tables, and stroll into the front room where Lauren remains stationary at the window. "Tasty snacks for m'lady?" I say, setting our mini-meal down on the coffee table. Lauren has light in her eyes again. "Oh, yay," she squeals, clapping. It's weird, you know? Like, I don't feel as if either one of us is as scared as we should be, given what we're facing. Or what might be coming. Lauren seems to be swaying back and forth between normal and cautiously strange, and I have to admit there are a few molecules inside me that remain skeptical of her story. That said, it catches me totally unaware when Lauren, mouthful of cheese and salami, asks me the scariest question I can think of.
Are you ever going to get married again, Ford?
16. Mike Long.
We retreated to my place, and now I'm standing here in a confused daze. By the time we got here, the kids had left for the Daltons' house, friends of ours who live up the street and also have an in-ground swimming pool with a diving board. Dayton and Ashley spend more time there than anywhere else, which is completely alien to me since they have an entire ocean to swim in mere feet away. Not that I care, it's just that sometimes I'm burdened by an adult's logic. Aren't we all? Most of us, anyway. Tony gave me no jealousy-fueled argument about leaving again with Dakota, and in fact, she almost seemed excited by the idea that I'd be out of the house. She didn't even beg Dakota to hang around and take a tour of Casa de Long. She had on makeup, dangling earrings, and that skirt with the revealing slit up the side that I love so much, offering minimal details about a meeting she was late for. "You might see me designing for a new client," she'd said. "Wish me luck." Stranger still, Tony also kissed me goodbye when she left, which I'm sure was just an act in front of Dakota, and whisked herself out the front door in a flurry of perfume and dramatic flair. She called back over her shoulder, "The kids are going to spend the night at the Daltons, so take all the time you need. Be careful, Dakota." Then she was gone. And now Dakota stands beside me in the living room, studying me with an arched eyebrow. "Evil Medusa, huh?" I snort in disbelief. I have no idea who that person was. Keeping up appearances for you, I guess. "She doesn't seem so bad." "Give it time." "That skirt, though. I'm jealous of her legs, that's for sure." "What? Don't even go there. I cut myself off. The conversation, my brain, rather, is heading down a playground slide coated in lard. I gotta stay on track. Dakota is attractive, yes, and I'm married. Final word. Perhaps not happily married, but still I have principles. I am not Ford. I'm a dedicated father and husband, not a cheating horn dog. I stammer something dismissive about her looking great, smile awkwardly, and make a hasty exit, telling her that I'm going to put my paranormal equipment out in the garage, charge the batteries, and then we can go to the library for some research. So yeah, that entire interaction just now was like watching a crash test dummy take a hit at 65 miles per hour in slow motion. What had poured water on the hot and bothered flames of my once stagnant libido was that black floating mist spirit thing blatantly noting that I want Dakota. If I'm projecting enough of that energy for it to be picked up on all the way in the goddamn afterlife, then I need to back the hell off. Just saying. What I really need right now is a hard workout, Old Faithful, to burn off some of this mental garbage.
I need to go pick up heavy things and set them down over and over to wash my sins clean. I check the wall clock to see that it's not much past 8:30 in the morning. Best bet is Ford's asleep out on the West Coast. It'd be nice to ask him how he'd approach this scenario. The investigation, I mean, not about being Don Juan with Dakota, because he always had the best ideas. You know, theories, angles, or a way to come at the spirits that would elicit the best response. He was so amazing at assessing a situation, creating a scenario as if it were a movie or a play in his mind, figuring out how these people had lived, what motivated them, what would be best to use as a trigger object. The one and only time he royally screwed up was with little Chelsea Hopper. One unheeded warning, mine, sank an entire ship like a midnight iceberg. Tony took the Audi, and that's cool by me. Dakota and I hop into the BMW sedan, my first true gift to ourselves when the show got renewed for a second season. I love this damn car. Bangs, knocks, rattles, and all. Lovable warts that remind me daily of so many good memories. I'll drive this thing until the wheels fall off, because there in the passenger side floorboard is the perpetual stain where Tony spilled an entire glass of red wine. Above Dakota, the cloth material is torn in a lightning-shaped pattern, evidence of Tony's stiletto heel and a particularly adventuresome, event a long time ago when money wasn't required as an aphrodisiac. The buttons on the CD player have ancient crumbs wedged between them where Dayton tried to see what his PB&J would sound like. Behind me and in the seat back pocket there's a miniature shovel that we brought back from the beach one afternoon a few years ago. We had no idea to whom it belonged, and none of the four of us had any clue where it came from. It simply showed up among our collection of toys. General consensus, at least from my side of things, was that a ghost had been trying to get our attention that day. I never discovered a reason, and since spirits can get attached to objects, I brought it out here to the car rather than unleashing a spiritual stowaway on our brand new home back then. I didn't have the heart to throw it in the trash, because it's a kid's toy, and, well, you know, child spirits tug on the heartstrings. Over in the passenger seat, Dakota seems distant, distracted. It's muggy, but not quite air conditioner weather, so we have the windows down. Wisps of loose hair, somehow escaped from the Alcatraz of her hairband, drift around in the 30-mile-per-hour wind. Dakota? She turns to me. You okay?
Yeah, why?
I don't know. Seems like you left us there for a bit.
Just thinking.
About?
Mostly about how I got here. I mean, like, here. It's funny, you know, how I just randomly decided one day to go audition for this new show because I was bored at my old job. I absolutely could not hang around and plate up my old chef's bland steak, his stupid lumpy potatoes, and his limp, soggy, disgusting salad. Not anymore. It wasn't what I went to culinary school for, and I was completely wasting my life. I got bored with a song and changed the station right over to an ad for auditions on the radio. Instead of going to work, I made a left turn, and here I am. My life took an entirely different direction because I got bored with a song. That amazes me.
You don't think you would have ended up here eventually?
Destiny? Could be. But the point is, I'm in a place where I have more money in the bank than I could ever have imagined, a humongous house on the beach that happens to be haunted, and honestly, I feel like such a first-world cliché. Beach house, nice cars, a few extra zeros in my bank account. All great to have, yeah, but you saw my kitchen. I'm eating burgers and fries, pizza. I'm not even cooking anymore. I haven't in weeks. And I feel like I've lost sight of doing what I loved.
And this just hit you now?
Earlier. Something clicked, maybe after you mentioned Tony wasn't happy after the paychecks stopped coming. God, if I ever got to that point, shoot me. I'd rather a hurricane come through and wash all this away than let money rule my world.
My stomach flutters with pride and admiration. Same team, Dakota and me. It's like she's been reading my mind. She puts her head down into her hands, takes a deep breath, and says,
Ignore me. I shouldn't be unloading on you like this. It's just that I haven't talked to anybody about something other than food or fame in so long.
No, I get it. Definitely. And unloading, please. It's a conversation. It's how normal people interact. I hesitate to tell her that I've been feeling the same way about wanting to wipe the proverbial slate clean. It's too close to the sun, Icarus. Save that conversation for some other time, like when she's not in a soul-bearing mode. Really, I tell her, it's no big deal.
This is crazy. Crazy. Poor, pitiful me, right? My multi-million-dollar beachfront mansion is haunted. I literally sound like I should be on your show.
Yep, you'd make a perfect season finale.
Jesus, Mike, it's been exhausting. I've barely slept. I'm eating like shit, and the only thing that's keeping me sane is exercising.
True dat, sister. It's a good thing. At least you're doing that. Dakota sits up straighter in her seat, like she's pouncing on an idea as she slaps her lean thighs.
Fuck it. You know what? I need to cook something. Let me cook you dinner tonight.
You'd do that?
If you don't think your wife would care, yeah. It'll be the most gourmet home-cooked meal you've ever had. That's how I can pay you back. Does that sound good? Gourmet meal from the multi-season, not humble-at-all winner of Yes Chef? Would that work for you, in exchange for bug-zapping the bad guys?
Have I died and gone to heaven? Funny, it looks more like the inside of a BMW than I thought it would. Abso-freaking-lutely. Are you kidding me? I've literally dreamed about that like 5,000 times. Deal. Then, reluctantly, I have to address the situation because the smart yet tentative side of my brain understands that if this happens without Tony and the kids along, my bed for the next, century or two would consist of the rickety Adirondack chairs on our deck. I'd take up permanent residence in the doghouse. I tell Dakota, I have to invite Tony, though. She'd stab me with a butter knife in my sleep, a dull butter knife because it'd hurt more.
Sure,
Dakota says, not entirely hiding the flicker of disappointment I can hear in her voice.
Of course they can come.
Come? Oh, you mean do it at your house?
That's where all my supplies are.
I chuckle. And don't get me wrong, I'd love to, but I don't want you to be under any kind of impression that all we have to do is say a few magic words and your house is footloose and demon-free. There's a chance it could take a while.
I know.
This comes with a narrowed glare that insinuates, dipshit. And you still want to do it?
Yes,
she says, matter-of-factly.
That's the whole idea. A big fat middle finger to the jackass in my house. I'd like to take my life back.
Okay, sure.
You don't sound so sure.
I lift one shoulder. I'm not, to tell you the truth. This shit is dangerous. If we're focused on anything other than this floater, we could be in trouble. It takes time and patience and a lot of in-depth concentration, especially if it's malevolent. Technically, I shouldn't even have you around the house. It's that risky. You could get possessed. You could be scratched, attacked, anything. As much as I'd love to eat one of your meals, time is a limiting factor here.
Mike,
she grins. What?
You do remember the format of the show, don't you? Cook the perfect dish in 45 minutes or less?
Right, but...
And who was the champion 3 years in a row?
You, but...
No more buts. We got this. You and me, and your wife and your kids, and a ghost, and hell, invite the whole neighborhood. Bottom line is, I feel safer with you there. And I need this little win. Does that make sense?
Oh, I get it, but I'm not bringing my kids to your house. And Tony... I can't believe Boy Scout Mike is actually going to say this. What she doesn't know won't hurt her.
So just us then?
Yep, ghost hunting on a full tummy. No better way.
Now you're talking.
I turn left, changing streets. The trees are green and lush this time of year. They sway in the breeze, casting early morning shadows on the squat buildings on either side of us. The surf shops and crab shacks, the banks and drive-through beer stations, they're peacefully empty. The real crowds are at the restaurants where the tourists are filling up on pancakes and good southern grits before heading out to the beach to get bad sunburns and drink one six-pack after another. It's a beautiful morning, really, and I have a crazy lady sitting beside me. Determined, but crazy. I like it. This might be one of my most favorite investigations ever. Tonight will be a good night. What could go wrong? 17. Ford Atticus Ford. Lauren takes a sip of her wine, staring at me over the rim with a hint of smug satisfaction in her gaze. I cough and sputter a barrage of ums and uhs like I'm firing them from a Gatling gun, then finally manage to squeak, "Married again? Me?"
Why not?
It's complicated.
You're not a Facebook status, Ford. Give me words.
I fill up my wine glass and drain most of the Chardonnay before I reply, "Tell me why you're asking."
I don't know. Just curious. I heard about your, issues. With your ex, I mean.
Oh, did you, huh? Issues like what? Obviously, I know exactly what she means, and my past infidelity problems weren't really a well-kept secret, considering loose lips are great for making out and sinking ships. Tabloid fodder I was. Given the troubles with Chelsea and my infidelity, I'm surprised people didn't throw rotten vegetables at me in the street.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. I've seen your ex, dude. She's gorgeous. What were you thinking?
As if I was thinking at all?
Good point.
I have a lot of soul redemption that needs to happen for reasons other than Chelsea Hopper.
At least you're owning up to the fact. And I'll admit, you sound reasonably sincere.
I am, I insist. I was an idiot.
Is that on the record?
Coburn.
Relax, Ford. Kidding. Besides, it's kind of refreshing.
My dad always told me that honesty is like a sugar-coated razor blade. Real sweet until it cuts you deep.
Smart man.
Lauren moves away from the bay window and over to the couch. She sits, picks up a cracker, and studies it before putting it back on the tray. Can't risk the extra carbs, I suppose.
So, what made you do it?
It?
Cheat.
I turn my focus back to the rainy world outside. The feeling that this entire shitstorm is a setup comes hurtling back, and I'm now positive that I'm on some kind of interview. I'm severely tempted to go exploring for the digital voice recorder that she probably has stashed behind a throw pillow. Coburn, am I gonna end up on your show again, or are we here to hunt some fucking paranormal shit?
We're talking. That's it. You said you didn't know how long we'd have to wait, so here we are. Old friends telling stories.
Why aren't you acting more scared?
Of course I'm scared.
That's not what I asked. I swear, if you're setting me up.
Setting you up for what?
Asking me about marriage, cheating on Melanie. Feels to me like you're trying to get a scoop.
Jesus H. Ford. Stop with the paranoid bullshit, she says, eyebrows pinched together as she slaps an arm of the couch. Her offense seems genuine. Then again, everyone in Hollywood is an actor, so... Really?
She insists. Then don't be so glib when we have some of the least researched paranormal beings out there stalking us. I have no earthly clue what we're getting ourselves into.
Look at me.
I feel exposed with my back facing the window, but I look anyway. Lauren pats the couch beside her, saying,
Yes, I'm freaked out. You're here, though, so it's not that bad. I trust you.
You probably shouldn't. The last time someone trusted me, I lost my show, my friends, and my life.
Fuck that albatross around your neck. Let it go.
I can't.
For now. Forget it. Just come sit. We'll have some wine, and we'll wait.
I glance down at the empty glass in my shaky hand, the Chardonnay's finish sitting sharp and tangy on the back of my tongue. I shouldn't be drinking anyway. Dangerous to go up against something nasty when you have dulled senses. I'm partly talking about her, partly talking about the black-eyed children.
The doors are locked, right? Front door, back door, garage. Nobody is getting in here. And besides, didn't you say we would actually have to invite them in before they could come inside? It's just the two of us hanging out. Mano a womano, if that's a thing.
That's not exactly what it means, unless we're in direct conflict.
Then it seems about right to me.
I'm pretty damn sure this is an attempt at an interview now. Ass-hole. Both of us, actually, because I fell for it. When will I ever learn? Moron. I tell her, we have to be insanely careful. Most of the evidence we have is anecdotal. Pure hearsay.
Whatever. The doors are locked. Come sit. Tell me more about the almighty Ford Atticus Ford while we wait.
You are relentless.
Nervous, actually. I get chatty and excitable when I'm on edge. Talking helps. Why do you think I do it for a living? I'm never more anxious than when I'm in front of a camera filming, and yet it's when I'm on top of the world.
Funny thing, I know precisely what she means, and I'm not going to admit it to her. I don't want her to sink her claws into some flimsy psychological bond we might share. I pour myself another splash of wine and plop down on the couch beside her, then get an idea. I might as well get her drunk, throw her off her game, and then make my escape. Sometimes I'm a genius. Sorta. More? I ask, holding up the bottle.
Absolutely.
Lauren holds out her glass, and I listen to the glug-glug of a heavy pour.
Whoa, cowboy,
she says. I lean back against the soft cushions of Ellen's ancient couch. This is what I love about old furniture, the fact that it's broken in. Just when you get used to something, get it right to where you want it, it's time to throw it away. Reminds me of Graveyard Classified. I've always wondered if I didn't somehow subliminally self-sabotage my life when my screw-up happened. Maybe it was my brain trying to tell me it was bored with the routine and needed to shake something up. Yeah, you just keep telling yourself that, Ford. Shattering ratings and sealing your place in television history didn't have anything to do with it, did it? Lauren wiggles around sideways on the couch and pulls her legs up in a crisscross position, getting cozy. It's strange, her vibe. Her level of familiarity feels like we're maybe somewhere between the third and fifth date, and this is the precursor to the first time. Meaning that fumbling, awkward, pathetic attempt at whoopee when you have yet to uncover the other's natural rhythms, favorite positions, or hotspots. Feels like it. Ain't happening. The reality is this is probably the interview right here. There should be lights and cameras strategically placed around the living room. We're supposed to pretend as if we're simply relaxing like two old friends while she grills me about my love life and what the real Ford Atticus Ford does in his downtime. Lauren says,
So, marriage. Again? Ever?
I close my eyes and gently press on my temples. Deep breath in, deep breath out. I might as well get this over with, at least until she passes out and I can sneak away. I don't know, honestly. I had my time with Melanie and I screwed it up. Maybe I'm afraid I won't ever be able to handle monogamy. Which is a total lie, but it plays into what Lauren is looking for in her scoop. The low-down dirty of it all.
What made you do it?
You tell me. What makes anyone stray?
Boredom, lack of respect, sex addiction?
Are you asking that about me?
Maybe.
She allows a slight gotcha grin to slip through when I lie and say, "Oh, definitely. I couldn't keep it in my pants. I was horrible."
That poor girl.
She's fine now, though. Probably the best thing she could have done was to get away from the likes of me.
Oh, stop. You're not so bad.
More wine? I ask, hoping to change the subject. Melanie isn't someone I want to be thinking about right now. Why? Hurts too much. After Mike got my hopes up and she used a pin to pop my hope bubble once I got back home from the Craghorn case, I have yet to get over it. I could have taken a monster step toward redemption and then, whoosh, there went the rug, right out from under my feet. Lauren looks down at her glass. She's only taken a couple of sips so far.
I'll have a little more, sure.
I refill it, and then, before she takes another sip, she asks,
Here's something I've always wanted to know, Ford.
I hold up my palm. If it's about Chelsea and my reasoning, that's off the table. I don't have any new responses to that question.
No, I wasn't going to. The ratings and fame were obvious motivators.
Then what?
In all those years doing Graveyard, did you ever actually get scared?
Hell yeah, all the time.
Like pee your pants scared?
I might have dribbled a time or two.
Gross.
You asked. Lauren leans back against the armrest, both hands cradled around her Chardonnay held close to her chest.
If that's the case, then here's what I really want to know. If you got scared, if you dribbled pee-pee into your panties like a big boy, then why the fuck did you constantly tell those families that they had nothing to worry about, that whatever was in their home couldn't hurt them?
She's pointed out something that's always bothered me, too. I had to do it. The data from the Paranormal Channel's test audiences suggested that the viewers loved seeing that our clients were going to be fine once the white knights rode out on their equally white horses. That's not something I want Lauren to know. It's too much juicy insider info that'll make its way out onto the internet. Instead, I say, because more often than not, they were fine. If somebody's grandma passes away, take Ellen, for instance, if she steps over to the other side but sticks around to haunt this place, it might be freaky at first, but you'd get used to it, and you'd understand that she wasn't going to do anything to harm you. Maybe the spirits were too weak to do anything physical, and yes, the families would be okay.
But what if they weren't? What if it was one of the times where you really were scared shitless? I watched Graveyard constantly. I had to because you were such good fodder for Weekend Report. And yet, I can't even remember an instance where you told some terrified family, hey, you need to pack your shit and get the fuck out of Dodge.
True, but at the same time, you're forgetting that faith is a powerful weapon.
Don't feed me that bullshit, honey. I know better. If you were scared, the greatest ghost hunter who ever lived, then yeah, those people had every right to know they were in extremely real danger.
I break away from her gaze and study the loose button on the couch cushion beside me.
I think maybe that might have been one of the reasons I was so hard on you when Weekend ran that piece. I'd been holding on to a lot of this, I don't know, distant anger, like you deserved what you got because you weren't always this bastion of good vibes. Don't shake your head. You know what I'm talking about. The Keens, the Richards family with the lighthouse, those poor nuns down in New Mexico.
Good memory. That's a partial list of investigations where I was definitely scared out of my mind. Guess I conveyed more than I intended during filming.
I saw the look in your eyes in each one of those episodes. Then you sat right there and told them they had nothing to worry about. Then Chelsea happened, and it pushed me right over the edge. I wanted to hurt you.
You succeeded.
Truth time. I mean, yeah, the producers pushed me toward it, but it was mostly me. I felt like a couple of years ago, if karma's a bitch, she says, holding out her hand to shake, then hi, nice to meet you. I'm Karma.
You should write bumper stickers.
It wasn't right of me. Who the hell am I to judge? I'm no better, am I? I rip people a new one every single weekend. So I'm trying to say, I'm sorry.
I mumble a slight acknowledgement, and she adds,
I'm serious. I took it too far.
And so did I. Producers, ratings, contracts. I've been there.
Still doesn't make your disinformation the right thing to do. Anyway, you know what they say about hindsight.
She gulps the last of her Chardonnay and motions for the bottle. Instead of refilling the glass, she squeezes it around the neck, brings it to her lips, and tilts her head back. She wipes her mouth clumsily. The alcohol's effects are creeping up on her like dusk on a slow afternoon.
I didn't need to be so hard on you. You already had enough of that shit from everyone else. I could make amends somehow.
I let the silence stretch out a bit, since I don't know how to respond to that. Outside, the ocean wind howls under the eaves. Rain drives through the hazy glow of a single streetlight, sheet after sheet. Lauren slides her foot across the middle couch cushion, puts it against my thigh, and uses her wiggling toes to get my attention.
One other thing I always wanted to know.
I scoot to the side, moving my leg just out of her reach. What's that?
Say you're a husband and wife on an episode of Graveyard. If you're absolutely positive your house is haunted, how would you ever have sex in it without feeling like some pervert ghost is watching you? What if he's off in the corner cranking one out while you get busy? How do people do that?
During our decade of investigations, the question always plagued me too. I'd never been brazen enough to ask. It always seemed too personal. I don't know, I tell her. Maybe in the heat of the moment you forget.
You forget?
Best I got. She turns the bottle up, spills a little out the sides of her mouth, then wipes her lips with a hoodie sleeve.
Maybe you learned to be an exhibitionist, she says,
numbly looking around the living room.
This place is haunted. Did I mention that?
Who's here?
My great-uncle Gabe lived here for a few years and then died of a heart attack. It has to be him. I can smell his tobacco."
And then something clicks. At first, it was a flicker in the back of my mind, like an EVP from a weakened spirit many planes of existence away, back when she put her delicate toes up against my thigh. I could make amends. How do people have sex when a house is haunted? This place is haunted. I shove up from the couch, slamming my knee against the coffee table, and stumble to the side. "Sorry, I can't."
"Can't what?"
"Are you kidding me with this? You're trying to seduce me?"
"I seduce you?"
"Is this some kind of long con, Coburn? You come to me with a sob story about your blind grandma and these black-eyed kids because you knew that'd get my attention, and then what? Bring me back here, bump uglies? You show me a good time and I finally cave? Nope. The afterglow is a myth. And Ellen probably isn't even blind, is she?" Incredulous, Lauren shoots up from the couch and says,
"They were real, Ford. They were here, and I came to you for help."
She marches over to me, slams a finger into my breastbone 1, 2, 3 times, accentuating each word.
"We needed help."
She crosses her arms.
"And I'm not trying to get you into bed."
The quiver in her voice betrays her anger.
"I just needed you to let me in. I needed you to feed me with your soul."
I feel like I'm on some paranormal soap opera. "Oh, God, gag me, please," I say, flinging my hands into the air. "You've got an hour. If those little bastards don't show up by then, I'm gone and you're on your own." I spin on my heels and stomp down the hall.
"Where are you going?"
"To take a piss, if that's okay with you." I jerk the bathroom door open, step inside, and slam it closed behind me. The small window above the bathtub is open. Flecks of rain flitter inside, carried on wind that shoulders up against the solid shower curtain, billowing the looser folds of purple cloth. And then I remember, I didn't check in here earlier. I had been too busy trying to get the ancient camcorder set up. I'm sure it's fine. Next to, "Hey y'all, watch this," I'm certain that "I'm sure it's fine" ranks high on the list of famous last words. 18. Chelsea Hopper. Chelsea opens her eyes, having dreamed of claws and fangs, darkness and the scent of rotten eggs. Always the same. She hears the scrabble of sharp nails on a hard surface, and for a moment she believes that her nightmares may have become reality. She gasps and blinks hard, once, twice, and then shakes her head, finally taking stock of her surroundings. She's in her classroom at school, and the noise is Mrs. Hill scribbling on the chalkboard. Chelsea squints at the writing, manages to make out something about 1492 and Columbus. She needs glasses but hasn't told anyone. Doesn't want anyone to know she has a weakness. Her parents have told her she's strong for so long now it's second nature. She's the girl who bears the scars of a demon's hands. That makes her legendary, according to the magazine her mother showed her, and legendary people aren't weak. At least, she thinks they aren't. It also makes her a target to some of the kids her age, not only in her class, but in her entire school. She would be okay if it were only the couple of boys sitting across the room, Logan and Dylan, who pick on her. But there are more of them. Everywhere. All day. In the hall, at lunch, at recess, in the restroom. If it weren't for her best friend Tanya, who stands a head taller than everyone else, Chelsea would have run away long ago. Tanya is fun. Tanya is nice to her. Tanya can punch harder than the older boys when it's necessary. Tanya protects her when she can, but she can't always be there. Chelsea hears a hushed whisper to her right.
"Earth to space, girl. Wake up."
Chelsea takes her eyes away from the board and sees Tanya's welcoming smile. Tanya, with her dark skin, her curly hair, and teeth whiter than bleached sheets. She's a guardian angel. The sight of her relaxes Chelsea. She's had the dream for ages now, but never at school, never in the middle of the day. And still, when Tanya playfully sticks out her tongue, Chelsea knows that she won't need to check her reflection in the bathroom for fangs and horns. She won't need to pull open the front of her jeans and check for demon boy parts. Chelsea's grandmother loves Tanya, calls her the safest port in Chelsea's storm. Chelsea isn't sure what that means. She just likes the sound of it. From the front of the room, up near the chalkboard, Mrs. Hill says, "Ladies, attention please." Chelsea and Tanya say,
"Yes, ma'am,"
in unison, then giggle when they both whisper,
"Jinx, Pepsi,"
at the same time too. As soon as Mrs. Hill returns to scribbling the white letters on the chalkboard, something hard slams into the side of Chelsea's head. She shouts, "Ouch!" as a small rock bounces across her desk and tumbles to the floor. To Chelsea's right, Dylan and Logan snicker, trying desperately to contain their laughter. Mrs. Hill snaps around as Chelsea rubs her head. When she pulls her hand away, she sees fresh, slick blood on her fingertips. Mrs. Hill says, "That's it, Chelsea, out."
"But I didn't do any—"
"Out!" Mrs. Hill points at the classroom door. "Out, I said. Take the empty desk into the hallway."
"I'm bleeding. They hit me with a rock."
"And what did you do to provoke them?"
"Nothing. They're being mean."
Tanya shouts.
"She didn't do anything."
"Quiet, or you're out too. You know the rules, Tanya. One more detention means you're suspended, and if I were you, I'd think long and hard about my next words." Tanya lowers her head, mutters,
"It's not her fault,"
under her breath, then goes silent. "Well, Miss Hopper, I'm waiting." Mrs. Hill is older than Tyrannosaurus Rex. All the kids say so. She's mean, too. She's never been on Chelsea's side, thinks she's a little girl that uses her fame for special treatment. At least that's what her parents say about her. They tried many, many times to get her into a new classroom, but that would mean leaving Tanya behind. Besides, Principal Cage said no anyway, refusing to give her any kind of special treatment. Mrs. Hill raises her index finger. "I'm going to count to 3. Take the empty desk into the hall, then go see Nurse Miller. Come back when you're patched up. Sit in the punishment desk and we'll discuss this later with Principal Cage. If you're finished with being the center of attention, go. 1, 2. Chelsea stands, feeling blood trickle down the side of her scalp.
"Wait until I tell my parents,"
she says, then darts for the door when Mrs. Hill glares at her, cheeks flushed with anger. Chelsea yanks the bad chair with her, not caring when the legs screech across the tile. Behind her, Mrs. Hill slams the door closed, the tiny square windows rattling in the center. Chelsea shoves the empty desk up against the beige-tiled wall and marches toward the nurse's office. She pulls her arms up, cradling herself, trying to hold back the inevitable tears, refusing to touch the blood trickling along her neck. Her sneakers squeak on the freshly waxed black tiles. They sound like the screams of a dying bird. At least she gets to see Nurse Miller, who is friendly and treats Chelsea like the normal child she should be, instead of the celebrity that everyone thinks she is. Nurse Miller says,
"Come in,"
when Chelsea knocks. She steps inside, bottom lip protruding, shuddering, barely holding back the emotional dam, the cracks growing wider with each tear that leaks out. It splinters and explodes when Nurse Miller looks at her with pity and tender concern, asking,
"Oh, honey, what happened?"
Chelsea balls up her fists and rubs her eyes through the heaving sobs. She pushes broken words out.
"She's so mean. They all are. I hate it here."
Nurse Miller is impossibly tall, and to Chelsea it seems like days pass before the nurse bends all the way down and puts a hand on her cheek.
"I know, sweetheart, I know. Let me look at you."
She nudges Chelsea lightly to her left and clucks her tongue, shaking her head as she lifts the soft blonde hair and examines the wound.
"Is it bad?" Chelsea asks. "Somebody threw a rock and Mrs. Hill blamed me."
Me slides out in a helpless squeak.
"I know, honey, I know."
"I know." That's what she always says. Chelsea has lost count of how many times she's been to see Nurse Miller, and even though she's pretty and nice and as tall as an NBA basketball player, Chelsea expects to hear,
"I know, honey, I know."
But at least it's comforting. At least she sounds like she cares. She asks Chelsea to sit down. The chair is cold against Chelsea's legs. She tugs at her shorts, trying to make them longer. She sniffles and wipes her nose, then pushes leftover tears from her cheeks. Nurse Miller asks Chelsea to be still while she cleans and bandages the wound. But it's hard. It hurts. Chelsea has to pee. She wants to run as far away as she can. She wants to burst back into her classroom, grab Tanya's soft, plump hand, and run. Run as hard as they can down Parker Street, where they would go right onto Larder Road, the one with all the beautiful maple trees along the sidewalk. The leaves are a gorgeous green now, and in the fall they'll be full of amazing oranges and reds. She pays attention to the colors around her now more than she used to. That man, the therapist, the smelly one who made her uncomfortable, if he had any good ideas, any at all, it was suggesting that Chelsea should learn how to paint. He had said it would quiet her mind and give her a creative outlet, whatever that meant. Thankfully, her parents loved the idea, and that day they bought her an easel and paints, brushes, and a smock that made her feel like an official artist. They bought her some DVDs, too. It was an entire series about painting pretty landscapes by some guy with hair like Tanya's. Big, curly, and bushy, like a poofy ball on the top of his head. Chelsea loves watching the videos nearly as much as painting. He seems like a loving, calm soul, with his lilting voice that caresses the very air that his words cross. He seems at peace, unlike Chelsea. And first she would sit for hours watching the masterpieces he created with a simple flick of his wrist and a daub of his sponge. It seemed so easy. Chelsea was sure she could do it. Her first attempt looked like somebody had dipped 2 angry cats in paint and then let them roll around and fight all over a canvas. It was so horrible, she almost gave up right there.
You'll get it,
her parents had said.
It takes time. Practice.
And she did. She kept going, not because her parents said so, but because for the first time ever, probably, she felt like her world was as it should be. No demon claws, no haunted house, no children picking on her for being on television before. Lost in her memories, she's snatched back to the present with a wince as Nurse Miller touches her scalp with a stinging cotton ball. She jerks away.
Hold still. 1 second, sweetheart. You don't need stitches, but it's a pretty nasty cut. Honestly, I can't believe that Mrs. Never mind. It's not my place. Tell me, Chelsea pleads. Nurse Miller is silent for a long time, dabbing at the cut, pushing Chelsea's hair out of the way and breathing hard through her nose. Finally, she says, Do you know what secrets are, honey? Chelsea almost giggles. What a silly question. Yeah. Duh. Nurse Miller does chuckle. I know you know, just checking. I shouldn't even be telling you this. Chelsea, listen to my words, please. Chelsea sees that familiar look of pity in the nurse's eyes, along with something extra in her gaze. Anger, it feels like, and she hopes that the nurse doesn't think she did something wrong, too. Pinky swear me, Nurse Miller says. Okay. Her tiny finger is swallowed by the massive pinky. It's fleshy and comforting. You may not. Really, I can't believe I'm telling you this. This is our absolute secret, okay? Remember, you pinky swore. Chelsea fakes a serious sigh. Okay, sheesh. I promise, and you can break my pinky if I tell. Nurse Miller inhales deeply and lets her shoulders slump. Chelsea smells old coffee on her breath, but that's fine. It's a comforting scent, like when her dad kisses her before he leaves for work each morning. Here goes. The only thing I'll say is you may not have to put up with Mrs. Hill for much longer. There have been plenty of complaints. That's it. Lock it up. Throw away the key. Chelsea jumps up from her chair, feeling the skin of her scalp pull against her small bandage. It hurts, and yet she's so excited it doesn't matter. This is like a birthday and Christmas all coming together at once. Holy cow, really? Nurse Miller tries unsuccessfully to hide a smile. She stands, going up and up, higher and higher, like a construction crane towering 100 feet over the ground, like the one Chelsea saw downtown last week.
The smile remains even though she pretends to sternly shake a finger.
Not a word, you understand. I'll have that pinky mounted on my wall. Yes, ma'am,
Chelsea salutes her. It seems like the right thing to do.
Not even your parents, and I'll probably regret that I ever said anything. You needed some good news, huh? Everybody does once in a...
Beside them, the door to the small infirmary slams open with enough force to shake the boxes of bandages and bottles on the nearby shelves. Mrs. Hill storms inside, her bony, claw-like hand gripping tightly around Tanya's arm. Chelsea gasps when she sees so much blood coming from her friend's nose. "This one," Mrs. Hill says between clenched teeth, shoving Tanya forward. "Her too. As soon as they're both cleaned up, send them straight to Cage's office. Never seen such lack of respect." Mrs. Hill flings her arms in the air and swishes out the door, her black skirt fluttering as she goes. Tanya smiles, showing off her blood-stained front teeth.
I got them both for you,
she says.
I got them good.
It's nice what Tanya did for her, but look at what those boys did to her friend. Chelsea thinks about the dark creature in her dreams and almost wishes it wasn't a nightmare. She might ask it for help. Just this once. 19. Mike Long. The exterior of the library is insanely quiet, which seems off to me, and like a hilarious summer movie pratfall, I walk straight into the sliding glass doors that aren't open to my approach. I stumble to the side, momentarily dazed and confused. What the hell? Dakota asks me if I'm hurt, then breaks into a grin that she had no chance of hiding. She chuckles and puts her hand over those perfectly lush lips and stunning white teeth. I have to laugh too because, of course, I hadn't been paying attention, instead choosing to focus on my lovely cohort. Glancing down, I note the small sign indicating the library won't open for another hour. What? Not until 10.
Maybe they think people don't read early.
I cup my hands around my eyes and try to peer through the tinted glass doors. I see someone in there already. Is he working? A thin guy with horn-rimmed spectacles, really you can't call them anything else than that archaic term, walks by pushing a cart full of books, ID lanyards dangling from his neck. He looks over and sees us, offering an apologetic frown as he taps his wrist, then holds up both hands, fingers splayed. He mouths, "Sorry, 10 o'clock." I back away from the glass doors and wipe a thin layer of sweat from my forehead. Well, shit. What now? You hungry? Grab a bite while we wait? There's an awesome Greasy Spoon diner a couple blocks that way. Before I can finish, I hear the clatter of keys against glass, followed by the fat, fumbling, metallic clunk of a lock tumbler. Hornrims is eagerly trying to get the lock open, smiling at us, telling us to hang on like he thinks we're going to run away from him. "Just 1 sec," he says, his voice muffled by the doors.
Changed your mind, huh?
Dakota asks him. Hornrims gets the latch free and worms his fingers into the crevasse between the doors, grunting as he shoves them fully open. "Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me. Sorry about that. If I had recognized who you were, I would have come over right away, but I couldn't see with the shadows and the... Never mind. Mike Long and Dakota Bailey? Together? Here? I don't even know. I'm Preston. And you're Mike. And you're Dakota. Wow, I heard people say that you guys lived here in town, but wow. Sorry, I'm Preston. Did I say that already? I'm babbling. Babbling Preston. I mean, yeah, I'll shut up now. Wow. Dakota flashes the sparkling smile that charmed America for 3 seasons, steps forward and extends a hand to shake.
Hi, Preston. Nice to meet you.
He reaches for her hand and halts like it ran into an invisible force field. Wait, can I give you a hug? Sorry, it's just that I've always wanted to do that. Is that weird? It's weird, isn't it? This guy's too much. In an amusing way, of course. It's been a long damn time since I've seen this level of fandom gone wild. Chuckling, Dakota says,
"Sure, why the hell not? Bring it on, dude."
And it makes me adore her all the more. Babbling Preston dives in and squeezes her tightly, saying, "My friends will never believe this." Chin on her shoulder, he glances over at me with expectant eyes and a knowing grin. "I'm coming for you next, big guy." Right. Arms wide, Chief. Might as well. You gotta be good to the evangelists like this, the ones who will tell 1,000 people on Facebook and Twitter how amazing you are in person. Preston lets go of Dakota and leaps over to me, wrapping one arm up over a shoulder and the other around my side and back. Total bro hug. We slap each other on the back like old friends, and I'm already thinking about how I need to come down to the library for some promo if I can talk Ford into the documentary. Always thinking, always on. Anyway, setting my dreams of a bank account in the black to the side, it's cool that Preston has so much enthusiasm. I really do miss it. He steps back from us, hands at his waist, huffing from the excitement.
Wow, so cool. What can I do for you? Did you guys want to come in early?
I have this thing where I'm always worried that I'm on the verge of inconveniencing a total stranger, so I wave him off, tell him he doesn't have to do that for us just because we're, well, us. That gets a hearty pshaw, like I'm being utterly ridiculous, and we find ourselves following him inside before I have a chance to protest again. He squirms around us to shove the glass doors closed under his own power and secures the lock once more. After a couple more rounds of assuring us that we're not going to get him in trouble, we learn that he's the only one here, and he'd be thrilled to give us a tour or help us find something if we need it.
But can I just ask something first? Be totally nosy for a second?
Dakota says,
Sure,
before I can hedge the discussion with subtle misinformation.
What are you guys doing here? I mean, like, together?
He must recognize the squint I'm giving him as a sign that this is probably too far over the line.
No, I don't mean together. I just mean, like, do celebrities hang out with each other all the time? You know, because you don't really have anything in common with the little people?
Dakota says with measured amusement.
We're not too far from common ourselves. It just so happens that I'm having some, what would you call it, Mr. Long, ghostly troubles?
Ah, shit. That's exactly what I didn't want her to say. Preston's eyes can't possibly get any wider.
Holy crap, really? That's like a season finale episode of Graveyard. Or maybe some sort of crossover episode on Yes Chef, like you would have to cook a masterpiece while you were terrified of the spirits in your house? How cool is that?
I raise an eyebrow at Dakota. Sound familiar? She nods.
You should make him a producer.
Before Preston can explode into an excitable mist of giddy glee, I ask him about public property records, or if those microfiche things still exist, so we can do some research on Dakota's house, past occurrences there and the like. Sometimes fate, chance, or luck smiles down upon you, while a choir of heavenly angels sing a tune so sweet that you can't help but feel like the universe is blatantly moving the chess pieces around for you. Preston's entire demeanor changes. His smile droops. His hands go to his hips. He briefly checks the first door, and it makes me wonder what he's looking for, considering the fact that we're supposed to be the only three in here. He lowers his voice and says,
To answer your question, public property records, you might need to go to the courthouse to find what you're looking for. Probably. Microfiche, yeah, but can I make a confession first?
He waits until I nod assent.
Don't think I'm a creepy weirdo, okay? I know who you guys are. I was trying not to be an obsessive stalker fan or anything.
So that was just an act? Damn, he's good. Dude has a career waiting for him in the theater. Preston continues.
It's not like we were spying on you.
We? I ask.
A friend of mine thought he saw Dakota moving into Damon Healy's old beach house.
He turns to her.
Is that true?
Dakota doesn't hesitate to tell him it is, though I wish she would have, and she adds that she hasn't been there long.
You're not creepy,
she reassures him.
I'm not keeping it much of a secret.
Preston says,
That place is bad news, and I've been wondering how long it would take before someone showed up here. After Healy sold it, I mean. Never in a million years did I think both of you would. You're here. You're actually here. What are the odds?
Given the fact that you work at one of the two places where people go to dig up local history, I'd say they're not that astronomical. I wink to let him know I'm just yanking his chain.
Good point. What I meant was, what are the odds that I know something you'll want to hear?
Higher, but when you've been balls deep in the paranormal for as long as I have, coincidences are a permanent part of the equation.
True.
If you expected us, then why didn't you come looking for me specifically?
It's not the kind of thing I'm willing to broadcast.
What changed your mind now?
I'll get to that.
Preston pushes his horn rims up where they rest on top of his skull like a headband, holding his curly mop back out of his face. His eyes dart left and right as the corners of his mouth lift. It's completely a look that suggests, I have a secret to share, and wait until you get a load of this. We're the only ones in this library. Half of the lights are off, and while it's filled to the ceiling with books, computers, magazines, without the hullabaloo of readers marching to and fro, it feels empty and hollow. And yet he lowers his voice further, barely audible, whispering,
You ready to hear some crazy shit?
Preston made sure all the doors were securely locked before he led us upstairs to the second floor, turned left, and practically scampered behind a shelf of young adult books, leading us at a brisk pace toward the northwestern corner.
We can go in here, he says. You know, for privacy.
He uses his jangling set of keys to open a solid oak door that reads Study Room 1 in bold white lettering on a black wall plaque. The study room is starkly empty of everything but a basic table and 4 uncomfortable chairs, along with brass pegs on the wall for coats and backpacks. The walls are painted a soft mushroom color. The chairs and desk are a single shade off for variety. Seems like the decorator was a total wild man.
Sit,
Preston begs, pulling the chairs out for us. We do, and he sits down on the opposite side, lifting his eyes to the ceiling, shaking his head.
Okay, here goes. I can't believe I'm going to tell you this. Unless, of course, you guys already know what I know, but then I doubt that would be the case because you probably wouldn't be here if you did, and...
Preston?
Yeah?
We don't know anything. He leans across the table.
You didn't hear this from me. Not a word of it, because this is some storybook plotline stuff right here. Dangerous, too.
Sounds juicy.
Dakota leans up on her elbows. Preston dips his head to the side, clucks his tongue once.
Not the word I would use, but yeah.
I feel a bit lost because I forgot to bring a notebook with me. That was my role on the show. I was supposed to follow everyone around with a notebook and act like I was taking notes. Occasionally, I would mumble something in the affirmative and look like what I was scribbling down was terribly important. You know what I was really doing? Playing Sudoku. No lie, I'd have Ambrosia or one of the other interns print out some game sets for me, cut the boxes out, and tape them to the yellow-lined paper. You'd probably wouldn't be surprised how many of those you can go through during a practically grueling and boring B-roll film day. Anyway, Preston clears his throat and trips through a handful of false starts before he finally sputters through his top-secret info. And what he tells us about Damon Healy is like a jackhammer to my sternum, which means my earlier instincts about Dakota's infiltrator were off by miles and millennia. God damn, was I ever wrong.
Damon Healy,
Preston says, knocking on the table,
was into some stupid, scary stuff. Seances, animal sacrifices, Ouija board parties with other Fortune 500 CEOs. I haven't told a soul about this, and one of the reasons is that who would fucking believe it?
I say, come on now. He's right, because for a moment I'm feeling like we've been totally duped, and this dude just wants us to listen to his nonsense, because when is he ever going to get the chance to say he lied to Mike Long and Dakota freaking Bailey, right? I push back up from the table. Dude, really? You're not going to give us some sold his soul at the crossroads for money silliness, are you? Though Dakota and I had joked about it earlier, I didn't think I would actually hear it as a reason. The hurt in his expression is evident. Wow, he's honestly wounded.
No way, Mr. Long. This is 100% truth.
Dakota nudges me under the table with her foot. Sorry, old habits.
I get it, but the thing is, that's exactly what it was.
I snigger in disbelief and rock back on the chair's hind legs. I'm sorry, continue, please. Seems like I might be working my way onto Preston's shit list because he turns away from me and tries Dakota.
They would have these meetings there at least once a month, sometimes more. They dressed up in robes and lit these blood-colored candles. If you were out on the beach, especially at night, there were so many candles going that you could see it from a quarter of a mile away. It sits up so high. Of course, you know what I'm talking about. You live there. It sits up high enough that nobody could ever look in to see what was going on, right?
I ask, how do you know this?
That friend I mentioned, his dad was there once.
And he told his son about some secret robe-wearing ritual?
I know, but don't forget the truth is sometimes stranger than fiction.
And this friend of yours believed his dad?
Well, yeah, why wouldn't he?
Proof, maybe? I let the chair drop back on all fours, then lean on the table, elbows propping me up. Man, I'm really not trying to bust your chops here, honest to God. And look, Dakota is already freaked out. First and foremost, I'm trying to protect her, especially her emotions about all this. And to tell you the truth, I've seen and heard all of this before, especially with movie stars and musicians.
Sean Franks,
Preston interrupts.
That episode in Hollywood where he lied to you about what was going on in his house.
Exactly. Dude was playing us for exposure. Somehow his producers learned what our production schedule would be, right? Turns out what they'd done was bribe somebody at TPC headquarters to find out when his episode would air so he could promote his movie. Dakota interjects.
Which was a piece of shit, by the way. I remember some critics saying a statue could have given a better performance.
Yup, total waste of 3 hours. Anyway, my point is, we heard these stories constantly. Souls sold at discount prices for fame and fortune. Meet me down at the crossroads after midnight.
There's nothing for me to get out of this, Mr. Long. The opposite, actually. I could lose, well...
Preston's voice trails into silence. That buried secrets look returns to his face as he reaches into a pocket and pulls out his cell phone.
You want proof? My buddy's dad managed to get a picture,
he says, using his thumb to swipe across the screen, going from photo to photo.
He was looking to dig up some dirt on one of his competitors, made some connections, and managed to score an invite to one of these little billionaire jerk-off sessions. He pulled some real James Bond type shit to take pictures with these fake glasses he ordered online, and anyway, here, see for yourself.
He hands the phone over to me and adds,
It's like an episode of Crime Watch Nightly, right?
I hold my hand over the screen, not looking yet because I want to see where he's going with this. Dakota asks,
Why do you say that? Brandon's dad got that picture out, and 2 days later they found him dead. Oh no, that's horrible. Murdered? Supposed to look like suicide,
Preston says.
Lots of detail at the scene, but Brandon and we had that, so we knew better.
I wave the phone around. And now you have the proof. Aren't you afraid?
Hell yeah, I am.
If it's all true, trusting you with this is pretty heavy, wouldn't you say?
Yup.
So why do you know? Preston shakes his head like he simply can't believe the shit hand that life has dealt him.
I got drunk at a party one night and poof, wouldn't you know it, Brandon's sister ended up pregnant. She lost the baby, but this is still my penance. I'm the dead man's switch if anything ever happens to Brandon.
He notes the confused look on Dakota's face and explains.
A dead man's switch basically just means I'm supposed to open the floodgates if he dies, gets murdered.
I ask, and he wants you to do that, why?
Exposure, publicity.
He takes a long second before he adds,
Bribery.
How so?
I'm not telling you how much, but Healy deposits a healthy amount into an untraceable account each month. If that stops, or if anything happens to Brandon, let it rain.
Dakota says,
Is that why Healy sold the beach house and moved to whatever island he bought? I'd say so, yeah. Doesn't mean that Brandon isn't always looking over his shoulder. His hair is falling out. He's lost about 60 pounds. The stress is eating him alive.
If Healy's payoff money is going into an untraceable account, send your buddy into hiding. What's the big deal?
He's gone already, but this is like trying to run away from cancer. You can't escape your own paranoia.
I shake my head and push Preston's phone back across the table. If what you're saying is true, we shouldn't even be here. I don't want any part of it. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life hiding from some billionaire on a mission. Besides, what does any of this have a damn thing to do with Dakota's house being haunted?
I thought...
He stops himself, rubs the bridge of his nose.
I thought, eventually, whoever moved to that house after Healy left might show up here just like you did, to check on the place's history. Then I could use them as a cover to get to you.
To get to me? What do you mean?
I was trying to be careful. I figured it would set off alarms if I started asking around about where you lived or how I could get in touch with you.
I'm in the goddamn phone book.
Who uses a phone book anymore?
Point made. So I dropped that line and asked, what were you hoping I could do?
Totally a long shot, but I kinda hoped that if I got to you, you'd hear this story I'm telling you and then send that demon thing that's in the house to wherever Healy might be since he conjured it up. If something was haunting him, maybe he'd forget about Brandon and I could get this fucking picture off my phone. I don't want to be a failsafe anymore.
I stare at him in disbelief for so long Dakota touches my arm to bring me back around. I've had enough. This is insane. What the immortal fuck are you talking about? Are you fucking with me? Do you know how many holes are in that plan? What if you weren't working the day somebody came to look for information? What if nobody ever did? What if? And do you really think I could just call up this demon and hand him a map to the South Pacific and tell him where to go? You're kidding me with this, right? I don't know that I've ever heard a stupider plan.
Mike,
says Dakota.
Relax, it's all right.
No, it's not. He's screwing with us.
Hey,
Preston says, jamming a finger at me from across the table.
I'm under a lot of stress too, okay? I said it was a plan. I didn't say it was a good one. You have to sign in to use the microfiche, so I check the records every day.
Fake names. Or what if we'd gone to the courthouse and found what we wanted? Preston sighs.
I was going to wait a couple of months, or until I couldn't take it anymore, and then come looking. I didn't think it through. What else was I supposed to do?
I don't know. But what you're asking isn't possible. So yeah, I don't care what kind of proof you have. If it's as dangerous as you say, we don't want any part of it. Dakota says to me,
But what about my house?
Maybe you just leave it, sell, and get away.
I can't, she says. No way I can do that to somebody else. We have to fix it.
Dakota.
Please, not for him, for me, for everything we talked about before.
Even with Preston's absolutely flabbergasting bullshit, it's impossible for me to say no to her pleading eyes. Preston tries to convince me as well by saying,
Nobody knows I have this. Nobody but Brandon. If something happens to him and his copy of the evidence disappears, I'm mailing this damn phone to the local paper and going bye-bye. Vanishing like a ghost, so to speak.
Probably not the best choice of words.
You get my point?
He gingerly nudges his cell phone back in my direction. Dakota says to Preston,
If I were you, I'd walk out the door right now and don't look back. Go start a different life somewhere. Just get away as far as you can. No matter how unbelievably ridiculous that plan was, you're smart enough to know you'll have a better chance of making it out of your 20s elsewhere. Move to Montana, raise a herd of cattle, disappear. I'm sorry, but that's what has to happen.
He nods, lips flattened, frowning. She adds in a motherly tone,
If you need a voice of reason to tell you what to do, that's it.
I tell her, we can't become a part of this. What if Healy finds out we know and comes after us? It's a legitimate concern.
You're not saying a word, are you, Preston? Because if you do, and he finds us before he finds you, I'll have no trouble blabbing your name. Not a peep, ma'am. My hand to God.
Preston puts his hand on his chest. It doesn't comfort me in the slightest, but Dakota seems to believe him. Then she says to me,
At least we'll know what we're dealing with, Mike, right? Seances, Ouija boards, even animal sacrifices? That sounds serious.
It's damn serious, and it means I was wrong about how dangerous this thing can be. Who knows what in the hell they could have conjured? And I mean that literally. You mess with shit like that, you're bringing up something from actual hell, like proper noun hell. Matter of fact, I'm surprised it left so easily this morning. I yanked the phone from underneath Preston's fingertips. It was toying with me, had to have been. If we're going to do this, whatever. It'll be for you, not him. Abject frustration and the cramped nature of this study room makes it feel like we're sitting inside a pottery kiln. And yet, when I hold the phone up to get a closer look, my skin goes cold. 20. Ford Atticus Ford. The shower curtain is a dark purple color. It might as well be solid steel, an inch thick, because I can't see behind it. Droplets of rain slip in through the open window.
I feel one splatter against my collarbone as the sporadic breeze causes the shower curtain to billow and flutter again. I stoop sideways, bending down to lift the toilet seat and lid. I should look first, shouldn't I? It can wait. I have to go. There are plenty of reasons why there's nothing behind that goddamn shower curtain. And besides, my grandfather in his late days when he had minimal control of his continence used to say, "A bladder in need is a bladder in heed, my boy." I unzip and begin to relieve myself. Body water hammers against toilet water. I use my peripheral vision to mind my aim while warily staying focused on the purple cloth. I should have looked first. Dummy. Suffice it to say, I'm certain this is the first occasion where I've ever given this much consideration to peeing. Tolstoy likely spent less time writing War and Peace. Bladder empty, I zip, flush, and manage to take one step toward the tub before I hear blam, blam, blam behind me. I screech and whip around, glaring at the door as Lauren says,
Ford, you okay? You need to let me in.
"Fucking hell, Coburn, what are you doing out there? You scared the piss out of me." Which isn't entirely true since it's already gone. She knows what I mean. I imagine her standing in the hallway, and if she was truly trying to seduce me, maybe she's naked. Or maybe she's out there now having taken the time to slip into something more comfortable. Ye old cliché. Cue the porn music.
You need to let me in.
Irritated, I fire back. "Hang on, I need to check something really quick. Just a precaution."
You need to let me in.
I heard you, and no, I don't. Whatever you're doing, go put some clothes on. I mean, if you're naked or whatever.
You need to let me in.
Wait. Why does she keep saying that? The pause feels like decades pass. The silence squeezes at my lungs. I step over and put my ear up to the door. "Yo, you okay?" There's a soft knocking on the other side. Tap, tap, tap.
Ford,
"What?" Her voice is a whimper.
you need to let me in. I'm hungry.
What the hell? And you think I have food in... Oh, shit. Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. You need to let me in. I'm hungry. The sense of panicked realization warms my thighs, sends ripples of nausea through my stomach, waves of skin prickling up my back. I didn't see it. My God, it totally went right past me like it was wearing an invisibility cloak. I slink away from the door, going toe-heel as quietly as I can. What? How did... I missed it. I can't believe I missed it. She's... Blam, blam, blam. She lands booming blows on the door with such ferocious intensity that I can hear the daunting sound of splintering wood. My pulse rages in my ears, matching the sound of Lauren thrashing against weak wood. Eyes darting around, I instinctively look for some kind of weapon or an escape route. Toothbrush in the eye? Jam the toilet scrubber down her throat? Spray that flowery-smelling stuff in her face as a distraction? Will any of it have any effect? I glance around, looking up and over my shoulder. The window is too small for me to escape. I'm trapped. A mouse in a cage with a hungry cat outside trying to find its way inside. Blam, blam, blam.
You need to let me in, Ford.
Go away. I hesitate mid-step, trying to think of what to say or do next, and it costs me. The thick sole of my black boot catches on the purple rug in front of the toilet, folds underneath my foot, and trips me. I stumble backward, arms flailing, twisting, trying to catch my balance. Reaching for the shower curtain, I clutch it in my fist, hoping that it'll be strong enough to hold me upright. The foolish dreams of a falling man hinge on two letters. If. I hold tight, feeling gravity take me unrelenting as the curtain rod gives away. In the next gasp, I'm hurtling downward. I throw my body forward, using my shoulder as a wedge to block my fall. Not block, but temporarily pause as I linger there, hanging over the bathtub. And then it happens. The bath mat slips from underneath my foot, and I go down. I land on something soft. I feel it give under my weight. It's a pile of... what? It feels like there are peaks and valleys, hard and soft, as I roll onto my stomach, pushing up and away. Please let that be dirty laundry. Please let that be dirty laundry. Behind me, Lauren is hurtling her body weight into the door. She's screaming that I need to let her in, that I need to feed her. I yank the shower curtain back and away, unable to delay this any longer. My supposedly irrational fear is coming true. Something was behind the shower curtain all along. I feel faint, dizzy, and nauseated when I see it. Them, I mean. 2 boys, one younger, one older. They're dressed in the traditional black-eyed children attire of a white shirt, a black tie, and black pants for the younger, and the older one is in a hoodie and jeans. Their mouths are slightly open like they're simply in a soft slumber. Their dark hair is combed to the side. Clumps of it are missing. My eyes go down to their hands. Both of the boys bear deep claw marks on their skin, the scratches disappearing inside their sleeves. Signs of a struggle. Something or someone struggling against them. Any air I have remaining in my lungs escapes me as I look into their eyes. I don't know what I expected. It's not this. Their eyes are black, but not for the same reason. The sockets are hollow, empty like freshly dug grave sites. A black trickle has dried at the corners, near the bridge of their noses. It comes to me in a surge. Let me in. Feed me. The black-eyed children, when they say these things, they're not talking only about the homes of their victims. That much is clear. You need to let me in. They mean into the body as well as the house. They need a new host. I'm hungry. Feed me with your soul. My own soul, the one I've been trying to redeem since the night of Chelsea's attack, curls into a fetal ball and retreats deep inside my chest. I can feel its essence pulling away. I step back from the tub. A hand goes over my mouth. Maybe to hide my quivering lip, maybe to hold back the vomit that's clawing its way up my throat. I can't hold it in. Wine, cheese, salami. They all go into the toilet as I lose my insides to fear, disgust, and terrified understanding. I grasp how vulnerable I am in this position as Lauren Coburn, no, whatever that thing is, on the other side of the door rams it with her shoulder, raising her voice even higher, demanding that I let her in. She's hungry. She needs to feed. What now? I try to recall everything I've read in the past about the black-eyed children. Is there anything that can be done? Not that I remember. There's simply not enough available information. It's not like I can fashion a stake to drive through her heart or hope to miraculously find silver bullets for that pistol in the living room. Now I wish I had that damn thing. Good time to change your mind about guns, Ford? I invited Lauren in. God damn it, she knocked on the front door at my condo and I let her in. I let her in here too. She specifically said, "You need to let me in," and I stood to the side and watched as she entered. I'm in such deep shit here, not to mention the fact that my fear is like quicksand, dragging me further and further down. Thick, brown, gooey quicksand made of poop. That particular image doubles me over again, and I retch into the toilet again. I wipe my mouth with a hand towel, praying the door will hold long enough for me to formulate a plan. The 2 boys to my right, no, the hollow shells in the bathtub, they knocked here earlier. She let them in. Blam, blam, blam. Ford. Go back to hell, I scream. I know what you are. As absolutely petrified as I am, I can't help but think this would have made a goddamn amazing episode of Graveyard. This would have topped the night we spent in that Italian restaurant in Season 9, and I didn't think that was possible. For the life of me, I can't figure out why Lauren would have let these 2 inside. She had to have seen their eyes and that something was wickedly off about them. Then I see my reflection in the mirror. I see. The connected dots finally form a picture. Ellen let them in. She's almost completely blind. Holy shit, that makes sense. She never saw them for what they were, and by then it was too late. Whatever is inside the bodies, it jumped from them to Lauren and... No. Damn it, no. As if I can bear any more, crippling regret weakens my knees. Yulie. I left him at the condo with Grandma Death Eyes. I left him there to protect her. I left him there to die. The center of the door splinters and shatters as Lauren manages to break through the cheap particle board. The hole is the size of a baseball, yet it's plenty enough for the creature out there to put her black, soulless eye up to it and look in the bathroom. She giggles, and it's so haunting I immediately reach for my crucifix necklace. Jesus, save me. Is this worse than Chelsea and Craghorn's demon? Yeah, quite possibly. I'm all alone, unlike past experiences where I had Mike or a crew at my back. When it comes to dealing with the paranormal, there's something to be said for reinforcements, even if it's just a cameraman and a sound guy. Lauren giggles again, louder this time. Peekaboo, I see you, she says. The thought that the paranormal entity, whatever inhabits her body, has been inside her and around me since she came to the condo sends my stomach twirling again. It was baiting me, waiting patiently, controlling her, allowing Lauren to be Lauren until the time was right. She watches me through the hole with that single black eye as I stand here gulping short, shallow breaths, begging the universe, God, or common sense to hand me a logical plan. Ford, she says in a lilting, sing-song voice, you need to let me in. Go away. Go away? Pathetic, but it's all I have. What happens next is both innocuous and normal, but it literally sends me 2 inches off the ground, accompanied by a childish yelp. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I've lost track of time, but it seems odd that anyone I know would be calling at this hour, and yet it gives me an idea. I jam my hand into my pocket and jerk the phone out, only taking my eyes off the door long enough to check the caller ID. The name surprises me. I answer and creep back toward the far corner, whispering, Melanie? Oh, God, you're alive, she says, the relief evident in her voice. What? I woke up from this horrible dream, and I know that it's probably because I watched an old episode of Graveyard tonight, but wow, it was all so freaking scary. A demon had attacked you, and you died, and I was at your funeral with Mike. It was so real I had to call. Melanie, I whisper, I am in trouble, swear to God. What? Are you okay? Call 911 for Newport right now. Ford? Hang up and call them. Get the cops here. What's going on? I recite the address. If that's wrong, tell them to look for my Wrangler. Light blue house, white shutters. They need to bring backup for a dangerous suspect. Okay, just stay on the... I hang up. The phone goes back into my pocket as I stand, wiping my drenched, sweaty palms on my jeans. I have no clue what the average response time is for a call to the Newport, Oregon emergency system, but best guess says that I have to last about 3 to 4 minutes. Black-eyed Lauren howls and throws her body at the door. The hole in the center splinters and opens wider. The entrance to my fortress isn't going to last that long. I only have one choice. I crouch, weight leaning forward on my right leg, left toe of my boot planted firmly against the linoleum. What in God's name am I doing? I say, I'm coming for you, asshole. You ready for the almighty battering ram? Our fans would have loved that. Lauren unleashes an ungodly howl and backs away to get a running start. I wait until she charges, her shoulder slamming into the door. A hinge breaks free from the molding. With every bit of strength I have, I drive my legs forward, launching myself. Dressed in black pants, black shirt, black boots, and with jet black hair, I'm like a goddamn human cannonball, plunging ahead, throwing every ounce of my weight into the broken door, into Lauren, and into freedom. I hope. 21. Mike Long. I press down harder on the accelerator. I don't know why I'm in a hurry to get back to my place. I'm in even less of a hurry to get back to Dakota's. Horns, I tell her, unable to temper my disbelief. The thing had the most insane horns I've ever seen. I saw it too, she says. Remember?
I informed Preston that extra copies had to be out there because of the way smartphones these days will automatically back things up to a cloud server somewhere in the middle of nowhere. He'd reminded me then that there were only 2, now 4 people with knowledge of the events of that night. All it took was one of us to get the phone into the hands of a person with media access. That falls to him. I refused to let him give either of us a copy. Let me say this. Dakota is a wonderful human being, and I'm at the point where I'll do anything humanly possible to help her out. But I desperately hope beyond hope that this doesn't come back to bite us in the ass. A billionaire with a desperate secret out there? Metaphorically selling his soul at the crossroads with a cadre of powerful people. It all sounds so insane, and I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen that picture. And believe me, I studied the hell out of that thing. Over the years, I got quite adept at spotting digitally altered photos, especially when a potential client was trying to convince us to come film at their location. Getting approval from us meant a boatload of free exposure, plus the stipend the Paranormal Channel paid them to allow us to film. Win-win for them all around. More often than not, they were legit. When they weren't, the fakes were easy to spot. Granted, I had to zoom in to study Preston's picture on a small iPhone screen, so I didn't have the best possible situation. And there's always the possibility that I could have been experiencing something known as matrixing. Matrixing is where your eyes see an image and the brain tries to put it in terms it can understand by applying a similar image to it. The quickest example that comes to mind is looking at a cloud and seeing a fire-breathing dragon instead of puffy balls of condensation in the atmosphere. That said, I couldn't pick out a damn bit of digital tampering. In the photo, 6 men stand in a circle in what Dakota now uses as her master bedroom. The 7th is from the viewpoint of Brandon's father, who is apparently trying to take a picture with his James Bond super-secret spy glasses and do his damage. The carpet is rolled back up against the eastern-facing wall, and at their feet, blood-red candles burn around a white symbol that I don't recognize. It's not a far leap to assume it's something satanic or demonic in nature. It's made up of circles, swirls, star points, and what looks like 2 crossed scythes. An angry skull snarls in the center. The men are dressed in dark-colored robes, all except one who I assume is Damon Healy, and his cloak is obsidian black. His disciples, for lack of a better word, hang their heads, holding clasped hands at their waists in a posture of prayer. Healy holds a staff in his left hand, held high up over his head where flames arch up from the end. In his right hand, and I swear to this, he's holding what looks like a human heart. It's a bit distorted in the photo once you zoom in at a certain level, but the heart shines as if it's wet. Could it all be fake, or maybe nothing more than a demented playdate? Possibly. And yet, a local businessman with more money than sense, who couldn't let a grudge go, was so intent on getting this news out into the world that he was willing to risk his life for it. Poor bastard. Which leads me to the worst part of it. The ritual sacrifice? I can deal with that, no problem. To me, doing what I've done for so long, that's part of the standard operating procedure. It's like going to the grocery store. Another day, another dollar. Ford and I saw enough in our time on Graveyard that I understand what we're going up against. We had clients describe stories like this to us all the time. We were always present when we had local actors film reenactment scenes just like the one in the photograph. We even had one episode where we recreated something eerily similar as a trigger event in the sub-levels of some Eastern European catacombs. Usually nothing comes of it. Some adventurous teens try to freak each other out after they've procured a couple of Dad's beers from the downstairs refrigerator. They say a few words they heard in a movie once, feel the Ouija board planchette move around a little, spook themselves all to shit, and they're done. Some folks go the extra mile and play dress-up trying to be serious, literally trying to conjure up a demon. Morons? I wish people, no matter what they believe, would understand the significance of what they were trying to unleash upon the world. If they're unsuccessful, then throw an extra $1 in the offering plate and thank God for looking out for us. Could be because they said the words wrong, or maybe they sacrificed a goat that believed in the big man upstairs and the holy goat blood dripping on the satanic symbol thingies didn't work because the life juice was tainted with the love of Jesus. Beats me. Then you get people like Dave Craghorn, that sad, lonely, infected man in Virginia who simply wanted to feel less alone and in the process managed to invite a demon, our demon, Chelsea's demon, into his home by meddling with this shit. Finally, there are these guys. Hardcore, real deal types. When you're sitting on top of a few $1 billion, you can afford to hire the best people to do their worst. All that to say, when I looked at the picture, I knew we were in some deep, deep trouble. I shiver just thinking about what I saw. Dakota notices and asks if I'm okay. I smile my okayness, as if it's an acceptable answer. Dakota is comforting. I'm glad she's here. That fact doesn't help me get the image of that thing out of my mind. A dark, murky mist pulls behind Healy, extending roughly a foot out on either side of his body. It puffs up and out behind him, almost like a mushroom cloud, yet not as defined in its form. Right in the center, and I'm absolutely positive this isn't matrixing, is a sharp, pointed face with angular jaws and long fangs bared in a scream. Where the eyes are supposed to be, there are two hollow pits that are more than empty caverns. Staring at them long enough leads to a morose, pulling sensation as if you were being led along by a tether, drawing you deeper into the depths of darkness. Blacker than ink, horribly void of heat and light, love and anything good in the world. Horns. My God, the horns. Traditional pictures of Satan and his minions depict creatures with two horns, one above each ear. Left, right, pointing skyward or at a slightly forward angle. That's what we think of when we picture a demon, right? This thing, or at least the image it projected in the photo as it tries to manifest, has 6 horns, each one jagged and broken. Not quite antlers, not quite traditional horns, but something in between. Branches, possibly, from, say, a tree growing outside of the demon's rental unit in Hell Central? Branches don't do it justice. Knives, razor blades, needles. My stomach goes numb picturing what those horns would do to a human body. "Mike!" shouts Dakota. I come back from the dark place my mind had gone, barely in time to spot the stoplight and the rapidly approaching taillights up ahead. Tires squeal as I skid to a stop, inches away from the trailer hitch of a massive pickup, the kind you would expect to have a fake pair of bull testicles hanging from the bumper. I see the guy look up in his rearview mirror. He turns, looking down at us through the back window, and shrugs, holding up his thumb and forefinger, signaling, "This close, bud." I wave and mouth my apologies while Dakota pats her chest, trying to get her breathing back to normal. I apologize. She tells me she's fine and asks me what happened. "Thinking about tonight and that thing," I say. "I'm scared?" she asks. I agree without meeting her eyes. I hate to admit it, but I'm truly not ready to take on something like this on my own. It's always been with Ford around. The crew as well. We had people nearby carrying sophisticated equipment, backup. There's no way on God's green earth that I'm allowing Dakota to come with me tonight, not after what I saw in the picture. And I have nobody else to go with me. I consider tracking down a local paranormal group, which would be the best possible scenario, but with something this treacherous lurking around, I can't risk it with a greenhorn group of people who don't have enough experience to know how to guard themselves properly. I have to face this alone. So hell yeah, I'm scared. A small part of me considers the possibility of Chelsea's demon being in the area. It's not here, is it? We thought that was a ridiculous possibility in Craghorn's house, and you saw how that turned out. Once you consider the distance, the Outer Banks really aren't that far away from the Hampton Roads area. If that right-hander can jump from Ohio to the Virginia coast, then there's nothing saying it couldn't have sauntered a couple of hours south. Particularly if a group of obnoxiously wealthy Satan worshippers with monetary access to all the best bad people were literally putting out a flashing neon sign that read "Open." I'm going to say that's too much of a damn coincidence. Besides, that fucking thing hates Ford, not me. Dakota says, "Green light." "Gas pedal is on the right." I look up to see the monster pickup already 50 yards ahead of us and picking up speed. "Yep, got it."
I hit the gas too hard, prompting Dakota to say,
Maybe we should get home in one piece, huh? Or would you like to kill us before we get there so the demon doesn't have to?
Lost in thought, I admit. This is infinitely bigger than I expected, and holy shit, how was I so far off earlier? I thought for sure this would be, maybe not harmless, but easier.
So what do we do?
She turns to me with a concerned, expectant look, the creases between her eyebrows creating furrows over her nose. We aren't doing anything, I answer. The best thing for you to do is go rent a hotel room somewhere, or, and I'm stunned that I'm offering this, maybe you could go hang out with Tony tonight. Let me handle this. She throws herself sideways in the seat, puts her back up against the window.
By yourself? Absolutely not,
she says. Her tone tells me I won't have much success with an argument. I recognize this tone because Tony uses it all the time. Dakota crosses her arms, not pouting, but angry-like.
You can't do this alone.
I can and I have. I lie. You saw that thing in the picture, Dakota. I'm not letting you anywhere near it.
And you're forgetting that I've been living with it for weeks. We might as well be roommates.
All the more reason to stay away. You're already weakened to it, and one bad night could tip you into a place that you're not climbing out of. That's all it would take. Trust me on this.
Wouldn't you agree that having two positive sources of energy, the two of us together, that's better than you alone, right?
I guess.
See?
Don't confuse my agreement for an invitation.
I can feel something changing already by having you around. Getting me out of there, your positive vibes, it's a good thing. I feel like emotionally I'm getting stronger. You could use me. You need me.
Dakota.
Besides,
she interrupts, plowing straight through my reply with her miniature tirade.
I don't want to hang out with your wife and her boyfriend.
She stops, a surprised look of oops shit yanking her eyebrows high as she gasps,
I'm sorry.
Her hand flies up to cover her mouth. My wife and her what? Dakota turns her attention elsewhere.
Forget I said that.
You don't get to hold out, not after that. I whip the BMW into a grocery store lot, sidle up next to a beige minivan, and slam the shifter into park. Tell me. Dakota reaches for me. I think about pulling away, and instead, I let her take my hand. Tell me it's not what I think. Who am I kidding? I've suspected it for ages. She says,
It's none of my business.
You say that now? Wait, you acted like you didn't know her. Were you hiding this all day long?
I didn't want to. You deserved to know. It's just that I didn't know if I should or if you'd believe me. People get protective over stuff like this. I've had friends in the past who got pissed and ended up hating the person who told them more than the spouse doing the cheating.
She clamps her other hand on top of mine. Tell me everything.
You're sure?
Yes.
When I can drag myself outside to actually go running, I've seen her a few times. With another man, I mean. This morning I recognized her as soon as I walked in the door, and it was her, and you weren't the man I'd seen her with. And, yeah.
Why didn't you say something sooner?
I told you why, but mostly I didn't want you to hate me.
I don't even know how to process this. I'm angry. I'm sad. I'm relieved. My muscles are knotted ropes. I'm surprised. I'm not. I bite down on the back of a knuckle, tightly pinching the skin between my teeth. The pain is a good release. I hold it for as long as I can. I tell Dakota, we'll talk about this later.
Okay.
I'm serious. I'm pissed that you didn't say anything.
I understand.
I can't do anything about it right now.
I know.
Besides, it's been over for a long time. It's true, and yet that doesn't mean I'm not hurt.
Yeah.
Later. I'll swallow the pain with a bottle of scotch later. I'll concentrate on it when we're done.
You just said we.
I'm not thrilled about it, but after this conversation, I say, pointing at her and then myself, I might not be in the best place.
Your positive energy might be a necessity. She lets go of my hand and starts picking at a hangnail. She looks up at me, timidly.
I promise I didn't do that on purpose.
I know you didn't. Dakota asks,
What now?
Only one thing to do. We go get your house back, right?
I thought you'd never ask.
She grins at me sheepishly. I reach to put the car back in reverse, then pause. What's the thing you used to say on Yes Chef right before you walked into the competition kitchen?
If you were really such a huge fan, you know exactly what it was.
I put the car in gear and take my foot off the brake. As we ease back out of the parking spot, I tell her, I wanted to hear you say it one more time.
Fine. Just for you.
Dakota affectionately squeezes my shoulder.
Boom go the bombs. Time to light this motherfucker up.
Man, it's so much cooler to hear it without the network's censoring bleep. 22. Ford Atticus Ford. I plow into the door, all 190 pounds of me hitting it at full throttle. Well, with as much momentum as I can muster across 7 feet of bathroom floor space. I hit it with the force of a dump truck barreling through a papier-mâché wall, my body pushing the door into Lauren, knocking her back, sending her hurtling completely off her feet. Her back slams into the cheap sheetrock wall on the opposite side, leaving a dent, and then she falls forward face down. I watch it happen as my awkward fumbling carries me ahead, tripping over the downed door at my feet, gravity doing its job, pulling at me as my arms windmill frantically. One boot catches in the hole Lauren had made while my knees buckle and I drop hard. I get my arms up in time to prevent a faceplant, but barely. I push up hard, scrambling for safety. The front door. If I can just make it to the front door, I can get away. I don't even come close. Her hand latches onto my ankle, and holy shit is she strong. I fall again, unprepared this time, and my face smashes into the floor. I blindly reach for an anchor, anything, to prevent her from dragging me back. There's nothing. I try to dig my fingers into the hardwood, but it's too slippery, worn smooth by shoes and the passage of time. I press harder with my fingertips while the howling, possessed television host tightens her grip around my ankle, yanking me. She digs her claws into my skin and tugs repeatedly, like a coyote pulling a stubborn piece of meat from a carcass. I'm going to die, aren't I? This is how it happens. This is the end. After 12 years of countless hours of tempting, testing, and antagonizing the more atrocious aspects of the paranormal afterlife, I'm about to go bye-bye at the hands of a soulless blonde woman with black eyes. Come to think of it, I've actually dated a few of those in the past. She's strong. So strong, and no matter how hard I kick, I can't break free of her grip. What will happen? The thing inside her already has a new host. What good will I be to it? Unless it needs me to spread like a paranormal virus. What will it feel like when it happens? Will I go cold? Will I feel black and void on the inside the same way I felt when the Paranormal Channel informed me that they would be indefinitely removing Graveyard from the air? I roll onto my back, hoping for better leverage as I plant my hands for support and kick her forehead again and again. It doesn't help. Her clutch is too strong. Lauren, or the thing she has become, bares her teeth and growls at me. The sound is threatening, unholy, and I whimper. I steady my hands against the floor and shove, twisting my body sideways. The wrenching momentum works, and hallelujah, I'm free long enough to dive for the wooden couch leg and grab it, thinking I can pull myself away and up to freedom. I'm too slow. The she-beast lunges, her fingertips burying into my calf. I can feel her nails through my jeans. I wrap both hands around the couch leg and lock my fingers, holding on with everything I can manage. It works, briefly. She's unnaturally strong, but not strong enough to pull me and the couch too. While she struggles, it gives me a moment to plan, to frantically search for something I can use as a weapon. There's nothing within reach, not unless I get all Superman and manage to cut off a leg of the nearby coffee table using laser beams from my eyeballs. I'll never make it to that pistol in the lockbox. 12974. If only.
I glance back at her when I sense movement, the lessening of a struggle with my legs. She smiles maliciously. She's toying with me. Instead of pulling me to her, she uses my leg like a rope and pulls up along my body, hand over hand, progressing a few inches at a time. No, I snarl through gritted teeth. Get off me. I get brave for about half a second and hold still, like that scene in Braveheart where Mel Gibson is shouting, "Hold!" while his ragtag army hides their spears. I wait, shaking with fear until she gets just close enough to put her hand on my thigh. Then I bring my free knee up and slam it into her temple as hard as I can, using all the leverage I can muster. It's one final attempt, one last-ditch effort, and I'm just as surprised as the advancing English army that Gibson's plan worked. She tumbles over, temporarily dazed, letting go as she flops to the side, groaning up at the ceiling. I thrash away from her, rolling to my right, pushing up on my knees, then spring to my feet. I'm perched to bolt for the front door when I hear, "Ford, Atticus, Ford," in a voice that is nothing like Lauren's. It's a voice like black tar covering a bed of nails, thick and sharp at the same time, a devilish hound growling at me with broken glass lodged in its throat. I should run. God damn it, I should take a stuntman dive through a large paint picture window instead of fooling with the door. But I can't. The sound of that thing's voice freezes me in place, petrified. I'm like a USPS mailbox, one of those squat blue ones on a street corner with my feet bolted to the concrete. I'm not going anywhere. A small rodent frozen in fear at the sound of a superior predator lurking near me. "What do you want?" I croak.
"We were sent for. We are messengers."
For who? I can't not look in Lauren's direction. My need to know is like a ringing phone. I have to answer its call. She's on all fours now, sneering, slowly swaying side to a rhythm I can't hear. She puts one hand in front of the other and crawls 6 inches closer to me. I smell fire, smoke, and sulfur. "I'm not letting you in," I say. "I'm never letting you in. You'll have to take me."
"There are no doors between us now. You are free. Open to me."
"No."
"Mine if I want you."
"You can't. I'll—"
"Silence, child,"
she shouts, getting to her feet.
"Master has a message."
Who's your master?" I retreat, inching away from her.
"You already know."
She steps closer, arms at her sides, breathing heavily. I look at her feet as she takes another step, instinctual reaction, and I see that her perfectly manicured, pristine nails, the flawlessly polished red ones that I remember from this morning, have grown into gnarled claws. The tips click on the hardwood floor. "Chelsea's demon?" She says,
"Him, yes."
Then lowers her voice to a whispering hiss.
"Master."
I'm nothing if I'm not trying to catch some supernatural entity off guard, to get them to reveal themselves, to give me workable information. It's what I'm good at. It's in my nature, so on pure impulse I ask, "What's his name?" It's a foolish hope that Lauren's possessor will accidentally reveal some information because there's power in a name. The Tier 1 right-hander that we were calling Azurol, that son of a motherless goat, has a name. Everything has a name, and it's a damn disgrace that I won't live long enough to use it in its presence, accompanied by the words, "What a humongous goddamn asshole you are, blank." She doesn't take the bait. Instead, she tilts her head back and erupts in charred, smoldering laughter.
"You will never know its name."
So it's definitely a he. That's one step in the right direction. If only I had more time. Time. In my panic, I completely forgot that I asked Mel to call 911. How long has it been? How long have I been struggling to get away from Lauren? What feels like hours has most likely been a couple of minutes. On a great day in fantastic weather, I'm guessing the police would be here in another minute or two. Then again, I suspect that Newport's abilities aren't perfection personified. Not that I doubt the ability of their emergency response teams. It's just that it seems like a slightly underprivileged town, like many along the coast of Oregon, with little access to big budgets and, for the love of God, why is this shit traipsing through my mind when I'm about to die at the hands of unlovely Lady Death right here? Focus, Ford. If I can wait her out, if I can stall for just a little while longer, I might be okay. What does he want with me? I ask, my voice cracking, tripping across my tongue. What did I do?
You stole,
she growls. Stole what?
her master's plaything. You took her away. You took him away, you pathetic human slug.
You mean Chelsea and Craghorn?
Yes,
She says, the long S slithering out of her mouth. If she shook her ass, would it sound like a rattlesnake?
the girl, so young and delectable, fresh meat, delicious. She would have been perfect for him. A suitable host, so blood red on the inside. Her skin, the purest white of innocence. He was preparing her, and you took her from him. You stole what wasn't yours. And that man, the little worm, he begged for a new life. He got down on his knees and renounced your creator. He wasn't pristine like your darling little friend, but he was willing. His soul was searching for salvation like an infant begging for a teat.
That's not true, I say, stalling. He just missed his wife. He was trying to call her back to him.
You mortals, such imbeciles! Believing the written word of a desperate man. He was a liar! You all are. You don't deserve your creator's generosity. You ate the apple, every single one of you, and then you expect your pitiful maker to give you more. More, always more. Gluttonous heathens! All of you belong at the feet of my master and his master, while your skin fries and your fat boils in the fires below.
Like I didn't already know we're doomed? And why Lauren? Why use her? Why didn't that piece of shit tell me face to face? You're killing her to tell me something I already know? What a waste. And you want to accuse us of gluttony?
Why use her? Master knows all. Master is everywhere. Of the 7 deadly sins, lust has the shortest path to travel. And for you, Ford Atticus Ford, lust is in your heart. She could get close quickly.
Lust? For her? Then Master doesn't know everything. Maybe I can get away with that fib. Laughter explodes from her chest.
See? Liars, all of you.
Maybe not. If you're going to kill me, I say, do it now. Let's finish this. Send me down there so I can talk to him in person and tell him where to shove it. Maybe I'll set up shop, take over. Then I can be the one calling the shots, huh? Does reverse psychology work on a demonic entity? Nope. The coffee table is made of heavy oak with a thick plate of glass sitting on top of it. The Lauren thing picks it up with one hand by the support bar underneath the glass. She holds it high over her head, glaring at me, and I'm certain that this is it. Me and my big mouth. How many times have I said that in my life? Seems fitting that's what will send me out of this world, too. She winks. The fucking thing actually winks at me, then flicks the coffee table through the picture window as easily as tossing a magazine on a kitchen counter. Shattered glass peppers the porch outside as wind whips through the gaping maw left behind, bringing with it sheets of rain and the salty smell of the ocean beyond.
I'm not going to kill you, she says. He just wants you to know that he's going to take her back. She will be his again, no matter what you do, no matter where you go or where you take her. He will find her and reclaim what he rightfully owns. He knows of this woman, Carla, and her plan for his youngling. Master will wait if he must.
I shout. Why wait? Why not take her now? Why not take her before? If he's so goddamn sure of himself, why hasn't he gotten her already?
Does a cat eat the mouse right away? No, it toys with it, prepares it for a meal.
So? If he can take her any time he wants, if he's just playing with her, why tell me? The fuck do I care? I really gotta stop this reverse psychology thing. It's not working.
Because,
she says, lengthening the pause, teasing me with her secret.
You've been a burden for far too long. You will be the end of Chelsea.
Yeah, right. The girl I've been trying to save? The wailing sound of sirens drift through the shattered window. Thank God.
You will damage Chelsea. You will prepare her for his return, and you, repulsive maggot, will finally burn for your meddling intrusions. You'll be ripped limb from limb in the eyes of humanity and thrown to the snarling wolves, bloody and crying.
The sirens howl less than a mile away. In the corner of my eye, I spot a fireplace poker leaning up against the stone. I inch closer to it. Whatever, I say, sneering. You and what army?
I don't need any army,
she replies, stepping forward.
I only need to get inside you. Master will do the rest.
The woman I previously knew as Lauren Coburn plunges at me in brutal rage, a blood-curdling scream screeching out of her throat, teeth bared, fingernails like talons reaching for my throat. I reach for the poker, leaning over, moving as if I'm swimming in cold molasses, drifting, flowing to the side. I wrap my fingers around the cool metal handle and spin, bringing it up, holding the base of it against my shoulder for support, the other hand high on its neck, aiming at the base of her throat. The black-eyed Lauren thing understands too late. She tries in vain to halt her momentum, yowling in fear a split second before I feel the sharp tip puncturing soft skin. Her wail becomes a choking gurgle as the poker slides easily through the tissue, glances off her spine, and protrudes out the back of her neck. It sounds like stabbing Eve's proverbial apple with a knife. What a nauseating noise. I tumble backwards onto my rear as she continues to slide down toward me. I squirm to the side, pushing the twitching body away. I hear a wet, final cough coming from the Lauren thing, which is then followed by hurrying steps coming up the front porch. The undulating red and blue lights on the ceiling fill my chest with relief. Help. 30 seconds too late. 23. Mike Long. If a lot of this seems vaguely familiar, it's because it is. Black swirling masses, demonic entities, Ouija boards, and seances. It happens more often than you would think. Ghosts, demons, paranormal thingies that go bump in the night, they all have a myriad of ways to manifest once they've managed to cobble together enough energy. That said, they'll often choose the path of least resistance, if they're an intelligent haunt rather than a residual one, because why not? If the easiest method gets the point across, then so be it. If they don't choose to take a physical form, or if there isn't enough energy available, they'll communicate via EVPs or by knocking a book off a shelf to either make a point or let you know they're present, and that they do, in fact, exist. Back in Dakota's home earlier, when I felt like the entity was junior class, no big deal. I totally screwed the pooch on that one. I should have known better. Ford would have noticed something was off, damn it. Ford would have taken one long look at that thing and said, "Yep, get out the holy water, it's going to be a long night." I fell for the oldest trick in the book. I allowed that dickwad to convince me that it was relatively harmless before I had done my homework. I consider myself lucky that it didn't pick up my soul by its scraggly, bony fingers and swallow it whole like an unlucky goldfish at a frat party. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I was so caught up in all that is Dakota earlier that it could have done some major league damage. That's the last time I'll go into a potentially dangerous investigation with my shorts down around my ankles and a bullseye painted on my butt. Then there's the matter of Tony and, well, I'm guessing it's the contractor Armando from Dakota's description, which will have to be shelved until later. I had expected it, honestly, and I feel like I should be more outraged, but I'm not. It's like you're playing shortstop in a baseball game, right? The Paul Bunyan-sized first baseman from the other team steps up to the plate using a sequoia tree for a bat, and he wallops a 90-mile-per-hour fastball into a line drive straight at your face. You stand there and watch the ball spinning, hurtling at you in super slow-mo, and you let it wallop you right in the honker. I'm upset that it hurts, yet I can't necessarily be pissed at the baseball for hitting me when I stood there and didn't take action to protect myself. Anyway, lots of shit on my mind that I need to push out of the way so I can be properly focused on this demonic asshole squatting in Dakota's beachfront mansion. Speaking of Dakota, she's still sitting over there in the passenger seat trying to tell me that she is most certainly helping me tonight, that I shouldn't be doing this alone, especially not without Ford around. I hadn't been entirely listening until that part. What? I snap. We're sitting at the last stoplight before our coastal street that will take us past homes that cost way too much for what they offer. I flash an annoyed look at her. You think I can't handle this on my own? Let me tell you something. I do not need the almighty Ford Atticus Ford to hold my hand, okay? Dakota, bless her, understands that I'm operating on an accelerated level of stress, and the snarky, pissy version of me that she's seeing right now isn't the standard Mike Long. My hand is on the shifter. She covers it with hers, soft skin soothing me.
That's not what I meant, she says. Put the guns away, Tex. I know you're on edge, but you of all people know that you can't go into an investigation with so much negative energy fogging up your windows. Season 5, Episode 9, remember? Rule number 1, folks, surround yourself with positive, white light.
You saw that one, huh? She's got me there. We were on that decommissioned Navy ship in North Carolina, and Ford was pissed about something, I can't recall what, and a particularly angry spirit, a former sailor, feasted on his negativity. It soaked up all of that damaging energy and scratched the absolute shit out of the docent during our initial tour. Last I heard, the guy quit the next day and never set foot back on deck.
Top of my list,
Dakota says.
One of the few times where you took charge. You looked good in the captain's seat.
The light turns green. I have a little extra lead in my foot. Flattery will get you everywhere, Miss Bailey. You've probably seen enough episodes to know how this works, yeah? That stuff earlier was just preliminary. This is the real deal now that we know what's in there.
I got this,
she says.
I think.
We're standing outside of Dakota's front doors, the tall glass ones facing east out over the Atlantic, suited up and armed like a couple of badass SEALs getting prepped to storm a terrorist stronghold. Not really. I'm carrying a few pieces of ghost hunting equipment with me. I left the paranormal flatulence detector behind, along with a Batman-style utility belt. Okay, really, it's one of Tony's running belts that carries 4 8-ounce bottles of water for drinking on long-distance runs. Only this water is blessed. Holified, if you will. After our big scare back at Craghorn's place a couple of weeks ago, where Ford and I went into that investigation with some decade-old holy water I had lying around, I decided it might be a good idea to stock up again. I visited a Catholic priest I know in Kitty Hawk proper, a fellow by the name of Father Duke, and had him bless a gallon of tap water I brought along. I'm not sure if the Pope and his many minions would necessarily approve of that process, or if, like, that's Catholically legal, but Father Duke has been a fan of Graveyard from day one. Just don't tell his congregation. So I have 2 digital voice recorders on me, a full-spectrum camera, and digital video cam, one of the sophisticated bastards we used to call spot cams, which led to Ford's infinitesimal supply of spank bank material when thousands of spot cam girls took it upon themselves to flood his inbox with pictures of ladies in various stages of undress. That's 4 pieces of equipment for me, and not nearly as many photos of naked fans. Dakota carries an EMF detector, the thermal imaging camera, and a digital camera. 7 pieces total, which is really about half of what I'd like to go into this place with, but here's my thinking. Less equipment means less batteries, which leads to less available energy for the demon to access. There's no doubt that he'll try to chomp on the batteries like a handful of synthetic energy pills, along with the spares I brought with me. However, we should be able to get a few hours of investigation time in, or it'll be just enough to provide him with energy to manifest, albeit weakly, on top of whatever else he's drawn from.
The less time we have to spend in this house, the better. Well, strike that. I'd love to hang out here all night and discuss life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness with Dakota. Just not under this particular set of circumstances. Dakota takes one of the small plastic bottles out of the running belt, examines it, and slips it back into the empty slot.
Nice fanny pack. Only thing you're missing are some black socks pulled up to your knees.
Eyeballing her sideways, I fire back, "Hey, you're the tourist."
Not in my own house.
"Yeah, but we're on my investigation. You're just along for the ride, sister." She playfully pokes at my shoulder.
Try to keep up, fanny pack.
It's fun, this gentle, friendly bickering. I really enjoy it, which scares the absolute doo-doo out of me since I'm about to take this awesome human being back inside the prison of her own home. You know, where it's entirely possible for her to become demonically possessed? No biggie. I feel the sweat leak out onto my palms, hesitating to touch her with the clamminess as she fiddles with some dials on the thermal imager. "Just in case," I say, "if anything happens to either one of us, my cell phone is in my back pocket. Don't go fondling my butt if you need it."
Gotcha.
The surprised sputtering is real, genuine. I love her laugh. I'm serious, though. We got a promise to do this for each other. There's a Catholic priest in my contacts. His name is Father Duke, same one who blessed the holy water. I've known him for years, and we even had him on the show once.
That guy? The short, round one with the glasses?
Yep.
I remember thinking he looked like an owl. He seemed nice on the show, and appropriately concerned about the sanctity of your eternal soul before they'd allow you through the pearly gates.
That's what he said on the show, almost word for word. She's good. He's a good guy. Loved Graveyard, not that he necessarily approved of us playing with Hellfire, like you said. Anyway, I'm more worried about you than myself, but if anything, and damn it, I mean anything, goes funky with me, you call him. Understand?
Mikey's back in the captain's chair. I like it.
I'm serious.
I know you are. It won't, but if it does, what if I can't get the phone out of your pocket? Like you become this crazy, evil, fanny pack-wearing version of yourself and I can't get near you.
Good point. We can move it room to room during the investigation, always within reach.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Dakota salutes me and then slaps my bottom like we're about to take the field. I feel like I'm blushing, but damn, the camaraderie is endearing, which scares me even more. I've done this enough to have a certain shiny veneer of confidence, yet the idea of Dakota having to deal with a haunted version of Mike the Exterminator Long, especially now that I have a well-defined muscle or two, leaves me shaky and unsure, again, about allowing her to come along. It's not a battle I'm going to win, I know this, so I resolve to take every precaution necessary to keep her safe. Which is a nice idea, in theory. 30 minutes pass. Dakota and I maintain radio silence as we execute our predetermined game plan. I don't allow her to leave my sight, but we individually accomplish our own tasks. She runs EMF checks while I use my GS5000 to listen to the background noise and search for any signs of something demonic that Damon Healy might have left behind. I mean, like hidden symbols, decapitated squirrel bones, the standards. We haven't been in here long, but so far we're coming up empty. I would have expected more sooner. I'd rather this son of a bitch manifest on its own without needing to provoke it for a couple of reasons. First, spewing all of that negativity out of my mouth can cause negative energy to grow and mutate, even if you don't mean for it to happen. Positivity begets positivity. Negativity does too. I want to keep the latter to a minimum. Second, I've never been sure that it matters, nor has Ford, but if this demon manifests without me taunting and cursing its good name, that scenario is preferable to some supremely pissed-off entity storming through the gateway to hell, angry and combat-ready, because I insinuated that he enjoyed sodomizing his mother. When we finish the first stage of the game plan, which entails fully scouting the first floor, I call out to Dakota on the far side of the kitchen. Anything?
Flat, everywhere. Had a reading of 00 the whole time.
Figured as much. He's hiding out upstairs. Dakota is over by a couple of the larger ocean-facing windows. She asks if she can open the blinds, maybe let some light in.
I know you guys always liked it pitch black for your investigations, and I know it'll be night soon, but maybe I might feel safer with more light.
I nod my assent. Of course. Anything for you, Dakota. We only did that to make the equipment more effective anyway, although upstairs needs to stay darker. That's where the cameras need to be at their peak. Dakota stops in mid-pull. The clattering of the blinds goes quiet, their weight keeping her arms suspended.
So this is pointless?
Afraid so. She mock pouts, bottom lip drooping dramatically as she lets go and walks over to me. Jokingly, she says,
If we have to be in the complete dark, are you going to hold my hand?
Afraid so. It's easy to see how delicate flirtations can lead to a major downfall in so many different ways.
24. Ford Atticus Ford. I'm here at Newport's police station, sitting in a suspect interview room, and the lights overhead burn my eyeballs as if they're scrubbing them with bleach. They're too bright, too white, for my darkened mood. My chair is your standard, uncomfortable plastic piece of crap purchased with taxpayer money on a limited budget, and I squirm to get comfy. I've been waiting here for over 3 hours, maybe longer. I've lost track. I have a room temperature cup of coffee sitting on the table that someone brought 5 minutes after depositing me here, though I doubt that'll do any good for the nausea roiling in my gut like a volcano bulging on the eve of eruption. Why the nausea? Well, a couple of things. Thinking about the squishy crunch of that poker sliding through a used-to-be human neck, combined with the fact that I'm absolutely torn up about the fact that they won't tell me if Yuli is okay. I tried to have them get word to Melanie to let her know that I'm okay, and they've yet to give me an affirmative on that as well. Matter of fact, I'm surprised she doesn't have a lawyer here yet. Although, more than likely, knowing Melanie, she hopped in her car and is on the way here. I risk a sip of the coffee. It tastes even worse with the lack of heat. I grimace and think about how Lauren will never get to drink coffee again, and my stomach spins around the uneven bars like a drunken gymnast. I feel horrible about what happened to her, I really do. I had so much stale hatred for her, but I was coming around. Could be that I'm feeling sentimental and sad now that she's dead, but no matter what I thought about her past transgressions, I'll admit that I could have learned to enjoy her company. Eventually. You know, like how you despised broccoli as a kid and now as an adult you can tolerate it as long as it's seasoned properly? Anyway, Lauren was more than broccoli, and it's so damn unfortunate that she had to go out like that. I've been sitting here wondering if I could have done anything for her, and I've come to the conclusion that no amount of spiritual antibiotics would have cured what ailed her. So she's in a better place. Or, at least she's in a different place. Let's hope her soul traveled in the right direction. That gets me to thinking about Yuli again, and I feel a lump well up in my throat. Dogs are heaven-bound, no matter what. If anything happened to him... Oh, man, this sucks. Yuli is the child I never had. My heart aches that much. I left the poor guy cooped up inside the condo with Grandma Death Eyes. I was mentally wavering on the way here, but I specifically remember babbling about my little buddy and that he was in terrible danger. I shout at the two-way mirror, "Can somebody please find out what happened to my dog?" As expected, the silence continues. Before they tossed me in the squad car while I was sitting at the kitchen table, hands cuffed behind my back, I also managed to remember the camcorder, mentioned it to the uniformed officers, and then prayed like I've never prayed before that it caught everything. There's also the matter of the 2 empty, black-eyed children in the bathtub, and I have no fucking clue how I'm going to explain what they were doing there. I also realize how patently insane it'll sound if I try to truthfully explain why I was there, and how the celebrity television host and beloved local girl Lauren Coburn had gotten possessed and then tried to kill me, which resulted in her lying on the living room floor with a poker sticking out of her like she was a demonic corn dog. The only reason I'm not cuffed now is that the uniforms and the detectives in charge, Carson and Janes, recognized me as that guy, the one from the ghost show, you know, Graveyard something or other. This was followed by a round of whistles and exaggerated oohing and eyeing, along with a knowing set of smiles. Then they promptly shoved me into this austere room with a single table, 2 chairs, and a 2-way mirror. There's a camera up in the corner watching my every move. Not that they need it. The only thing I've been able to do is sit here and relive the last few minutes in the movie of my mind, over and over. Again, the whole scenario is further proof that it's all connected. The afterlife, I mean, and the energy that bonds it together. Master, whatever his actual name might be, had sent messengers. Our demon, my nemesis, wanted to tell me he's taking Chelsea back, and because he's an all-powerful sumbitch and thinks he can do whatever he wants, he throws down the gauntlet, basically challenging me, wanting me to know that just for funsies, he's going through me to get to her. And if the Lauren thing is to be believed, Master's intent was to stick his hand up my butt and use me like a puppet. I'll tell you what, dude, over my dead body. He's calling me into the ring, and I've never been one to back down from a fight. You know, except for that time in elementary school when Danny Delp wanted to fight me by the swings during recess. I was a shy, quiet kid growing up. During art class, the other rugrats would fashion crowns out of construction paper and shove them on my head, calling me the Nerd King. So yeah, I kept to myself a lot. Imagine that. One day, in a rare moment of peeking out of my antisocial shell, I had tried to stop him from picking on Cindy Moss, who bore a striking resemblance to Chelsea Hopper, come to think of it. The teachers intervened, and Danny was far from happy about that. I had taken his toy away from him, and now it was my turn in his spotlight. I didn't meet Danny by the swings that day because I was smart, and because he was about 3 times my size. He ruled the school. He had dozens of friends and lackeys that he could order around. Totally a genuine cliché. He always booted home runs in kickball and won every arm wrestling contest. I was the weird skinny kid who watched The Exorcist over and over. Danny and his friends taunted me for several weeks after, calling me a pussy, and pushed me into lockers. Knocked my lunch tray out of my hands. I couldn't take it anymore. So you want to know what I did? My dad, Bill Ford, was ex-military, a real badass with a high and tight haircut and muscles that had muscles. He used to beat up hippies back in the 60s for shits and giggles, and among the remnants of his past was a set of brass knuckles that I found in a cardboard box in the corner of our attic. They were easily hidden in a backpack all morning, and under my jacket during a game of dodgeball. Danny started his crap, and one good pop was all it took. He left for the hospital with a fractured cheekbone and never bothered me again. That is, once I got back from my month-long suspension and my parents paid his medical bills. Plus, if you look closely enough, you can still see the scar on my right ass cheek where my dad's belt buckle landed instead of the strap like he intended. Needless to say, not many people have examined my ass to that extent. It's not that I enjoyed watching Danny Delp lying there in the mud on that rainy Thursday morning, clutching his cheek and bawling as he writhed on the ground. I didn't like that part at all. Okay, maybe a little, but I came away with something different. Whenever I tell this story, I still get chills. That day awoke something inside me. Not necessarily a fire, just a different level of perception about the world and my role in it. I could be strong. I could fight back if I wanted to. I had the power to change things if I wanted it badly enough, or if something had pushed too far. I was entirely too young to fully grasp the enormity of my realization, but now I can look at it like this. If you go back to the metaphor of Adam and Eve's apple, I held 2 of them, one in each hand. One of the apples was made of a life that I could create for myself. The other apple was made of a life that was handed to me by external events. One tasted sweet, one tasted bitter. One was fulfilling, one left me famished and empty. The choice was simple. Somewhere along the monumental run of Graveyard Classified, I went back to eating the wrong one. I sit up straighter in the chair and cross my arms, feeling a hint of realization beginning to manifest somewhere in my mind. I think back to that very special live Halloween episode and the days and months leading up to it when I kept trying to convince myself, Chelsea, and Mike, especially Mike, that if Chelsea stood up to the demon and beat it, then she would be a changed person for the rest of her life, ready, willing, and able to take on anything. That was me taking a bite from both apples, the old Ford desperately trying to regain control.
It's like wiping the condensation off a fogged-up bathroom mirror when the understanding finally settles in. I suppose I was channeling myself from the 3rd grade and trying to reconcile that with Chelsea's situation. Deep down, floating around in my subconscious, was a well-intentioned desire for her to experience that kind of awakening too. Eat the right apple, Chelsea. I had good intentions, but what I didn't take into account was the fact that there's a fuckload of difference between a bully named Danny Delp and a Tier 1 right-hander who probably plays darts with Satan every other Saturday night down at the local watering hole. Whatever Master's actual name is, let's call him Boogerface for now. Whatever Boogerface has in mind probably involves lots of planning, lots of deception. A tactician's dream. Why go through all the trouble? Boogerface has an eternity on his hands. He has time to entertain himself. Even if we send him back where he came from, he'll still be down below, boiling in the fires of Hades for thousands upon thousands of infinite years to come. It's not a far-fetched concept to assume that demons get bored. This is all a game to him. Chelsea is a pawn. Maybe I'm a knight. Mike's a knight. And Boogerface is simply moving his pieces around. I wish I could figure out what's so special about Chelsea, you know? Why her? I think about what Grandpa Joe said back in the Hampstead farmhouse, about how Chelsea is the key to everything. I kept thinking that perhaps he meant that Chelsea was some sort of catalyst to this spiritual war that's about to take place. Could be, though now I'm starting to think it might be far simpler than that. This is Cindy Moss all over again. Boogerface is pissed off because I took his toy away from him. Sure, Chelsea got hurt in the process when he lashed out and attacked her, which was probably his way of saying to me, "Now look what you made me do," and to be perfectly honest, so did Cindy back in the day. But what it all comes down to is this. He wants revenge, and has been setting up his pieces since Chelsea's parents took her away that night. If that's the case, then why didn't he follow her to her new home when she left the first time, before we even filmed the very special live Halloween episode? Maybe he did. At least a small part of him. She kept having those horrific dreams. Maybe he had to stay behind in the house, close to his portal to hell. I can't say. I can't pretend to know the mind of a demon. And then we brought her back that night. We brought people and cameras and batteries and the black heart of Carla Hancock. We brought energy, millions of subliminal watts of paranormal energy from all around the world, with so many people focusing everything they had on that one singular location. Trust me, I know my shit. But sitting here in this empty room as I wait on somebody to come talk to me, I think I'm just now realizing how lucky we got that Chelsea's attack wasn't far worse. We didn't necessarily save Chelsea from Boogerface forever, much in the same way that my intervention didn't stop Cindy Moss from getting picked on again. But we put our noses where they didn't belong. And again, much in the same way that Danny Delp and his heathen cronies taunted me mercilessly for weeks on end, often slapping and shoving Cindy Moss right in front of me, asking, "What you gonna do about it, huh, pussy?" It's plainly obvious that Boogerface has the same motivations. He's a playground bully. With an extremely powerful right-hander like that, he can have Chelsea anytime he wants, and anywhere he wants. It's not necessary for the Graveyard Classified crew or me to be within 1,000 miles of the Hoppers for Boogerface to take control of Chelsea again. This is about exerting control. I'm the weird skinny kid who dared to defy him, who dared to stick up for his prey, and he wants to teach me a lesson before he takes Chelsea back. Fucker. I get it now. Know what this means? Mike will get his wish. I have to do the documentary. What better stage for David to take on Goliath? It's the perfect showdown. And I'm bringing a set of paranormal brass knuckles with me, Boogerface. Another 15 minutes pass before I hear a short rap on the door and in walk the two detectives, Carson and Janes. Carson reminds me of John Madden, all the way down to the wiry eyebrows sprouting from his forehead like a ball of cotton stuck a fork in a light socket. He's tall, round, and gives off the impression of a jovial grandfather who's ready to pull a lint-covered piece of candy out of his pants pocket. Don't let that fool you, though. This guy is sharper than he looks. I picked up on that earlier when they shoved me into this human-sized fishbowl. Jane's is short, stout, built like a small refrigerator with close-cropped salt and pepper hair. She didn't smile or speak once earlier. I bet she's fun at parties. Carson takes the lead and offers Jane's the lone remaining chair. She silently declines with a raised hand and backs herself into the corner, standing with meaty hands buried in her pockets. Nonchalant. Staring. Or glaring, I should say. There's a measure of suspicion and anger there. I pry my eyes from her and turn back to the more welcoming grin of Carson. I'm probably wrong about that, too. I doubt it's welcoming. More like, I know something you don't. I know what tricks are coming, but I don't feel like playing games, so I relent and speak first. Detective. Mr. Ford? Anybody check on my dog? The corners of his mouth dip as he looks down and away. I feel my heart burning with dread. Is he okay? I ask, leaning forward. Thank God he nods. Hallelujah. He'll be fine in a few days. The vet said he's a little banged up and scared to death whenever anyone tries to get close to him, but animal control has him on sedatives down at the pound. Hate that for you. Got a sweet little poochie myself. Thanks. Damn shame when trauma like that happens to a good animal. Trauma? Carson angles his head backward, scrunching up his forehead. They didn't tell you? Tell me what? Over his shoulder, he says back to Jane's, God damn it, Sheila, they did it again, didn't they? Lazy sons of... never mind. To me, he adds, I see you got coffee. Need anything else? Water, maybe? I'm fine. He intertwines his fingers and props himself up on the table. Somebody was supposed to come in and brief you. It's the young kids these days, you feel me? I can't get nobody to do right by anybody. He shakes his head in disgust, looking up at the ceiling like he's reminiscing about the good old days when people actually did what they were asked. Has that ever been the case? I don't know whether this is a legitimate show of consternation or if he's simply playing good cop to try to ease me into his news that I'll be arrested for murder. Carson clears his throat. It's long and rattling, like he's shaking something loose after years of smoking. He says, Anyway, your dog will be fine eventually. Sorry we left you waiting so long. Had some things to check out before we had a chat, like looking at the condo. Nice place you got there, right up on the ocean like that. You own it? Rental. Ah, shame. Nice place from the outside, but when we got up to your floor, the door was open. The place was torn all to shit like somebody set off a bomb inside a hoarder's house, and there was no sign of Ellen Coburn. Who knows how he did it, but by God, your petrified pup had somehow managed to work himself under the sofa. You see how big I am? I'd have smashed him if I sat down. We wouldn't want that, I mutter, already tired of the banter. Now that I know Yulie is okay, let's get to the business of proving my innocence. I ask the detective, are there security cameras there? Any idea what happened to her? She's 90 years old and blind, Mr. Ford. She didn't get that far. I almost give him a derisive snort, wanting to tell him about how much he doesn't know. Instead, I nod in mock acceptance. But you want to know the craziest thing? They picked her up knocking on some scared neighbor lady's door, talking about how she needed inside and was hungry. Miss Lane, that's the neighbor, she was scared to let her come in on account of how weird her eyes looked. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? I lift one shoulder and let it drop. He knows something strange is going on. He knows who I am and what I do, or did, for a living. I think I need to know where I stand before I admit to anything. He stares at me so long I become aware of the watch ticking on his wrist. This time I wait him out. He eventually says, Those two boys in the bathtub. Horrible. Just horrible. Know anything about them? Who are they? What in the hell happened to them?
They were already there. I found them that way.
Uh-huh. Okay, and did you notice anything about their eyes?
I should probably get a lawyer before I answer much more. Carson's beaming smile comes back.
No need to do that. We're just having a conversation.
Are you going to arrest me, Detective? Carson turns to Janes. She dips her chin, indicating her agreement with some unspoken directive.
In all my years, Mr. Ford, I don't know if I've ever quite seen anything like this. Being who you are and seeing as how you do what you do, I'd expect some cooperation with such strange matters. You are one lucky so-and-so, you know that?
How so?
Detective Janes and I reviewed your video evidence, and we both agree that it's enough to show that you acted in self-defense, at least when it comes to Miss Coburn. Not to mention the fact that we ran some quick tests and found the boy's DNA underneath her fingernails. The scratches on their arms connect the dots there.
So you're saying she murdered them?
We're not saying anything of the sort, he says. Not yet.
But you're not accusing me of anything.
Depends.
On what?
Cooperation.
He flicks a look over his shoulder at the two-way mirror.
Help, things like that. Seems as if you might hold your future in your hands.
Shit. No, he's handing me the bitter apple, but I have to eat it. This time, at least. I ask, am I free to ask questions?
Be my guest.
Are you looking for the boys' families?
Trying. It'll be a while. You wouldn't believe how many kids go missing each year.
He leans back in the chair. The flimsy plastic construction groans in protest.
So the question remains. Questions, actually. Why did you set that camera up to begin with? What language is she speaking? How did she get up again? And what's the deal with their eyes? All four of them. They got Ellen down in holding, and her eyeballs are blacker than coal. All of the eye. The whole thing. And then the deceased individuals, the two boys and Miss Coburn, hollowed out sockets, black liquid crusted around them.
Whoa, I say, sitting straighter. Did you say she got up again?
Yes, sir, after they put you in the car. Apparently, you were a couple of blocks away by the time the EMTs were getting ready to zip her into the trash bag. Miss Coburn popped straight up off the ground and rushed my boys, poker sticking out of her neck. They fired 2 shots in self-defense, purely reactionary. One bullet centered her forehead and dropped her. We can show you on the video later. Helps your case that we didn't find that until after the fact. Stress does things to a man. But had we listened to your incoherent babble upon arrival, we might not have that evidence available except for eyewitness accounts and whatnot.
She got up.
Jesus. I'm fairly certain he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. And you asked what language was she speaking? What does that mean?
The language Miss Coburn is speaking in your recording.
It wasn't English? Carson presses his lips together, flicks a look at Janes, then back to me.
You understood her when she was talking?
Yeah, I think so.
Mr. Ford, one of the reasons we were delayed is because it took us a while to find a linguistics expert at this hour. Tracked down a professor up at Oregon State, and he says he's never heard it before. But it sounds ancient, biblical even, or probably older, as in, from what he can tell, there are no earthly languages existing today that are a derivative of what she's speaking.
Wow, I don't know.
And you say you understood every word of it?
I thought I did. It's possible she had me under... I almost say hypnotic spell, but that would sound even more ridiculous than everything we're discussing. On drugs?
You're not exhibiting any signs? I don't know, I really don't. What in the hell are we dealing with here, son? I take a deep breath and hold it, exhaling. You really want to know the truth? I need some kind of guarantee, something in writing, especially without a lawyer here. That's probably not possible, but...
Hang on.
Annoyed, Janes finally speaks up from her perch in the corner.
We are not going to arrest you, Mr. Ford. We're familiar with your history, and we're familiar with what you've been doing with other departments since your unfortunate event with the Hopper child. We're asking for your help, and when you give it to us, you'll be free to go.
I sense an opportunity here. Should I take it? What do I have to lose? And I'm asking you for a written guarantee, whatever you can do that'll hold up in court, if it comes to that. She says,
We'll see what we can do.
I start to protest, but Carson interrupts me, saying,
That'll have to be good enough for now, Mr. Ford. We're good people, trustworthy.
Fine. So we're looking at a little pro bono work in exchange for maybe overlooking some of the gray areas of my involvement?
Careful,
Janes says, smirking.
Verbally confirming that could be construed as an attempt to bribe an officer of the law.
I hold up my palms, feeling that intense, nervous urge to piss. That backfired.
But I didn't hear a word of it,
she adds.
You, Carson?
Not a bit, no. But if I had heard something, I'd say it sounded like a fair deal.
One more question first.
Shoot.
Lauren's a celebrity. How are you going to approach the news of her, death?
It'll be handled. If this is what you're asking, your involvement will be minimal.
I lift my eyes to the video camera mounted in the corner of the room. Is this going on record?
Maybe not all of it.
Okay, then. We shake hands. I feel slightly sleazy for trying to protect myself at the expense of Lauren's death, but if I'm going to save Chelsea from a Tier 1 demon, I need the freedom to move about. Coburn, I'll say an extra Hail Mary for you. Janes says,
Tell us a story, Mr. Ford.
Well, shit. Here we go. Let's see how open-minded these two can be. Have you guys ever heard of the Black-Eyed Children? 25. Mike Long.
Hours pass with no action. This is not what I wanted. The longer Dakota's unwelcome visitor hangs back without manifesting, the longer he's able to store up energy for when he does come through the portal and graces us with his presence. Jerk. We move from room to room, checking and rechecking the thermal imager, asking questions, trying to elicit a response. So much uneventful time crawls by that I begin to consider taunting him simply to see if that will create some kind of reaction. With demons, however, taunting is never a good idea, even with an experienced team like Ford and me. Those guys over on the other channel, those dudes from Ghost Bros and Company, they found out firsthand what can happen when you taunt a demon with inexperienced members along. I think that poor dude that took the strongest hit might still be hanging out in a padded room, wearing the latest straitjacket designed by Martha Stewart. Anyway, we're bored. You can't make something manifest, so Dakota invites me to the kitchen for a snack, and on the way down the stairs, she asks, after she's been tortured by this thing for weeks, why isn't it showing up now when we need it to? In the world of paranormal investigations, you take what you can get and be thankful for it. They don't operate on our schedules or on our planes of existence. That said, I'm starting to think that this is just going to be one of those nights where nothing happens. Ford and I hated that shit with a passion, and it occurred more often than we like to admit. There were times when we'd go into an investigation that promised a freaking gold mine of evidence based on the strength of a witness's testimony, and then zilch. 12-hour days over a week's worth of recording to get one shitty, grainy, garbled EVP that may have been a barking dog somewhere else in the neighborhood. Set up, break it down, do it all over again, and you get static and hours of video of a high-backed chair sitting in a bedroom. Whoopee! We reach the bottom floor, turn right, and head back into the kitchen. The blinds are open just as Dakota left them earlier, and the moon provides enough light for her to move about without flipping any switches.
She pulls 2 plates out of a cabinet, asks me if I'd like some coffee, and pulls a couple of mugs down from an upper shelf. She starts pulling a snack together while I go on blathering about fruitless investigations. The paranormal channel would be out an ungodly amount of money paying for the whole crew to travel to the location, plus the equipment transfer costs, the stipend they paid to the witnesses, and all that stuff. Somehow Ford and I would end up taking the heat for it, no matter how often we tried to explain to the suits writing the checks that we couldn't make ghosts show up no more than we could ask the sky to turn pink on command. Dakota has one of those fancy single-cup brew devices, and by the time I'm finished with my mini tirade, she's already handing me a cup of black coffee. I decline sugar and sweetener both. I take a sip and get back to it. Actually, I know why they'd pin the heat on me and Ford. Carla threw us under the bus every chance she got. I'm sure I hate her as much as Ford does, and after we screwed up Chelsea's life, I swore on my children's lives that I would never work with her again. And yet here I am, trying to talk Ford into doing this goddamn documentary, canoodling with that she-demon in Louboutin pumps, because that's where the money is. I put a spoon in my coffee and stir it, pointlessly since it's free of additives, while I wait on her to tell me it's okay to sell my soul. Instead, she jokes,
I'm just surprised you know what Louboutins are.
You're aware of the woman I married, right?
Ah, that explains it.
Dakota plops down at the kitchen table with me, sliding a bowl of hummus and some carrots in between us. As I'm contemplating how well that'll pair with coffee, she licks her index finger and says,
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Might be a touchy subject.
I doubt you can offend me. She sips from her coffee mug, eyes me over the rim. She sputters through a number of false starts, then says,
You do understand that if Tony's cheating on you, you don't have to compromise your principles to keep her happy with the new money, right? Just hire a private investigator, get some pics of her and this Armando guy together, and boom. No court is going to deny that. You sail off into the sunset free of the gold digger with your kids in tow.
While that may be true, I say, mouthing the words around a crunchy carrot, there's no money left, at least nothing substantial. Living expenses and some decent royalty checks from syndication. That's about all. It's barely enough for her to keep up appearances. And supposing the courts miraculously decided to side with the mother after evidence of infidelity, no, trust me, she'd probably fight for negligence since I was gone for so many years. The kids won't have anything. Not what they could, anyway. They'd likely go with her anyway because dear old Dad will be the pitiful sap who's too broke to pay for the Xbox and smartphones. Hell, I don't even know what tween kids are into nowadays. Anyway, if she wants a divorce, so be it. Let her have it. I hardly have half of anything for her to take, regardless, and the least I can do is spend some time filming this documentary, as long as I can talk Ford into it, and then take whatever I earn to set up a trust fund for my children. I'm sure some of our lawyer fans of Graveyard could figure out how to protect anything I earn from the movie so she can't get to it. I'm not even betting on that, to be honest. The main goal is to make sure the kids are good. Dakota nods, but doesn't say anything. I think she gets it, yet she seems sad. What's wrong? She taps a packet of artificial sweetener into her coffee and stirs it before answering.
Maybe I have no right to be, because really, we've only known each other for less than a day. But I'm worried about you.
I wave her off and say, Nah, don't be. It's like I'm sad, but not really, because I kinda saw it coming from a mile away. I tried to salvage things and actually wanted it to work on some level because there really were some good times in the past. I guess it's just when you know it's time to move on, it's not that bad. I'll be fine.
Fine speech, she says, grinning slightly, but that's not what I meant. I'm talking about going to war with, what did you call it, Chelsea's right-hander? What happens if you get possessed while you're filming? What happens if they commit you to some asylum like that kid from Ghost Bros?
The lady knows her trivia. I reassure her that it won't happen, that even if I convince Ford to sign on, we're experienced and we know our limits. Besides,
Now that we know what we're dealing with, we're primed to win. Irritated, Dakota says,
But what if, Mike? What if something happens? How in the hell am I going to cook you dinner if they won't let you have a fork in your padded cell?
Oh, I see it now. She's that kind of worried. Like, don't screw up the possibilities by having a demon go nom 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 on your soul. Damn, that's not what I expect.
Crash! Crash! Crash!
Behind me, now, I order, springing up to my feet, taking Dakota's arm and slinging her back to where I can use my body as a shield. Across the kitchen, over the coffee maker, 3 of the glass-paned cabinet doors have shattered like some pissed-off teenager put his fist through them. And, seeing as how there's no mop-haired brat around, my best guess is that Dakota's interloper drew in ample energy to make himself known. 3 more glass panes in the cabinet doors disintegrate. Crash! 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 In rapid succession, coming closer to where we stand. Dakota screams and tries to hide her face between my shoulder blades, her fingers clutching my t-shirt, wadding it up in her fists. I reach around, put a hand on her lower back and pat her, urging her to retreat into the next room. Go, 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 I whisper, realizing that we foolishly left all of our equipment on a hallway table where we were last investigating. We're blind to any kind of attack. I order Dakota upstairs and follow along behind her, sprinting up them, taking them by twos as the stairwell curves around and opens on the middle landing. Back to the office. Get the thermal cam ready, I tell her. Take one of these. I yank a 4-ounce bottle of holy water from the runner's fanny pack and shove it into her hand. Stay right back in the corner with the thermal cam focused on the doorway, and if you see it coming through...
How will I know?
She can't hide the quiver in her voice. Remember what I told you about the different colors for different heat signatures? You'll know. You can tell. Just keep repeating the Lord's Prayer and douse it with the holy water. I move to leave. Her free hand whips out and wraps around my wrist, fingernails digging into that soft spot where you check for a pulse.
Wait, what are you doing?
Going to get rid of it. Her eyes widen to the size of sand dollars.
No, don't leave me here. Not by myself.
You're staying. End of story.
No.
From some far-off corner of Dakota's beachfront mansion, a door slams, and then another. Stop, I say, stepping closer to her, cupping my hands on her shoulders, soft and reassuring. I know this seems like some Hollywood ending where the hero leaves the leading lady behind and runs off to beat the bad guy.
Don't go.
Just stay, please. You'll be fine. I'll be fine. A few prayers, some holy water cocktail, and I'll send this dude packing. From downstairs comes the thrashing, clattering sound of a kitchen chair flung across a tile floor. The living room television cuts on at full volume. It shuts off again. On again, off again.
Ted, going on. The Republican Party absolutely can't.
Really? Political talking heads? I say, trying to bring some much-needed levity into the moment.
Do not leave me here,
she says, and it's a mixture of anger and fear. I have to. You know how you're worried about me and Chelsea's demon? Same thing. I can't let anything happen to you. I couldn't live with myself. I know how to handle these things, and you have to trust me.
You said it was stronger than you thought. Those awful horns, remember?
And I did, but that doesn't mean, whoa. The lights in the stairwell flicker like a strobe light at some juiced-up rave party. Gotta go. I pull away as Dakota lets go of me, mouth pursed, her breath forced and heavy through her nostrils like she just finished a marathon. She pounces, surprising me with a kiss on the cheek. I might have about 7 seconds to relish the soft, tender touch of her lips on my skin before the demon is upon us, and I plan to use every single one while I stand here, gawking at her. I lift a hand and, outside the open office door, a disembodied voice that sounds like the scream of 1,000 souls being forced through a wood chipper says,
"Hello, my pretty one."
Dakota says,
"Oh, shit,"
and tries to pull me into a corner with her. I yank my hand free and reach for the remaining holy water containers. The spare one goes in my pocket and the other 2 are in my fists, locked and loaded.
A black, misty shape appears about head high, the smoky tendrils wrapping around the door jamb like fingers clasping onto it. The shape grows. A head and shoulders peek around the edge, billowing, swirling, pulling itself into the room. The voice changes to a haunting, childish tone as it emanates from everywhere and nowhere at once when it sings, "You want her, you can't have her, she's mine!" Then it hisses, unbearably loud, and pulls itself into the room. Dakota screams. The mist moves with so much speed. My hands fly up and I clamp down on the bottles of holy water, squeezing as hard as I can, shouting, "Our Father who art in heaven," as it hurtles into my chest. I feel as if someone has reached inside my lungs and replaced the air with boiling gasoline. I blink once, twice, unsteady, off balance. I feel invaded. I feel murky, cold. And then a voice in my head tells me to face Dakota. Dakota watches every terrifying second in slow motion. Her head has grown thick with pressure as if she's submerged and can't reach the surface. Her heartbeat thumping in her ears sounds like the inside of a womb. She loses the feeling in her hands as the black, swirling mist surges into the room and the small, seemingly useless bottle of holy water slips from her fingers. She hears the faint plunk on the carpet when it lands at her feet. She screams, covers her mouth. The entity hurtles straight at Mike's chest as he slings holy water at it. He tries to pray, stops with a grunt, and goes eerily hushed for a moment before he begins turning around, slowly, as if he's controlled by something else. The dark mist is gone. Now it's only her and Mike. She can sense that his energy has changed before he has fully turned to face her. The warmth she felt from him, that schoolboy crush that had her pretending she didn't notice all day long, is now gone. It's replaced with a black longing. Not a crush, not affection, but an angry, lustful desperation. Not want, need.
"Are you okay?"
she asks. His eyes have changed. Before they were droopy with exhaustion. He was a man whose life had been shredded apart by others through no fault of his own. There was a subtle desperation in the way he looked at the world, silently asking for something to finally go right again. His eyes held history of someone who had it all, lost everything, and had learned to accept his fate. Yet whenever she had smiled at him, a trace of hope would lighten them. All of that is gone, replaced by threatening intent.
"Mike?"
He takes a step closer. "Hello, my pretty one." It's Mike's voice, but polluted and strange. "Mine. All mine."
"Get out of him,"
she says, delicately at first, testing the reaction. When nothing comes, she raises her voice, demanding that the demonic entity leave. Yet again there's no response, only the deliberate, hushed movement closer. She screams,
"Mike, fight it! Don't let it take you!"
Mike's hands come up to chest level, hands spread apart, fingers curled.
"No,"
she whimpers. He lunges, arms swinging wide, closing in as Dakota ducks at the last instant, grabbing empty air. Dakota drops to one knee and grasps the last remaining bottle of holy water. She had made fun of Mike earlier for the ridiculous contraption around his waist, and now what remains might not save her life, but it may give her a singular chance at escape. Her fingers tighten around it as she rolls forward on one shoulder, rotates and springs up to her feet, continuing the motion, spinning to face him. As Mike, no, not Mike, the demon inside him, whirls around, she squeezes the tiny bottle with both hands, the thin stream going straight into his eyes. She says,
"Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name."
And she can remember no more. It wouldn't matter anyway, because he roars with rage, head turned to the ceiling, teeth bared and fists clenched.
"Uh-oh."
Dakota sprints for the office door, and before she darts into the illusion of escape, she sees a small black rectangle next to a lamp.
Mike's cell phone. She grabs it, slams the door behind her, and trips. She breaks her fall with her hands and pushes up, driving her legs, feeling the muscles forcing her ahead. In the same instant, the door booms as Mike's body pounds into it. The handle rattles. The door is wrenched open. It's then that Dakota realizes she has gone the wrong direction. A wall of muscle, bone, and demon stands between her and the staircase. Behind her is nothing but empty room after empty room, one of which has an extra patio door leading outside. Dakota sprints. All of her training, her conditioning, the marathons and triathlons, years spent burning away stress because it worked better than alcohol or prescriptions, has led to this moment. She knows she can outrun him. If she can make it outside, the only question that remains is, how far is the drop off the balcony? There's nothing but sand and brush below, but it's dark, and the second-floor balcony hangs over a hillside, which could mean as little as 10 feet at the rear and as much as 20 or more at the front. Possibly higher? She can't remember. She never paid that much attention to it. She's only been out there to sunbathe, and then that ended when she caught the creepy teenager trying to film her. I can do it. I can make the jump, she thinks as she flees. I have to. She ducks into the last bedroom on the right and then makes an immediate left. The sliding glass door is 15 feet away. Freedom. Fire, rage, ashes and smoke in my lungs. I see her running. When she looks back, the fire in her eyes is fuel for the overwhelming ache for her that invades and engorges every cell in my body. It's a cold fire in my veins. I have images in my mind, memories of a past that doesn't belong to me. The flames of hell aren't orange. They're black. They lick up the walls, the rocky floor, and across the bodies of millions of damned souls screaming for eternity. I run. I reach for her, grabbing her ankle as she tries to climb over the wall. Mine. She's mine, now and forever. Hello, pretty one. I dig my fingers into her strong shoulders and pull her closer. My lips go to hers as she struggles, screaming for me to stop. My tongue feels forked as it invades her warm, inviting mouth. She retches and... Dakota sprints across the open upper deck. The smell of salt air and the remaining warmth of the day provide her with no comfort. She begs God to save him. Sweet, caring Mike, a good man. No more, at least not right now. How far will he follow her? She's positive she can run fast enough. She's not as in shape as she was weeks ago before this started, but she can do it. She can get away. If she can escape him, maybe long enough to call Father Duke, they could do something for Mike. But it's late. Would the priest answer at this hour? Would he even hear it? Did he have a hotline for demonic possession emergencies? Dakota shoves Mike's cell phone in her back pocket and then grabs the top railing that runs the length of the low wall. She looks over the edge, hesitating a second too long to see how far the drop is, and says, "Fuck it," as she tries to pull herself up. It has to be at least 15 feet from this spot. Drop down to the soft sand, land lightly on the balls of her feet, and roll with the hill. Let gravity do the work. One foot goes up to the railing and... There's a hand on her ankle, pulling her back. She screams at his touch, his palm rough on her skin. Mike whips her around, squeezing hard as he jerks her close. "Mike, don't!" she screams. And then his mouth is on hers. She had thought about what a kiss might be like throughout the day, considering the possibilities. They had bonded over shared fame and their public image, celebrity and the burdens of maintaining a positive public image. She was vulnerable and scared. He played the part of her flawed hero well, even though he may not have known it at first. She had sensed his attraction, caught him looking, and had felt it, too. It had been so long since anyone looked at her that way. Then, Tony. She had recognized her, seen her time and again, around town and along the beach at odd hours with a man who was not this man. She had kept quiet, deciding it was none of her concern. A day spent with him did not constitute a chance at something more. She was old enough to recognize reality and responsibility. But there had been no harm in briefly fantasizing about his lips on hers, much in the same way you daydream about time spent on warm, sandy beaches with the handsome stranger who held the door open. Fleeting moments about what if had twisted and snarled the question into what now? This close, she can smell the sweat on his skin and feel the heat of his body against hers. His tongue, stiff and wet, forces itself between her lips and deep into her mouth. Dakota gags, not because of Mike, but because of the entity inside him. She considers biting his tongue, clamping down as hard as she can, severing the slithering muscle in half. But she can't. Somewhere deep inside, the real Mike is trying desperately to regain control. He has to be. He would never do this to her, would never allow it to happen. She hasn't known him long, but she knows that much. Instead, Dakota silently apologizes to Mike, wherever he may be in there, then distracts him first with a slap to the side of his head, followed by driving her knee up between his legs, hoping beyond hope that pain is a motivator for the demonically possessed. A guttural oomph erupts from his mouth, blowing into hers, and he lets go, hands flying down to his crotch. Dakota shoves him away, staggers a few steps back toward the house, and comes to an abrupt halt when he clamps onto her wrist. He's down on one knee, using her resistance as a counterbalance to pull himself up. She wrenches sideways, twisting at the hip, bringing her arm up as she spins. Her sole intent was to hit him hard enough to break free, but luck helps the point of her elbow to land just behind his eye, instantly knocking him unconscious. Mike crumples into a heap. Dakota gasps in relief, wonders how long she has. Just hurry, she thinks. Find something. A minute later, she's kneeling over him, binding his wrists and ankles together using shoestrings from abandoned sneakers, multiple pairs that she had worn out from years of training. Mike groans as she pulls the cell phone from her pocket. She scrolls rapidly through the list of contacts and finds the number she needs. She calls, and she prays. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3. Fading hope tightens her chest. Then a groggy voice answers, "Hello?"
Father Duke, I need help. It's about Mike Long.
100 yards north, a grinning teenager can't believe what he's just captured. Thank God for rich, pushover parents and a strong zoom. He had seen weird lights in Dakota Bailey's house, flashlights going from room to room. Then rapid, sporadic flashing, illuminating various parts of the house. So he began recording, curious, not expecting much. Minutes later, Dakota hurtled onto the balcony, the same one where he had filmed her sunbathing so many times in the nude, and sold those videos and pictures to his friends for hundreds of dollars. The man followed. What would this lead to? The teenager could only cross his fingers and wait. Even in the green hue of night vision, it was easy to see that Dakota's aggressor was Mike Long, one of the former hosts of Graveyard Classified. This was worth more than a few bucks from his friends. Tabloids would pay thousands. Or YouTube. Millions of hits. Millions. Yes, there it is. That's what he'll do. He backs away from his window and sits down at his laptop where he connects a USB cable. He crops the video to only use the best parts, uploads it, then waits for the page to go live. Minutes later, he emails his friends and absolutely cannot believe his good fortune. He'll be on the front pages of the internet by the time he wakes up. That is, if he can sleep. 26. Portland, Oregon. Ford and Mike Long. I'm not quite sure how many times I've apologized to Yulee, and in the past couple of weeks, I'm positive he's put on a doggy pound or two from all the treats I've been giving him. He's fine around me because I'm the one and only food bringer. I'm the light of his life. I'm the one with the stick. I am the thrower of all things. I am Pillow. I am Chew Toy. I am he who takes me for a run sometimes. I am also he who will never leave my dog alone again, unless he's with Melanie. He gets slightly skittish when I come into the room unannounced, but other than that, we're best buds. When we venture outside the house, It's elderly ladies that spook him the most. Can you blame him? We've been going to a dog park down the street while I slowly tried to reintroduce him to the outside world, away from the security blanket comfort of his cozy bed in the corner of my living room. He does fine until the little old ladies with their yippy growlers try to come over and see if he wants to make friends with whatever puffball abomination they're dragging around on the end of a leash. I make up excuses for Yuli, tell them that he's just super shy around other dogs. There would be no conceivable way to explain the following. He's wary around wrinkly old ladies like you because he thinks you're going to eat his soul for breakfast. One thing that's puzzled me since I had my revelation about Lauren Coburn is the fact that animals are supposed to be sensitive to the supernatural. Yuli should have been able to pick up on something as soon as she and Grandma Death Eyes walked into my condo. I have no reasonable explanation for why he didn't. The only thing I can assume is that the entity piloting a black-eyed person has evolved beyond nature and is undetectable by standard methods like doggy intuition. It can lie dormant until it's time to act. If it doesn't have an objective, then it'll emerge once it's sapped the available energy from its current host and needs to feed. Ford, I'm hungry. You need to let me in. I can't blame Yuli. I like to think of myself as sensitive to the spirit world, perhaps not as much as an animal's innate abilities, but regardless, I missed it too. I still get shivers thinking about Lauren being that close to me and how close I came to having my soul devoured. That would have sucked. I stayed in Newport for another 3 days, working with Detectives Carson and Janes, trying to explain to them everything I knew about black-eyed children, which wasn't much. I speculated enough to write a book. We read report after report online, emailed witnesses, and had web chats with those willing to talk to us. It was the same thing, every single time. No, they didn't let them in. No, they didn't have proof. Yes, they were absolutely positive of what they had seen. They weren't able to uncover the identity of those poor boys either. There were no fingerprint matches in the national records, no DNA, no dental records, nothing. Nor were there pictures of missing children that matched. Some came close, dark hair, light skin, thin builds, but nothing definitive. It was odd that they didn't exist anywhere. And when I suggested that perhaps there was a mother unit somewhere pumping out fleshy shells to be used as cute, approachable hosts, Detective Carson lifted his palm and said, "I can't take any more, Ford. This shit's all too weird for me. We'll take it from here. You go on home, get some rest. But hey, keep your phone handy. We might stumble across something else." So here I am. I gave Jesse some time off. He wanted to leave Albuquerque for a while anyway and do some traveling, and I told him to go before life and his own demons got in the way. I've been ignoring calls from unrecognized numbers, letting them go to voicemail, which is how I know that Carla Hancock has been blowing up my phone. In a rare move for the cutthroat she-devil, she apologizes again and again for issuing the press release and announcing my commitment to the documentary before getting the official okay from me. Still, she wants to know if I've made a decision. The numbers she offers for my involvement get higher with each successive call. Why bother telling her that, for me, it's not about the money? Although I do enjoy listening to her voice get that tiny hint of desperation each time she raises her bid. I've been resting, answering emails, and filing away the raciest pics from the SpotCam girls under a new folder called Mom's Cornbread Recipe. I'm not entirely sure why I do that, since it's just me living here, and it's not like I'm going to corrupt Yuli's young mind if he goes snooping around my laptop. Well, yeah, I do know why. I scared Melanie so much that night she's been coming around to check on us. She brings meals for me and rawhide bones for Yuli. She stays a little longer each time, and it could be because Jeff from the control room is no longer in the picture. Ironically enough, he was too controlling. I'm not getting my hopes up, but we even had lasagna together the other night and watched a rerun of Yes Chef on that 24-hour Food Network. It was the one where Dakota Bailey concocted a ham and peach tart so amazing that it made the bald judge get up from his little table of superiority and shake her hand. And speaking of Dakota Bailey,
That thing with Mike? Dude. The very first news I heard about his situation came by way of Glenda Harrison, that nothing but the hard facts lady on one of the political news channels. You know the one. She pounds the desk and yells at people when she thinks they're lying to her. That one. I was still in Newport and had moved from the contaminated condo to a cheap hotel room. I'd had a long day of talking to witnesses, so I ended up mindlessly flipping through channels when I heard this.
Tonight, more news from Graveyard Classified. Are the famous paranormal superstars possessed or simply cursed with bad luck?
There was some mention of my state of affairs. Evidently, an anonymous source had leaked news to the media that I'd had a lover's quarrel with Lauren Coburn while on a secret celebrity retreat to the Oregon coast. I left her behind, and she proceeded to get high on whatever designer drugs she had available, had a violent reaction, went batshit crazy, and essentially committed suicide by cop. The official autopsy report stated that it was a rare biochemical reaction that affected the nervous system. In addition to that, we were ridiculously lucky in the fact that Lauren had designated that she wanted her eyes donated to science, given Ellen's blindness. That solved the lack of eyeballs thing before Carson and Jane's had her body shipped back to L.A. Lover's quarrel. Abandoned Lauren. Screw Glenda Harrison. I flipped a cheap chair and the pathetic coffee table in the hotel room and thought about suing Glenda Harrison from here to the end of time. But then she commended me for keeping cool and calm in such an unfortunate situation. If she only knew. Also, thankfully, whoever leaked the news had graciously decided to leave out the bit about the hollowed-out shells of 2 former black-eyed children. That whole case is going so deep into the file room that they'll need an archaeologist to find it. I owe Carson and Jane's big time. And then, Mike. Man, I didn't even know what to think when I first heard it. I was stunned. Since I had been so involved with the detectives and Lauren's situation, I hadn't been online. Nobody had said anything to me either. How and why someone at the station failed to mention it is beyond me, and I can only assume that Carson and Jane's kept the information from me so I would be able to focus on helping them. In the video, the one being broadcast everywhere, even with the green hue of night vision, accompanied by an incredible zoom feature, you can plainly see that it's none other than Dakota Bailey. She's running across the second-level deck of her beachfront mansion, pursued by my friend, partner, and brother in life, Mike the Exterminator Long. Mike grabs her, forces a kiss. The low wall blocks what happens below their waists, but based on his reaction, her knee goes up to his crotch, giving her a long second to break free. He grabs for her again, she spins, delivers an elbow, and my buddy drops like his parachute failed to open. The video already had 2 million hits before the national media began to get wind of it.
And get this, folks,
Glenda Harrison said.
Miss Bailey must be a saint because she's not pressing charges. What's the world coming to? I don't know about you, but I'm not buying that whole "he was possessed" excuse for a second.
Then, for the next 2 weeks, since I left Newport and came home, Mike has been getting drawn and quartered all over the place. Social media, nightly news, cable shows filled with talking heads, all of them talking about how fame and fading stardom can do strange things to people. This was despite Dakota's best efforts to dampen the critics' fire. Interview after interview, she defends him and insists that she bears no ill will toward Mike Long, that it wasn't his fault, and that she had enlisted his help to eliminate the evil spirit in her home. If anything, he should be labeled a hero for facing down such a sinister entity. Mike's only saving grace has been the fact that he has fought demons in the past, possibly adding a hint of credibility to Dakota's story. It doesn't change the fact that there are plenty of grievances, people griping online, asking, why is she protecting him? I hate it for him. I really do. I know what it's like to be the target of such vitriol. And yet, maybe now he can understand what I went through with the aftermath of Chelsea's incident. The craziest thing is I was positive this shit would put a big fat damper on the documentary. We would be able to move on, and I'd have to find some other way to protect Chelsea from Boogerface. Instead, I'm going to postulate that it increased the interest for a reunion by about 17 million%, which has doubled the calls from Carla and brought even more attention to Mike, Dakota, and the video captured by that damn peeping Tom. The teen jerkhole is eating it up, by the way, making the rounds on the interview circuit. I heard he reportedly got a 6-figure offer to do his own reality series. When will it ever end? I've tried to call Mike. Cell, home, his former agent, Dakota's agent, mine, even Father Duke, but he's not answering, and nobody knows how to get in touch with him. I did get a note from a fan who insists she saw him at a gas station in Kansas. Throughout the day, 3 more emails arrived from fans in the same town. They all wanted to know what was up with Mike, why was he in Kansas, and asked if I would be willing to tell them. So, at least he's alive. If I can't get in touch with him within the next couple of days, I'm calling in a private investigator to track him down. Less attention that way. Bottom line is, for now, I'm in the clear and Mike's not. It's strange being on this side of things. I'm putting the finishing touches on my world-famous mushroom bacon burgers out on the deck when I hear the faint ding-dong of my doorbell. Curious, but not curious enough to go rushing for the door, I take my time, wiping my hands as I stroll in from outside, through the living room and kitchen, up the elevated flooring, and then past the library and bathroom. It might be Melanie, though she hadn't mentioned that she would be coming by. I open the door to find Mike looking like he's been living under a bridge for about 5 years. He has dark bags under his eyes, scruffy cheeks, about a week's worth of stubble on his normally shaved head, and plenty of stains on a plain white t-shirt. His shorts are wrinkled. One sneaker is untied. "Mike, you're alive."
Hey, Ford.
"The fuck have you been, man? I've been trying to call you for days. Get in here." Mike nods and steps inside, rubs his hands together and looks around.
I like what you've done to the place.
"No bullshit small talk. We're heading straight for the alcohol because you look like you need a beer. Actually, I should say you look like you need another beer. Maybe something stronger? Whiskey?" Mike follows me, saying,
I'm fine, Ford. I already got one, Mama.
He leans up against the kitchen counter while I pull a local brew lager from the refrigerator and pop the top off. He takes it, salutes me, and gulps a long pull from the bottle. I ask, "How you holding up?" Burp.
Been better.
I want to ask him a million questions, but I don't know where to start. I do know Mike, and if the past 2 weeks haven't completely changed him as a human being, he'll get around to details when he damn well pleases. He takes another pull from the bottle and then examines the label.
That'll put some hair on your chest, huh? Not like I need it.
I grab one for myself. So? I chuckle and nonchalantly ask, "Anything new?" I feel like he's going to hold out on me. He'll keep his chin up and chest out. We might skirt some details, and then I'll get some truth out of him later once I've gotten him hammered. Nope. Without warning and totally unlike Mike the Exterminator Long, he sets his beer on the counter, hangs his head, and opens the floodgates. Shoulders bobbing, tears streaking down his cheeks, mouth twisted sideways in abject anguish. Holy shit, that's an ugly cry if I've ever seen one. It makes my heart ache. "Aw, buddy," I say, moving over to him. Nobody ever said that bromances couldn't involve hugs. I put my arms around Mike's shoulders and pull him in, letting him rest his forehead on my collarbone. "It's gonna be fine, dude. If anybody can sympathize over what this feels like, then you're snotting all over his shirt. It sucks balls, big hairy ones, and it feels like someone is squeezing your lungs every time you take a breath. But it'll pass. It really will." We hold that pose until his sobbing subsides, and then he pulls away, gently headbutting my clavicle a couple of times in bro-like acknowledgement. He gives me an embarrassed grin and wipes his cheeks.
I don't know how you handled it for so long. I'm sorry, man.
You don't have anything to apologize for.
It felt good to let that go.
Always does.
Do I smell burgers?
Yeah, but you'll have to fight Yuli for the second one.
And that's the end of the time that Mike Long cried. We eat, we chat. We get slightly buzzed on what few beers I have. He declines when I suggest that I could call a delivery service.
"Too tired," he says. "I'll be out by sundown. You know how long the fucking drive is out here?"
I learn that Tony has been cheating on him. I'm not surprised. And yet, she'll get anything he has left because of the video. He's positive of that. He compliments Dakota and her resolve. He says that they had a little talk before he left.
"She's amazing, and it'll be good," he says, "one of these days. But now it's weird, you know? For me, I mean, seeing myself in that video, remembering the things I saw while that fucker was inside of me. I need to cleanse myself first. I feel dirty."
"What did you see?" I ask.
"Hell. I literally saw what hell looks like. Black fire. Screaming souls. What everybody imagines, you know? I don't know if maybe I was recreating an image I'd seen before in my mind, but goddamn did it ever feel real."
I've been holding on to this for a couple of hours now, figuring I should wait for the right time. I tell him about Lauren Coburn and the black-eyed children. I tell him what the Lauren thing said to me right before I jammed a fireplace poker through its neck.
"Son of a bitch,"
Mike says. We're leaning over the balcony, looking down at Portland proper below us. He reaches over and slaps me on the back.
"Sounds like Boogerface wants you to meet him down at the OK Corral. Showdown at high noon, right?"
Here it is. Here's the true reveal. What's behind the secret door? Let's do it, Mike.
"Do what?"
The documentary. I'm in. I thought he would have been more excited. Instead, he continues to peel the label off his beer bottle.
"A week ago, I would have kissed you on the lips. But now? Sure, if that's what you want. Let's fight the bastard and be done with this shit."
That's the plan. It's all about Chelsea now. I can't believe I'm actually going to give Carla Hancock what she wants, but we have to protect Chelsea. That's priority number 1, no matter what. Priority number 2, now that we both could use a little redemption in the eyes of God and everybody underneath him, let's kick some demon ass and ride off into the sunset like heroes.
"Win and walk away?"
I nod. Win and walk away. We shake on it, and I take the opportunity to rub the scruff on his head. What in the hell is up with your hair? Looks like somebody got after a pair of bull's balls with a set of dull clippers.
"Hey, don't knock it. I'm trying something new."
Later, we move into the living room and flop down on the couch on opposite ends. The TV goes on, and I hurriedly flip through the channels, careful to avoid anything that might be talking about Mike and that damn video. I settle on yet another rerun of Yes Chef, this one also featuring Dakota. It seems like they all do. And it's one I haven't seen before. Mike says,
"Watch what she does with this porterhouse, Ford. She could make a grown man weep for joy."
I look over at him and watch the corners of his mouth pull up into a soft smile, flush with pride and admiration.
"She's a magician. It's like she's David Copperfield with a fillet knife."
Nice. It's good to see him on the other side. And by that I mean the right side of happiness. At least for the time being, because God only knows if either one of us is truly prepared to take on Boogerface. Epilogue. Chelsea Hopper. Chelsea wakes up, having dreamed of fangs and smoke in her lungs, black fire and claws, people burning alive in a pool of yellow, foul-smelling water. The dreams are getting worse. Horrible, ghastly dreams that leave her legs shaky as she pushes herself up from her bed. It's still dark out, but her nightlight illuminates the room and she's relieved to see that she doesn't have cloven hooves like in the nightmare. She wants to be strong, is strong for her age. People tell her all the time. She's so tired, though, and angry. The dreams fill her belly with hatred. For her school, her teacher, and her principal. Tanya has been gone for a week now. She won't be back for a long while. Dylan's mouth is wired shut. He looks so sad, so pathetic. People feel sorry for him. The entire school has turned against her. Chelsea leaves her bedroom and drags her fingers along the wood paneling through the dark of night until she feels the opening of the bathroom, hoping she doesn't wake her parents. She enters, shuts the door behind her, and turns on the lights above the sink. In the mirror, it's her. Of course it is. It's always her. Her hair is blonde, hasn't been burnt away. Her ears don't rise into sharp points. Her fingers aren't long, bony, and tipped with razor-sharp claws. Her skin is fine. It's white, like it's supposed to be, rather than gray and pockmarked with craters and blisters oozing with pus. She pulls open the front of her pajamas. No gross parts have sprouted like those of a filthy, disgusting boy demon. In a way, she's disappointed. Chelsea lifts her gaze and stares at the young girl looking back at her. She opens her mouth, baring her teeth, spit glistening on her gums. Chelsea hisses, tasting ashes in the back of her throat as the mirror splinters, shattering her reflection into 1,000 jagged points. She giggles. Soon. This concludes The White Knight by Desmond Doane. Narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Copyright 2015 by Desmond Doane. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Desmond Doane, care of Anne Rittenberg Literary Agency, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Are the famous paranormal superstars possessed or simply cursed with bad luck?
There was some mention of my state of affairs. Evidently, an anonymous source had leaked news to the media that I'd had a lover's quarrel with Lauren Coburn while on a secret celebrity retreat to the Oregon coast. I left her behind, and she proceeded to get high on whatever designer drugs she had available, had a violent reaction, went batshit crazy, and essentially committed suicide by cop. The official autopsy report stated that it was a rare biochemical reaction that affected the nervous system. In addition to that, we were ridiculously lucky in the fact that Lauren had designated that she wanted her eyes donated to science, given Ellen's blindness. That solved the lack of eyeballs thing before Carson and Janes had her body shipped back to L.A. Lover's quarrel. Abandoned Lauren. Screw Glenda Harrison. I flipped a cheap chair and the pathetic coffee table in the hotel room and thought about suing Glenda Harrison from here to the end of time. But then she commended me for keeping cool and calm in such an unfortunate situation. If she only knew. Also, thankfully, whoever leaked the news had graciously decided to leave out the bit about the hollowed-out shells of 2 former black-eyed children. That whole case is going so deep into the file room that they'll need an archaeologist to find it. I owe Carson and Janes big time. And then Mike. Man, I didn't even know what to think when I first heard it. I was stunned. Since I had been so involved with the detectives and Lauren's situation, I hadn't been online. Nobody had said anything to me either. How and why someone at the station failed to mention it is beyond me, and I can only assume that Carson and Janes kept the information from me so I would be able to focus on helping them. In the video, the one being broadcast everywhere, even with the green hue of night vision, accompanied by an incredible zoom feature, you can plainly see that it's none other than Dakota Bailey. She's running across the second-level deck of her beachfront mansion, pursued by my friend, partner, and brother in life, Mike the Exterminator Long. Mike grabs her, forces a kiss. The low wall blocks what happens below their waists, but based on his reaction, her knee goes up to his crotch, giving her a long second to break free. He grabs for her again, she spins, delivers an elbow, and my buddy drops like his parachute failed to open. The video already had 2 million hits before the national media began to get wind of it.
And get this, folks, Glenda Harrison said. Miss Bailey must be a saint because she's not pressing charges. What's the world coming to? I don't know about you, but I'm not buying that whole "he was possessed" excuse for a second.
Then, for the next 2 weeks, since I left Newport and came home, Mike has been getting drawn and quartered all over the place. Social media, nightly news, cable shows filled with talking heads, all of them talking about how fame and fading stardom can do strange things to people. This was despite Dakota's best efforts to dampen the critics' fire. Interview after interview, she defends him and insists that she bears no ill will toward Mike Long, that it wasn't his fault, and that she had enlisted his help to eliminate the evil spirit in her home. If anything, he should be labeled a hero for facing down such a sinister entity. Mike's only saving grace has been the fact that he has fought demons in the past, possibly adding a hint of credibility to Dakota's story. It doesn't change the fact that there are plenty of grievances, people griping online, asking, why is she protecting him? I hate it for him. I really do. I know what it's like to be the target of such vitriol. And yet, maybe now he can understand what I went through with the aftermath of Chelsea's incident. The craziest thing is I was positive this shit would put a big fat damper on the documentary. We would be able to move on, and I'd have to find some other way to protect Chelsea from Boogerface. Instead, I'm going to postulate that it increased the interest for a reunion by about 17 million%, which has doubled the calls from Carla and brought even more attention to Mike, Dakota, and the video captured by that damn peeping Tom. The teen jerkhole is eating it up, by the way, making the rounds on the interview circuit. I heard he reportedly got a 6-figure offer to do his own reality series. When will it ever end? I've tried to call Mike. Cell, home, his former agent, Dakota's agent, mine, even Father Duke, but he's not answering. And nobody knows how to get in touch with him. I did get a note from a fan who insists she saw him at a gas station in Kansas. Throughout the day, 3 more emails arrived from fans in the same town. They all wanted to know what was up with Mike, why was he in Kansas, and asked if I would be willing to tell them. So, at least he's alive. If I can't get in touch with him within the next couple of days, I'm calling in a private investigator to track him down. Less attention that way. Bottom line is, for now, I'm in the clear and Mike's not. It's strange being on this side of things. I'm putting the finishing touches on my world-famous mushroom bacon burgers out on the deck when I hear the faint ding-dong of my doorbell. Curious, but not curious enough to go rushing for the door, I take my time, wiping my hands as I stroll in from outside, through the living room and kitchen, up the elevated flooring, and then past the library and bathroom. It might be Melanie, though she hadn't mentioned that she would be coming by. I open the door to find Mike looking like he's been living under a bridge for about 5 years. He has dark bags under his eyes, scruffy cheeks, about a week's worth of stubble on his normally shaved head, and plenty of stains on a plain white t-shirt. His shorts are wrinkled. One sneaker is untied. "Mike, you're alive."
Hey, Ford.
"The fuck have you been, man? I've been trying to call you for days. Get in here." Mike nods and steps inside, rubs his hands together and looks around.
I like what you've done to the place.
"No bullshit small talk. We're heading straight for the alcohol because you look like you need a beer. Actually, I should say you look like you need another beer. Maybe something stronger? Whiskey?" Mike follows me, saying,
I'm fine, Ford. I already got one, Mama.
He leans up against the kitchen counter while I pull a local brew lager from the refrigerator and pop the top off. He takes it, salutes me, and gulps a long pull from the bottle. I ask, "How you holding up?" Burp.
Been better.
I want to ask him a million questions, but I don't know where to start. I do know Mike, and if the past 2 weeks haven't completely changed him as a human being, he'll get around to details when he damn well pleases. He takes another pull from the bottle and then examines the label.
That'll put some hair on your chest, huh? Not like I need it.
I grab one for myself. So? I chuckle and nonchalantly ask, "Anything new?" I feel like he's going to hold out on me. He'll keep his chin up and chest out. We might skirt some details, and then I'll get some truth out of him later once I've gotten him hammered. Nope. Without warning and totally unlike Mike the Exterminator Long, he sets his beer on the counter, hangs his head, and opens the floodgates. Shoulders bobbing, tears streaking down his cheeks, mouth twisted sideways in abject anguish. Holy shit, that's an ugly cry if I've ever seen one. It makes my heart ache. "Aw, buddy," I say, moving over to him. Nobody ever said that bromances couldn't involve hugs. I put my arms around Mike's shoulders and pull him in, letting him rest his forehead on my collarbone. "It's gonna be fine, dude. If anybody can sympathize over what this feels like, then you're snotting all over his shirt. It sucks balls, big hairy ones, and it feels like someone is squeezing your lungs every time you take a breath. But it'll pass. It really will." We hold that pose until his sobbing subsides, and then he pulls away, gently headbutting my clavicle a couple of times in bro-like acknowledgement. He gives me an embarrassed grin and wipes his cheeks.
I don't know how you handled it for so long. I'm sorry, man.
You don't have anything to apologize for.
It felt good to let that go.
Always does.
Do I smell burgers?
Yeah, but you'll have to fight Yuli for the second one. And that's the end of the time that Mike Long cried. We eat, we chat. We get slightly buzzed on what few beers I have. He declines when I suggest that I could call a delivery service.
Too tired, he says. I'll be out by sundown. You know how long the fucking drive is out here?
I learn that Tony has been cheating on him. I'm not surprised. And yet, she'll get anything he has left because of the video. He's positive of that. He compliments Dakota and her resolve. He says that they had a little talk before he left.
She's amazing, and it'll be good, he says, one of these days.
But now it's weird, you know? For me, I mean, seeing myself in that video, remembering the things I saw while that fucker was inside of me. I need to cleanse myself first. I feel dirty.
What did you see? I ask.
Hell. I literally saw what hell looks like. Black fire. Screaming souls. What everybody imagines, you know? I don't know if maybe I was recreating an image I'd seen before in my mind, but goddamn did it ever feel real. I've been holding on to this for a couple of hours now, figuring I should wait for the right time. I tell him about Lauren Coburn and the black-eyed children. I tell him what the Lauren thing said to me right before I jammed a fireplace poker through its neck. "Son of a bitch," Mike says. We're leaning over the balcony, looking down at Portland proper below us. He reaches over and slaps me on the back. "Sounds like Boogerface wants you to meet him down at the OK Corral. Showdown at high noon, right?"
Here it is. Here's the true reveal. What's behind the secret door? Let's do it, Mike.
Do what?
The documentary. I'm in. I thought he would have been more excited. Instead, he continues to peel the label off his beer bottle.
"A week ago, I would have kissed you on the lips. But now? Sure, if that's what you want. Let's fight the bastard and be done with this shit."
That's the plan. It's all about Chelsea now. I can't believe I'm actually going to give Carla Hancock what she wants, but we have to protect Chelsea. That's priority number 1, no matter what. Priority number 2, now that we both could use a little redemption in the eyes of God and everybody underneath him, let's kick some demon ass and ride off into the sunset like heroes.
Win and walk away?
I nod. Win and walk away. We shake on it, and I take the opportunity to rub the scruff on his head. What in the hell is up with your hair? Looks like somebody got after a pair of bull's balls with a set of dull clippers.
Hey, don't knock it. I'm trying something new.
Later, we move into the living room and flop down on the couch on opposite ends. The TV goes on, and I hurriedly flip through the channels, careful to avoid anything that might be talking about Mike and that damn video. I settle on yet another rerun of Yes Chef, this one also featuring Dakota. It seems like they all do. And it's one I haven't seen before. Mike says,
"Watch what she does with this porterhouse, Ford. She could make a grown man weep for joy."
I look over at him and watch the corners of his mouth pull up into a soft smile, flush with pride and admiration.
"She's a magician. It's like she's David Copperfield with a fillet knife."
Nice. It's good to see him on the other side. And by that, I mean the right side of happiness. At least for the time being, because God only knows if either one of us is truly prepared to take on Boogerface. Epilogue. Chelsea Hopper. Chelsea wakes up, having dreamed of fangs and smoke in her lungs, black fire and claws, people burning alive in a pool of yellow, foul-smelling water. The dreams are getting worse. Horrible, ghastly dreams that leave her legs shaky as she pushes herself up from her bed. It's still dark out, but her nightlight illuminates the room and she's relieved to see that she doesn't have cloven hooves like in the nightmare. She wants to be strong, is strong for her age. People tell her all the time. She's so tired, though, and angry. The dreams fill her belly with hatred. For her school, her teacher, and her principal. Tanya has been gone for a week now. She won't be back for a long while. Dylan's mouth is wired shut. He looks so sad, so pathetic. People feel sorry for him. The entire school has turned against her. Chelsea leaves her bedroom and drags her fingers along the wood paneling through the dark of night until she feels the opening of the bathroom, hoping she doesn't wake her parents. She enters, shuts the door behind her, and turns on the lights above the sink. In the mirror, it's her. Of course it is. It's always her. Her hair is blonde, hasn't been burnt away,
Her ears don't rise into sharp points. Her fingers aren't long, bony, and tipped with razor-sharp claws. Her skin is fine. It's white, like it's supposed to be, rather than gray and pockmarked with craters and blisters oozing with pus. She pulls open the front of her pajamas. No gross parts have sprouted like those of a filthy, disgusting boy demon. In a way, she's disappointed. Chelsea lifts her gaze and stares at the young girl looking back at her. She opens her mouth, baring her teeth, spit glistening on her gums. Chelsea hisses, tasting ashes in the back of her throat as the mirror splinters, shattering her reflection into 1,000 jagged points. She giggles. Soon. This concludes The White Knight by Desmond Doane. Narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Copyright 2015 by Desmond Doane. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Desmond Doane, care of Anne Rittenberg Literary Agency, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.